Welcome in, everybody, to the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 season. This is Event 5, regular season, week 3, and we've got some top 8 action for you today coming up very shortly. My name is Shiny Hunter Zach, and joining me today on the broadcast are two fantastic fellow commentators. We are going to start with Milana. Milana, how are you today?
I'm doing so good, and you know, any day that we can see some nice high-level competitive Splatoon is a good day for me, so I hope you guys at home are just as excited as we are here.
And also joining us today is Cater. Cater, what are you looking forward to today from what we've already seen and what's yet to come?
Well, we have a really stacked top 8 here today, including a very close race for those last couple spots in our top 8, including, I believe, like legitimately two game differences, 1 point differences in our scoring season. So these teams are so close together. I cannot wait to see these close matches that they are surely going to bring.
It was a photo finish to even get us to top 8. Let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule that we go through each week during the league. We have, of course, the Splatoon 3 North American League show. That's Fridays at 10 a.m. We have the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026, what you're watching right now, that top 8 live stream. Then the Sunday Scrim, Sundays at noon. And to borrow from Jordan, it all leads up to the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 playoffs. That'll be on June 20th and 21st. Next, we'll go over to the tournament format here, which we're going to be seeing today. We already saw the latter portion, 1st through 8th, clocking 60 points on the day. They can earn up to an additional 40 if they get first place in our top 8 all the way down to 5. So lots still to be awarded today. And then, of course, we have our season standings coming up. So taking a look at what's already happened 2 weeks into the season, Milana, we'll start with you. What have you noticed so far? And, of course, from the teams today, what are you looking forward to seeing from which teams could extend the points that they have?
Yeah, so as we can see, Milky Way taking the lead with a full 200 points, meaning they came out on top for both the top 8s of the last 2 weeks. We will see them competing again today, which means that this is potentially another 100 points they could add to their lead. And, you know, I'm just really excited to see them to play. We see that Moonlight is in a close second at 170 points. We won't be seeing them play today, but hopefully we can see them play in future weeks as well.
Well, we got to go next into our formatting and rules, of course, and we'll get into the stages as well later on. It's best of 5 all the way through top 8, and this is going to be counterpicking, where to start, the higher seed will choose the mode and the lower seed will choose the stage. But after that first game, the winning team has the honor of choosing the mode, and the losing team will be the one choosing the stage. All 5 of the main game modes are at play here: Turf War, Clan Blitz, Zones, Tower Control, and Rainmaker, but each mode can only be played once during the match. So once it's picked, it is not available for the taking anymore. And Cater, throw it to you. We're at 12 stages this year as opposed to 10, I believe, from last season. What are your thoughts on the list that we have in front of us?
It's a great list that we have here. I think all of these are very common to see in our competitive scene, and so all of our top 8 teams are going to have a lot of experience here. We've seen favor towards some of these stages, actually, I believe, with Museum, D'Alfonsino, and Undertow Spillway being some favorites being counterpicked of our teams here. You know, the things like Robo Ramen, Manta Maria, Mako Mart actually not coming up as much as you might think, especially with how popular Robo Ramen felt as a zones stage beforehand earlier on in our season.
Yeah, we were talking about this before we got started here, as Mahi Mahi was one that didn't see maybe a ton of play in the first couple weeks of the preseason, has now rocketed up kind of to the middle of the pack. 6 instances of usage in Splat Zones during previous top 8s, and Robo Ramen, to your point, I think more so seen in the preseason, but only 2 uses since then, once on Zones and once on Tower Control. Of course, we will have soon for you the bracket for top 8, but looks like with our top 8 today, we have some great matches coming up. Milky Way coming out of the latter portion with your top seed. They're going to take on Lovely in the winners quarterfinals. Forfeit will be taking on Healbook, and then FT Win, a name you're likely familiar with, taking on 37 Handsome Boys to start the top 8 bracket. And the match that we will end up watching, Milana, Hypernova versus Duck Motif. These are also 2 quite familiar team names.
Yeah, they're really just home brand names now for the North American League. We've seen them play time and time again, and especially as we have started this second season, we've seen a lot of Duck Motif Motif, especially in last season as well. Looking forward to, our fan favorites like Red Shell bringing out that ink brush again. And, we have seen a lot of really great plays coming out from Hypernova as well, from players like Flame King, from players like Synapse, from especially players like Henlo, where we have seen a lot of those highlight reels coming out from Henlo as well with that Splatana Wiper. So really looking forward to seeing how these two teams will battle it out on the battlefield.
And Cater, Milana kind of prefacing or previewing Hypernova there. How about Duck Motif? This is sort of a storied roster as well, with some pretty interesting weapons at play, including those Octobrush variants from Red Shell.
Yeah, Red Shell is a joy to watch on the Octobrush. So aggressive and really uses that weapon to its full potential. Had some really good moments last season, and I'm really looking forward to what they're going to be able to do this season as well. We've also got like you said, some other weapons like Kaden on the custom dually squelchers and the 52 gal. Those dually squelchers especially, not really something that you see so commonly up at this top level, but the players that really do play it really have their whole heart behind it. So if we do see those weapons come out, I'll be very excited to see how the matchups go.
Well, we've already got our first stage and mode combination here. It's going to be Splat Zones on Crab Leg Capital. Milana, since it's the first time we're seeing Splat Zones today, why don't we check out the rules for how Splat Zones is going to be played?
Sure. So your typical Splat Zones game will go like such. You will aim to control a designated zone in the center of the stage. When you have covered this zone with your team's ink, you are expected to hold it for some amount of time, hopefully to when your timer gets to 0. If neither team is able to reach that final 0 counter, the team that makes it the closest to 0 will be deemed the winner.
And Cater, throwing it over to you, we were talking about the stages a little bit earlier. Crab Leg Capital, seen only twice, but it does appear that it favors, the objective of actually trying to ink as much of the turf as you can, with 1 usage of Splat Zones and 1 usage being on Turf War. This will mark the 2nd instance of Splat Zones thus far. Crab Leg Capital, the zone in the center of the stage, like you said, Milana, this one is actually, it's pretty large, especially compared to some of our other stages that we've got in the pool today. It takes more time, more energy, more devoted effort to actually get all of the ink onto the zone, because first, if it is under your opponent's control, you have to neutralize it by getting enough of your ink on, therefore stopping their timer countdown. Then you actually have to paint it all over and control it. And those are two very separate things. You can get the zone to neutral, but if you don't actually take control of it, you're not going to get points of your own, and you're not going to apply those penalty points to your opponent, which can sometimes be the make or break of a game. Those extra penalty points, extra breathing room to give your team time to regroup, to breathe a little bit, and get your feet under you. If you don't have that and that timer continues to march down, you can be well on your way to a knockout before you even blink. And Milana, Splat Zone's kind of considered one of the more neutral game modes that we have, and also one of the most that's akin, as we talked about earlier, to Turf War. How does Splat Zones maybe differ a little bit from Turf War in that what are these teams really thinking about when you concentrate one specific area of the stage that you have to make sure is painted or inked versus the entire part of the stage?
Yeah, so I really think that we talk a lot about this, about the formulaicness or the algorithmicness of Splatoon, right? Sorry, I'm just like throwing all these words out at you guys.
That is what it feels like.
Yeah, totally, right? So this kind of like formula that we have, I think it fits just so much better for something like Splat Zones rather than Turf War. Turf War is a little bit of a lawless land where you have to kind of really figure out how you're going to accommodate the whole stage, whereas Splat Zone's a little bit more defined.
Well, we don't have to wait much longer. It's game 1 of our match between Hypernova and Duck Motif. Shout out, as always, to our spec cam operator. Czar is going to be helping us out today. And Cater, some interesting weapons being brought out. That looks like a dynamo roller from Flame King. And on the opposite side of things, Caden indeed with those dually squelchers. Yeah,
not actually the custom ones like I thought we were going to see, but just the regular ones out there. We do have the regular Splash-O-Matic as well, and then Kai here on that Snipe Rider. And Vexen already pulling out one of those crab tanks up on the grates here to use the height advantage to get more control over Hypernova. Duck Motif with the first take of the zone here, and Vexen is able to get that splat on Henlo. Meanwhile, Kai and the other members using the grates to their advantage. The Snipe Rider really likes to be up here because of all of the turf that it can put out. An unfortunate bomb there takes out a member of Duck Motif here, and Henlo is really doing their best to use the cooler and the range on that Splatana Stamper to get the members of Duck Motif out, but it is very difficult.
Yeah, that's a tough loss. We are going to see sort of this Snipe Rider versus E-Leader battle as Duck Motif continues to hold on to the zone. There goes Red Shell on the Zipcaster as we see them run through. And nice pick there. That's two going through seemingly the splat wall, Milano. But that's going to be a flip of the zone over to Hypernova.
Yeah, you know, even though Red Shell was able to get that double, Hypernova does take control over the zone, giving Duck Motif kind of a heavy penalty to have to worry about. And this is going to be Hypernova's opportunity to move forward and hold on to that zone for perhaps a significant amount of time, with 3 down on Duck Motif, and Synapse placing themselves into a great position to be able to keep Duck Motif out. Duck Motif is going to have to work together to make something happen here.
Yeah, Synapse doing a great job and showing why the 52 gal can be kind of an overheating style of weapon where you can pop your kill roll 5.1. Nice jumping snipe as well. The anchor players kind of trading out. That is going to be Hypernova burning themselves out, though. It's just going to be the sticker Splatana Stamper. Try that with some alliteration, getting out Vexen, helping to clean up the zone, and Cater, Duck Motif back in the driver's seat.
Back indeed, but you can notice that 23 is not changing because they have to work through the hefty penalty that Hypernova applied to them. Kaden all the way up on the top right portion here has been shouted out by Flinking, but will get one splat on Flinking before they go down themselves. Henlo shouting out a this way, popping the Booyah Bomb, with the whales also coming out from the teammate, the Wave Breaker. You can see all of these specials coming out from Hypernova to try and get back onto the zone. They've neutralized it, but they do lose their Splatana Stamper player, and that is all of the penalty points gone for Duck Motif. They are now at 17 remaining, but Hypernova is coming back in, focusing fully on that objective, and Flinking with that nice splat on the side. Synapse also getting one of their own means that Hypernova is in a great position to continue defending this zone.
Yeah, it's so nice that we get to see the health bars now, because we've seen multiple players get so low and be able to survive, and that survivability is so important. Caden just hanging around this low wall, focusing on survivability, and of course, lots of dualies right now are relevant. These dually squelchers being used in part for their wave breaker, but Caden the one getting marked as Hypernova going to get rid of the rest of their penalty. Milana, they're getting close to taking the lead if they can hang on for another 20 points.
They're just going to have to hang on for just another second. Duck Motif is going to have to work together. They're going to have to use specials to push back in. Hypernova does take the lead, and this is going to be one more opportunity for Duck Motif to push back in. They are frantically painting that zone, but unfortunately, they are able to neutralize it, but not able to take it back in control.
So close one. I think a lot of back and forth. Duck Motif a strong start, but Hypernova able to hang on. And Cater, you know, we see kind of the back and forth of how this one might play out, and the interplay between the squads and compositions that these two teams brought. For example, the decision to go with E-Leader versus a Snipe Rider, and the decision to have something like a Splatana Stamper or maybe a Dualies at their disposal. These teams sort of feel like they're really set in their identities, and it's sort of a clash of those ideals in this first match.
For sure. I think that the face-off that we were seeing between the E-Leader and that Snipe Rider, we're going to be seeing a lot more of that in the rest of this set, I feel, especially because those are the two Charger class weapons that we are seeing the most of. The Snipe Rider being our most picked weapon throughout by a pretty large margin, but also that E-Leader is still relatively common. Both of those serving the same position as the anchor or the backline of their team, where it's a longer range weapon that is usually posted up on one of the higher spots where they can get good sight lines and good views of the entire game state. They relay a lot of important information to their teammates, such as possible flanks or other game state indicators, but the range, the really long range on that E-Leader is contested by, of course, the higher mobility and the ability to fire multiple shots in succession by that Snipe Rider. So it's really a whole checks and balances thing of knowing what really supports your weapon and your team composition the best.
And Cater, I'll stick with you here as we do have our mode set for game 2. It is going to be Rainmaker to start us off. Ooh. Let's go through the rules that Rainmaker provides.
All right, Rainmaker, another one of our ranked modes here. You have to pop the Rainmaker shield that protects that golden fish and pick it up, taking control of the Rainmaker for your team. You then have to carry that Rainmaker without access to your usual weapon to a checkpoint pedestal, and then after that, advance the Rainmaker to the goal all the way in the opponent's territory, not your side of the map. If neither team reaches the goal, the team who comes closest to that goal wins. So this is something that you're going to see in all of our ranked modes, where the team that gets closest to 0, if neither team actually reaches it, they are the one who wins the game.
And Milana, Duck Motif has chosen Undertow Spillway. That is so far the second most popular stage for Rainmaker, behind Museum de Alfonsino. Kind of continuing the point that Cater had around the range. You look at a team like Hypernova that has a Dynamo Roller, that has an E-Leader, even something like that Sticker Splatana Stamper that is in the mid-range area. How do you combat a composition like that and maintain your foothold over the objective?
Yeah, so I think we really, like you mentioned, these are weapons that we all have to kind of like pay attention to, and especially on a stage like Undertale Spillway, where there's a lot of nooks and crannies where you can hide in, and a lot of like platforms that you, like, say a Dynamo Roller could kind of just like camp underneath and just kind of do a little swing on top and get a couple of splats, right? So we really have to kind of consider, how do we get rid of these weapons where we can? And I think sometimes it might be the sneaky play, right? So I'm thinking like, you know, Red Shell with that ink brush. I'm thinking perhaps maybe a little bit more aggressive, where, you know, Dynamo is a slower weapon. We might want to push farther, push faster, push more aggressively to kind of get rid of these weapons sooner. So these are things that maybe Duck Motif wants to kind of utilize in order to be more successful in this next game.
And you know I'm a fan of Undertow Rainmaker. You've got the Horseshoe of Doom that you can take after you get through that left-hand side pedestal, can wrap around that uninkable area and make it through. Or you could just take that slight ramp and make sure you can get as much as possible. Cater, as far as weapon changes that we might see, especially on Duck Motif's side, where they're choosing this stage intentionally, anything that you think they might go to, or do you think it's going to be par for the course?
I think it definitely could stay the same, but because actually I'm going to call attention to our mode here, Rainmaker, I believe that is the ranked mode that prompts the most weapon changes for our teams here. We could see the Dapple Dualies come out. We could see an Ink Vac come out. Those are ones that are to show up a lot in this mode. Ooh, we are going to see an Ink Vac come out on the side of Hypernova. And I just switch over to that Big Swig roller as well. So Ink Vac on both sides, Red Shell on the Big Swig for the Ink Vac on the side of Duck Motif, and then Synapse also bringing out those Dapple Dualies. That is what's going to provide the tactical for them. We also see Hypernova switching over to the Gold Dynamo Roller, as well as the Splatter Scopes. That is the Ink Vac of their choice. So a lot of weapon switches on their side.
Yeah, for Duck Motif, this is otherwise a very unassuming composition. You've got the Splat Dualies, you've got the Snipe Rider that just went down alongside two others, so that is going to be absolute carnage as the wipeout comes through Milana. That's going to give Hypernova a pretty easy first checkpoint here.
And they do dunk it onto that first checkpoint mark, Fling King dropping that Rainmaker exactly where they wanted to, and all members of Hypernova still up to be able to make a push, but specials coming out from Duck Motif. We see that Killer Whale, we saw a Crab Tank, we see the Ink Vac all coming out to try to stop this push from moving any farther forward. 2 down on the side of Hypernova with the Rainmaker reset, which is going to be advantageous to Duck Motif as they are considering creating a push from here.
Yeah, the Ink Vac, of course, not one-dimensional, certainly can use it either for defense or offense, as we see the Splatter Scope setting up shop right in mid. Synapse able to get the trade. They were low for a good portion of that, as Kai falling back to pick up the Rainmaker. Typically your anchor or supporting player will be the one to pick that up. They do not have any current specials, but they do have, it looks like, just enough Cater despite the Ink Vac to get that checkpoint themselves.
So now both these teams have fallen the checkpoint, though. Ooh, that is 3 down for Hypernova right there. Huge opportunity for Duck Motif to bring this forward and take the lead. Vexen just taking this all the way up to the pedestal, pretty much uncontested, going down before they can get it, but that is all the way down to the single-digit 6. That was practically a cakewalk for them to get all the way up there, and now that sets the bar so much higher for Hypernova. They have to get that or higher in order to win this game, but Mirage starting this off with a nice, smooth snipe on the Splatter Scope and looking for a second as well. The teammates coming in to help them. The Rainmaker resetting to get that out of the precarious position they found it in, and the bubble ready, and the jumps coming out. All of these specials, it is looking good for Hypernova.
Yeah, practically a deja vu moment there as we see multiple go down right in tandem with the Rainmaker shield falling here. Red Shell with just a speck of HP getting out for just a moment, falling right beside the Rainmaker. It's a 1v1 practically, as Flinking just going to sit right behind this Rainmaker shield, use this super jump Milana and get out of dodge to retain their life so they can regroup with their team.
Yeah, regrouping is going to be the strategy that both teams are actually going to be kind of working towards, because remember, in Splatoon, there are power in numbers, and if you have a numbers advantage, you certainly do have an advantage when it comes to interactions with the enemies. So right here, the Rainmaker is going to have a small reset, but really both teams are going to have to kind of work together to figure out how to move this Rainmaker, but it's going to be difficult because, as we see, there are players down on both teams at any point in time. So if they're waiting for the perfect moment, maybe the perfect moment might not exist, and maybe Hypernova is just going to have to concentrate on pushing that Rainmaker as far as they can to try and beat that 6 point, the 54 point deficit that Duck Motif has made for them.
And Synapse was not wasting any moment. They're wasting a little bit of their potential there as they get 2 down. Flinking essentially just playing hide and go seek behind this low wall here, dodging around and seeing if they can regroup with their team. They do have 2 specials online, and Henlo is going to use the big bubbler. They get a pick there on the Caden. They're looking for a second one, and it does look like they're going to take this left-hand side path. That typically is the more preferred path, but they go right. They actually dodge around, so it's a distraction, and Flinking has it approved. They get to 7 and can't make it. The wipeout, they pick it up, they take the lead, and they go down at 1. Cater, it is back and forth, not quite the knockout, and Duck Motif has a minute left to respond.
Hello is still here, jumping to Flinking. There is still presence for Hypernova. Flinking hopping around, trying to avoid those killer whales. And I think with the 2 members there going of Hypernova, Duck Motif finally plays cleanup, and the Rainmaker resets, but all the way to 1. That is very nearly a knockout, and that means that Duck Motif has to knock out in our next 37 seconds plus overtime if they want to take back this game. They are I was going to say they had the ink back, but unfortunately they do not any longer. Coming back though with tacticooler benefits means that they don't have to bring that up and recharge it, but these super chumps are going to make it so much more difficult as they have to spend energy getting rid of all of this more orange paint. Kai has to back up on this top part here and does get sniped out by Mirage, who is showing no mercy in the very end. Dodging those whales does go down themselves, but it is 1 member up for Duck Motif as we head into the last 3, 2, 1 seconds. No one on Duck Motif able to pick up that Rainmaker, though they get so close. And so after an incredible push again from Hypernova, even though Duck Motif, it felt like they had it for the majority of that match, Hypernova will take that 99-94.
Caden really wanted that hero moment. You could see they were set up with that 52. We've seen so many heroic plays from 52 gal players in particular, and they were trying desperately to get in a position where they could just pick up the Rainmaker to start that overtime. It is not as forgiving as some other overtimes like Clam Blitz, where you can have some members of your team go down and then jump back in. And Milana, I think a tough sequence even before Caden was trying that as well, where they had the big swig and Cater called out that they lost the big swig. They went down, they had the tactical rebuff, they come back up, they have the ink vac at the ready, and then they get taken down again before they can really make use of it. So that's a big defensive weapon gone for when they're trying to make that offensive push.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's exactly why Red Shell switched off of Ink Brush or Octobrush to be the Big Swig roller, because the Big Swig was providing that Ink Vac coverage for the Rainmaker. So having lost that defensive, that defensive tactic, it made it much easier for Hypernova to make that defense and prevent Caden from being able to pick up that Rainmaker. Because hypothetically, if you were able to proc that that Ink Vac and Caden was able to use that, there was probably a good chance that Caden would be able to make it to that Rainmaker to at least touch it and, initiate the overtime clock. So that just was really well timed and well thought out for Hypernova.
And Cater, to your point, these 2 games have gone very similarly, where it's looked as though Duck Motif has been in the driver's seat for a large portion of the game, and then Hypernova shifts it to the 7th gear somewhere in the middle, gets a huge push or retains the objective for a huge portion of time, and then just plays a little bit of defense at the end, and that's a winning formula for them.
It feels like they're charging up energy throughout the match for one large push at the very end that makes it all work out. But honestly, I think that for them, it is a matter of picking and choosing what opportunities they really want to commit to. Like, it is difficult to hold defense for a long period of time. Duck Motif, for those last two matches, they have a great start, but then because they can't get all the way to that knockout, they are forced to hold the defensive line for so long. And eventually, Hypernova just keeps on pushing at it and finds the cracks in the defense, finds that one opportunity, that 3 down, that wipeout situation that they can use to fully surge forward and take advantage of. And being primed to do that and ready to do that at any moment means that they waste absolutely no time when the opportunity is presented. They have that team synergy, they know what they want and need to do, and so no time is wasted figuring that out when the opportunity presents itself.
Well, Milana, Hypernova has picked and chosen Tower Control as the mode. We haven't seen that one today. Let's go ahead and take a look at the rules for Tower Control as a mode.
Yeah, so tower control, we have a tower, as per the name. You are expected to jump on the tower, and as you stand on the tower will move towards checkpoints. As it reaches a checkpoint, you do have to wait a little bit of time to be able to break the checkpoints, and if the team is able to make the tower go into the enemy base and pass that last checkpoint or hit the last checkpoint, they will result in a knockout. If neither team makes it to the end, the team that makes it closest to the end will be deemed the winner.
And Milana, we're going to an old friend here. It is going to be Tower Control on Inkbot Art Academy. Not surprising, but this is Duck Motif's, regardless, last chance this match to choose the stage. What do you think of this pick from them?
Yeah, I think it's a very vanilla pick. I think it works really well for a lot of, competitive teams. It is formulaic in the way that everyone is so well practiced on this specific stage and mode. So I think it is a good choice, but you do have to be really careful after you hit that first checkpoint and you pass it. It can be kind of a runaway if you don't play a good defense against the opponents as they're pushing. So it is something that both teams have to keep an eye out for, and especially for Duck Motif, since it is their last opportunity to stay in the winner's side of this bracket.
Only Hagglefish Market even comes close to pick so far through our first 2 weeks of top 8 for Tower Control. This is the leader with 4 instances, Cater. As far as weapon compositions, you mentioned Rainmaker facilitates a lot of swaps. Are we going to see a hefty swap back to more of what we saw in game 1 or something completely new?
I do think that we'll see those weapons come back. A lot of the times the ink vac weapon picks are specifically for Rainmaker to have that ink vac. So, and also funnily enough, the Dapple dualies also seem to come out on Rainmaker very often. So I wouldn't be surprised if Signup swaps off of those, although they are a strong weapon in their own right. So wouldn't be terribly surprised to see them. So I'm expecting a swap off, but a sticking to them wouldn't be jaw dropping for me. I'm actually very excited to see how the Dynamo Roller functions here, seeing as we've seen it the past 2 games. I would be surprised if it goes away at this point, especially with how many ledges there are. You have the 2 stacks on the side of the middle of the stage, and then you also have the verticality going up into the sort of platform area, and then behind that, the battlements, or usually it's abbreviated to bats, is a very important part of the stage to take control of, because that allows you to have control of the plat area that the tower often goes through. And that is usually the first line of defense for the defending team when you are trying to advance and aggress and take control of that plat area. You want to also have control of the bats so that the opposing team doesn't have the high ground and the advantage on you.
Kind of feels like, how open do you want to play with the Dynamo Roller? Because to your point, you can hang out on the walls, you can kind of hide behind, sort of right peek behind those 2 boxes, or you can fling the ink over the boxes if you want. And also the checkpoints, you're going to have the tower stopping at specifically known and marked areas, and there are going to be specials likely brought on both sides that are meant for both, again, the offense and defensive part of either getting through those checkpoint or stopping them before they clear that entire checkpoint. Because once you you've cleared a checkpoint in full, you no longer have to worry about it the next time you push. So let's see if Hypernova can pull off the sweep on Duck Motif. We're here with tower control on Inkblot Art Academy. Milana, what are you seeing composition-wise?
Yeah, so we do see that return back to the Octobrush from Red Shell with the Inkstorm. Inkstorm is a great special to use to be able to create distance between yourselves and whatever you throw the Inkstorm at. And like Kater mentioned, we didn't really expect to see very much change coming from Hypernova, but that gold dynamo coming out is going to do some wonders as well.
Yeah, not only the Inkstorm, but you're going to have the beacons as well. And although this is not a huge stage, it is going to allow you to get back into the fray much quicker than you might otherwise without having to jump to a teammate. They're reaching right near as we see a nice flick there from Henlo. That's kind of their MO, just hanging around, seeing who they can get. And Kater, Hypernova not too worried about the tower. They're just kind of poking it. They're waiting maybe for a couple of picks before they actually get fully started.
Usually that's how tower control matches on Inkblot Art Academy go, is you have a little bit of a neutral play where both these teams figure each other out, as Hypernova does put down a lot of this blue turf, and the Chumps helping with it as well. A splat going onto flanking, but Henlo coming to avenge their teammate. And again, like you said, hanging around with this Mint Decavitator, such a powerful weapon, and with range longer than you might expect it to. Vexen on this high ground here, pulling out the Crab Tank to push out members of Hypernova, but getting jumped on by Synapse all the way from the left there, who does pop the killer whales and jumps back a little bit. Kai is also using their range to look over their teammates and try and get some more paint on the ground, but Red Shell unfortunately gets shot down, and that first checkpoint again, Hypernova gets right back to it. But the combination of these Chumps and this bubble, it does fall, and now, like you said, they don't have to worry about waiting in this place for future pushes.
Yeah, Henlo, I think good timing there, although they will go down. They wait for their Snipe Rider to get with them and then uses a big bubbler before advancing forward. That will likely be the end of the push for Hypernova as they do lose 3. Caden trying to see if they can track down the last surviving member. Red Shell, meanwhile, putting down one of those beacons, hoping that it's out of the way enough to make sure that it's not spotted. And this is ideally, I think, Milana, somewhere on high ground where you want to use this Crab Tank, somewhere that you have good visibility, but can't be flanked like they were the last time they used it.
Yeah, so you want to, prop yourself up on a tower, on a ledge, on a box. And it really gives you a little bit of cover as well, because as you are in a crab tank, you really are only weak from the back. So if you are up on a ledge, it becomes a little bit easier to defend yourself. But that does result in a lead for Duck Motif here, and they are not stopping. They are past checkpoint 2, and this is where it can really run away, Zach.
Yeah, we saw the dance of the 52 there. That was so close. As we saw Hypernova go down just a little bit. They're now getting to this final checkpoint very soon. They do have the tactical rebuff, and it looks like they're going to be moving forward, flanking, trying to stay on the high ground, but they are being accosted, not just by the Inkstorm, but fully taken down. Mirage falls as well. Kai, brave enough to get on top of the tower, but they will fall to Henlo, so that will do it. However, just 2 minutes left to go. Henlo has built up another big bubbler here, Kater, and they're not even waiting to use it on the tower. They're just using it to get picks and retain control in mid here.
Smack dab in the middle of this stage, and it works out for them getting those couple of assists. That means that Duck Motif has to take some time to recover. The Tacticooler is out and ready for them, so that will provide a movement boost as they get ready to go back into mid. But Hypernova has taken this opportunity to surge forward and put down a lot of that paint. Not quite in control of the plat area just yet, as Caden on this 52 makes sense of that. But that is very suddenly 3 down for Duck Motif. We do see Mirage jumping out here. I think Hypernova's not quite a play on that immediately, and so we're just going to see a little bit more defensive play from them, but that does make it a lot easier for them to sit back here. Henlo again, one more bubble. We're waiting on that one, and that's the only special that they have right now. It will be popped onto that tower.
Feels like half the time we spectate a member of Hypernova, they're easily below half health and sometimes below 10% health, and they're playing their lives. It does look like they are trying to be more defensive, but at some point that will have to shift offensively. It will not be now, as they lose both their 52 and their Mint Decavitator, and Duck Motif threatening to extend their lead. At the very least, they're keeping this tower on the wrong side for Hypernova so that they can't make a push as easily, and in fact, they're extending their lead. Kai bodying around at this pillar in mid. The crab tank comes out from Vexen, who falls back, has a good sightline, and that's going to be 3 down. Everybody but Vexen falls. So Milana, maybe a chance here for Hypernova to get this one back and potentially into overtime.
And what we do see here is that most of the stage, even though Duck Motif was making moves, most of the stage is already blue, which means that Hypernova does have that turf advantage, and it's going to be a little bit easier for them to move forward and maybe hide as they continue to make this push happen. The big bubbler coming out, not really doing very much right here. Kaden hiding behind this corner, another horseshoe of doom, might I presume, and Kaden grabbing that tower, allowing Duck Motif to hold on to their lead and stay in the winner's bracket.
So there will not be a sweep in our first match here, as Duck Motif is going to pick up their first game on Hypernova, cutting the deficit in half. And Cater, we did not end up seeing that sort of hero push from Hypernova that we had seen in the previous 2 games. About midway through that one, Duck Motif kept the pressure on pretty consistently.
Yeah, that I think is the huge difference between them, is that Duck Motif was continuing to be on the aggressive side, continuing to, like you said, keep that tower on the wrong side of the map, still pushing forward instead of almost waiting in mid for Hypernova to come and set the tone of the game. When they were consistently making those moves and being the ones to dictate the pace that the match was going at, Hypernova had to keep up with that instead of, really playing their own tune. And so in the end, though Hypernova tried to make that hero push, I think they didn't have enough time nor enough resources, and unfortunately had the push was a little bit scrappier than the last 2 that we saw from them, and it just didn't work out in the end.
Well, Milana, we only have 2 modes left, and Game 4's mode has already been selected. It'll be Clam Blitz, of course, seeing it for the first time here. Let's get into the rules for how Clam Blitz is played.
Yeah, Clam Blitz, my favorite mode.
Oh, mine too.
Yeah, nice. It's everyone's favorite mode, really. So the purpose of Clam Blitz is you are expected to collect 8 clams. When you have 8 clams in your possession, it will turn into a power clam. You will use this power clam to break open your basket on the enemy side of the stage. With that, you are able to toss in both small clams and power clams in order to take down the score. Your goal is to get the score to 0, but if neither team makes it to 0, the team that makes it closest to 0 will also be deemed the winner.
Now, Cater, we've talked, in past events about how Game 4 is a pivotal time, especially to be picking the mode, because you're essentially picking the mode between the 2 left for both Game 4 and Game 5 if it happens, if necessary. So with the stage pool being increased to 12, you're even maybe further diluting the choice or the possibility there for the team that ended up losing. So Hypernova kind of on the back foot here. It does look like we're going to Museum to Alfonsina for Clam Blitz, and at least for me, that's no stranger of a pairing.
Not for me either. Clam Blitz Museum is definitely something that is very common here in our competitive scene. I believe that does favor if we want to see something like the E-Leader come out, the Museum is definitely a stage that favors those longer range weapons. I think the Dynamo can also really do some damage here. I mean, I know I've talked a lot about it, but the sheer area that weapon commands is just so intimidating. A lot of Museum is really taking control of those key areas, not even just by forceful picks, but just having the threat of a weapon like the Snipe Rider, like the Either, like even the Dynamo that can put out so much turf. But of course, I mean, Milana, you did talk about this earlier, there are ways to circumvent the threat of those slower weapons, whether it's by some sneaky, more aggressive plays, or don't know if we talked about this yet, but there are a lot of specials that can do displacement, like those whales, like those missiles, like those chumps even, that force the slower, longer ranged weapons to move or risk being threatened.
And we've seen a couple of specials that have seen success in Clam Blitz so far. We saw the Booyah Bomb earlier. You talked about, Cater, the Super Chumps and how you can kind of lock down an area and distract the enemy team by having them focus on that. Because if you leave them to their own devices, that's 60 damage that can hit you at a moment's notice. And even if one gets you, that's a significant amount of HP loss. So let's see for Game 4 if we have a Game 5 forced by Duck Motif or if Hypernova can close us out. Milana. I already see a return to one weapon in the Stickers Splatana Stamper and a Comet's Octobrush on the other side of things.
Yeah, that Comet's Octobrush bringing a Kraken Royale, which could definitely give you a little bit of spacing and help to be able to, like you mentioned, Cater, displace the enemies from their perches, so that you can work with your team to kind of move up. And that was just a really unfortunate crab tank right there, I think, hitting a coincidental bomb there, which is going to, prevent them from being able to kind of use that in any way. But, with 3 down on Hypernova, Duck Motif also with 2 down, really both teams have not too much of the clams economy really under their belt. So even with these picks under their belt, they're going to have to kind of worry about how many clams they are going to be bringing before they worry about that first push.
Yeah, Hypernova doing everything they could to survive there, and Duck Motif kind of had that stalwart mindset as they send Red Shell forward on this Kraken Royale. Doesn't really seem to have or find a target, at least not until it runs out, when they run into a Splatana Stamper that will ultimately help to take them out. That is going to be Hypernova committing this tactical Cater. That usually means that a push is nigh. They, of course, will need the clams to back it up, though.
And though holding some clans and getting tossed another by a teammate there. Unfortunately going down, dropping all of those clams. So economy goes back down to 1 and 2 respectively. So I believe the push has at least stalled, if not stopped for a while. More picks coming out from both sides. Hypernova now in possession of a lot of those clams. 12, count them, 12, with Mirage holding on to this power clam. Not uncommon to have your anchor player hold on to that until it is time for that push. And then you can see it juggled between more of those players, because for those more aggressive players, having a large target on their back is a huge disadvantage in fights. We've got the Booyah Bomb coming out, and with this and also Mirage's presence over mid and getting that pick on Vexen, even though Red Shell's up in this Kraken. Okay, I was gonna say something about how that it's great for Hypernova to have presence, but Red Shell is coming out here and proving me wrong. Duck Motif now the ones in control of mid, though having 2 down, gonna make that more difficult as Red Shell has to use this pull for shelter.
Yeah, Red Shell certainly redeeming their last Kraken Royale, and Mirage and Flinking are kind of playing best buds forever up here on the high ground, but at some point you have to press the advantage. Hypernova has gotten a sizable amount of control in mid here, so this might be the start as we see Mirage holding on to the power claim. They're going to get a pick on to Caden and trying to create a path forward for their team. The defense, though, for Duck Motif is Vexen's Crab Tank. They do see one, and they get them very low. They'll have the help of their team to take them down. The dodge is going to be so critical in allowing them to survive. Fling King going out, but again, Milana, we come back to a more stalemate time.
It is a stalemate, but, Hypernova is still in a great position to push. They have that Booyah Bomb for a little bit of cover. The Stamper is moving up as well. They do get a wipeout on Duck Motif. This is going to be the opportunity they were looking for. Score ticking down already to 56. They're going to be looking for more clams to be able to keep this basket open, but Duck Motif already back. This may be the end of the push.
Yeah, Caden just with not enough range in order to get the pick. Of course, you do scare off Hypernova, but that is going to be the tie broken and lead lost there as Hypernova is going to start to take control of this game. They are still sitting on the Killer Whale as well. Red Shell going to survive it with the Kraken Royale, and that's been a useful tool for them. I've noticed the Octobrush so much about mobility, and that extends, of course, Peter, to the Kraken Royale. Same thing to a lesser extent with the Crab Tank, where you give yourself additional range where you might not otherwise have it, and a little bit more survivability.
I mean, speaking of mobility, look at that move where they're swimming up the side and then of the box and then Squid rolling onto the plat. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do anything with that, but having mobility tips and tricks like that can really open up a lot of avenues for players. We're headed into our last minute right now, Flinking up in the sky, so much paint coming out, and we see another Kraken coming out from Red Shell here. This is pretty much the do whatever I want button that this Octobrush absolutely loves to have. It does run out, and they get punished for it just a little bit too far forward. Hypernova holding strong on the defense right now, but Duck Motif is carrying that clam. Kaden, with the help of the Splash Wall, able to bring that in. Not a lot of clams right now, but they are getting thrown up. Red Shell all the way on the top here, uncontested, throwing in 2 and holding on to that last one to try and keep the basket open for longer, but they are the only one alive. Having more clams, getting a couple more in, but 71 is unfortunately not enough to stand up to the pace of 56 that was set earlier by Hypernova, so we are going to see overtime as that pity clam does spawn for Duck Motif.
It was a nice toss, a nice extension of the basket, but it is just not enough. And there is a discrepancy in Clams held. Hypernova with 15, not needing to extend that lead, just trying to take as many away from Duck Motif as possible. This would send Duck Motif down to the loser's portion of the bracket as Kai holding on to that power clam. The Booyah Bomb comes out on the left-hand side. They're going to lose their 52 gal pretty early, so 4v3, now 3v3. They have an avenue. They're going to have to dodge the Dynamo Roll. They might have rolled into the crushing animation. That might not have even been a flick, and it ends like that. Hypernova holding it down on Museum de Alfonsino, and Milana, they will take the match 3-1, sending Duck Motif down to losers.
But you know, this whole game that we just watched, it was such a back and forth, and you know, neither team really made such a significant push until maybe about halfway, even past the halfway mark of the game. So you know, and just like, kind of to build off of that as well, we saw a couple of knockouts as we went through this match, but most of the games were definitely back and forth. So, you know, like we mentioned, the score doesn't really show everything. And I think that even though, you know, Hypernova was the 4th seed and Duck Motif was the 7th seed, I think they were able to kind of go toe-to-toe for at least most of those games. So I thought it was, you know, good Splatooning.
Yeah, Cater, it's what you expect from your sort of 3v6 and 4v5 matches there. You want it to be close, and I would expect, you know, a strong performance from Duck Motif, who has the experience and the pedigree in the Splatoon 3 North American League, to come back and really put some, you know, strong performances on the board. Anything in particular stand out as how Hypernova was able to sort of maintain control of that match overall?
I think Museum Clams games especially can have this stalematey feel to them, where both teams are really they're too stubborn to budge underneath the pressure of the other team, but also don't want to push and invest too many resources in it. And I think just Hypernova being able to create that situation with the wipeout, and then they had so many clams already that all of those small clams immediately win it. I mean, we saw that score drop from 100 to 56, and I would say maybe 5 or 10 seconds. Like, the ability to drop the score that quickly and then before Duck Motif even respawns to come out and play cleanup is eventually what led them to be able to have that push that was of a game-winning degree, because Duck Motif did have a similar push, but they didn't have enough clams on them, had to go out back into the mid of the stage and get more, and by that time Hypernova had already respawned and were defending.
Well, we'll take a look at our bracket now following our first match of the day. Winners for quarterfinals is concluded. Milky Way with a 3-0 sweep over Lovely. That was not the only sweep we saw, as FT Win is going to send 37 Handsome Boys down to losers top 8 with a 3-0 victory of their own. Heelbook taking down Forfeit 3-1 in the other match that we did not get to see. So that will be Milky Way taking on Heelbook, and FT Win taking on Hypernova in losers semifinals. And it does look, Milana, like our next match in winners semis that we'll look at is going to be our first look at the day at Milky Way, as well as Heelbook, who was able to take down the higher seed in Forfeit.
Yeah, I'm actually really personally excited for this set because, you know, Milky Way, always a fan favorite. Obviously, we saw the season standings earlier. They are literally at the top of the game. So they are, so far, the kings of the castle. So we're going to have to see if Heelbook can take them down. And we've seen some of the players on Heelbook play in the last season of the North American League. Specifically, I've got my eye on JJ. JJ is an incredible Brella player, not Brush. Both Bs, not the same weapon. Brella player. And, you know, I feel like Brella has kind of made a little bit of a resurgence in competitive Splatoon, but, you know, it's still a little bit of an off-kilter pick. So anytime I get to see Brella gameplay, makes me happy.
Cater, some big ladder match wins for Heelbook today. They win 2-0 over Duck Motif, 2-0 over Hypernova, 2-0 over CS, and 2-0 over SZA, and lose on one of their only losses, 2 on the day in ladder, was 0-2 to Milky Way. In fact, their only time getting swept today. What do they need to do maybe with that composition to sort of rewrite the script a little bit and really take Milky Way to as long of a match as we can?
I mean, you said that they've got a lot of great wins. I think that really sets the stage for them to be able to do well here. Milky Way are only team that did not drop a single set in our ladder stage. So, of course, it almost feels like a reigning champion versus up-and-coming force sort of way. Unstoppable force versus immovable object. But I think Heelbook being able to beat so many other teams that we see in our top 8 overall or our top 8 today shows flexibility and ability to adapt to different play styles that they'll go up against. A lot of these teams are well established and, like you said, returning from previous seasons or other tournaments, so these players have interacted with each other before. They learn how their teams work. They learn what are the quirks, what they prefer, and so if Heelbook can figure those things out, they can find the cracks in Milky Way's play style and use that to their advantage.
Well, Milana, we've seen the mode before, so we won't go over the rules again, but Splat Zones is going to be where we start. That's going to be, of course, Milky Way's choice. And then the stage pick going to be Urchin Underpass. So we got to take a look at Undertow earlier. What do you think about Urchin Underpass for Splat Zones?
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting pick. I think maybe it's like one of those strategic moves where now we don't get to pick Urchin Underpass for like a turf war if that ever came up, because that seems to be a popular pick, right? So I don't know, maybe it's like a brain game, but we have seen Milky Way play this specific stage and mode before. I expect maybe that we might see that double backline comp that we have seen in previous week where Ice has opted to go with the heavy splatling, and maybe Q opts to stick with that Snipe Rider. So I don't know. We'll see how they kind of go about this.
Yeah, Q pretty notably on the Snipe Rider 5H almost all of the time. You know, last season saw a little bit of them on the mini Splatling, specifically on this stage. So who knows if we could see it here. Also, I think at least once on the ZNF Splatter Scope. So that could be an interesting weapon to see. But likely with Milky Way, what you see is what you get. Whereas Cater with Heelbook, you know, we have the Brella and otherwise pretty consistent composition between a Slosher, a Blaster, and a Snipe Rider.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we did talk about the Brellas. JJ has both the Tentabrella and Sorella Brella as part of their weapon pool, and those can play pretty differently. I mean, Tentabrella being this slow, very powerful beast of a weapon, pretty much a brick wall that you have to get through, and when paired in tandem with some other maybe like sharky weapons or very powerful fast in and out weapons can really be devastating. Whereas I think that Sorella Brella, honestly, I feel is even more of a niche pick than Tentabrella. I think you see it especially in combination with a lot of other weapons, or you have players that really make it their whole deal that they play Tent. Sorella Brella, I feel, is kind of a slept-on pick. We don't really see it or talk about it a lot, but it has really come into the spotlight recently. So I think the Brellas and the usage of them is going to be a very important tool, especially like playing against a Brella is so different from playing against any other weapon class, really, because they have a portable "you can't hit me" button, and you have to figure out how to time around it. Also, bombs and other explosive will detonate on contact with the shield, and that, similar to a splash wall or the Rainmaker barrier, and that can cause a lot of issues if timed correctly. Like I've seen in past where a well-meant bomb combining with the shield causes some issues.
Yeah, we saw that in one of the first games that we got to spectate, that Rainmaker, where twice we saw the Rainmaker shield explode and take down multiple different Inklings and Octolings along the way. Very similar principle. And Milana, I like that we're seeing this kind of consistent basis of, okay, 3 of the weapons that you're going to get on a certain composition, you probably know what they are. You've seen them quite a bit. And then you have this kind of 4th wild card that doesn't get picked up a lot, or is maybe newer to the meta, that, you know, we're still figuring out the best ways to use it, where it's going to get played, or maybe they've been playing it for so long. So I'm super excited to see if we have any of that as we take a look at game 1 of our winners semifinal. Shout out to Czar, as always, on the spec cam. Gonna take a look at Milky Way here and their composition. And now, Milana, what are you seeing with these two compositions?
is that a tri-stringer I see coming out from Q? I don't know if I've ever seen Q pull out a tri-stringer, but we do see that double backline comp that I kind of predicted earlier, Ice on that heavy splat lane, whereas Q not unexpectedly taking out a tri-stringer as well, which I think is incredible and always such a fun time to see. So I'm looking forward to seeing how she kind of utilizes this.
Ice as well on the heavy splat lane, so they're going to be providing that sort of backline pressure as well as the ink output that they have. Healbook, though, going to be the one to take over the zone. For how large this stage is, Cater, the zone deceptively not very large.
It is so small compared to the hike that you have to take to get all the way up here. JJ does get the pick on Brand going down themselves. Q having to back all the way up here, being the only one currently alive on Milky Way. Len is going to give chase and get the pick with this blaster in the flow aura now and taking over this area, this plat for Healbook. They are in a great position to intercept other members of Milky Way that will want to come back down. JJ popping the Ink Jet and getting a pick off of it. You can see forcing Ice to go all the way back into this corner. Healbook passing that 50 mark on the points. They are in a great spot right now, continuing to hold on to this zone.
Yeah, how about that for a special we don't get to see very often? The Ink Jet, it's kind of a sitting duck in the air as we see Lynn get a nice splat there onto Brand. Looking for a second, just does not have the range. JJ looking to give chase and just trying to chase anyone down with the help of that wave breaker. That will be the assistant. I'm not sure that Milky Way has time to get back in. We're into the single digits now. Adapt, applying pressure with that tri-slosher, and they will retain the zone, get it right back. And how's that for a surprise, Milana? Milky Way not able to get it back. And Healbook taking game one away from them.
I'm honestly like, you know, I love the underdog. I love the underdog story. So, you know, I think it's awesome that Healbook was able to take that game off of Milky Way. And like we mentioned, Milky Way went undefeated in the latter portion of this tournament. So we know that Healbook also lost 0-2 to Milky Way as well. So seeing this comeback, I think, is just so incredible. And I think I just wanted to point out, every time that we were watching somebody on Healbook, there was always somebody else, another teammate next to them. So they were really utilizing these this advantageous numbers and being able to take out a lot of the key members of Milky Way, like Brand, like Jared. So without Brand and Jared being our aggressors for that team, it's really hard for Ice and Q to kind of move forward and establish their position in the center of the stage by the zone. So, you know, they were getting the picks, the members of Healbook were getting the picks that they needed, and they were getting it when they needed to as well. So I thought it was just so immaculately played, honestly.
So Cater, not only is there now not a team that Healbook has played today that they haven't taken at least a game off of, but whereas Milky Way, who was the higher seed, got to choose the mode for game one, the pendulum or the onus now goes over to Healbook for that mode selection, and they've gone with Rainmaker. So as we await the stage, now I think Milky Way may be in a position they didn't think they'd have to be in, where they're now scrambling to try and pick a stage. I'm hearing that it might be a return to Museum de Alfonsino.
Oh, okay. So back at Museum, but I believe you said we're playing Rainmaker, so
yes.
Not complete deja vu, though I'm not surprised. Museum Rainmaker is another relatively common combination of stage and mode that we've got here. And now, I know that we've talked about Milky Way going undefeated. I do want to make it clear that up until now, they had not dropped a single game. Not only their matches, but they had gone 2-0 in every single set in ladder, and they went 3-0 in their set before that we saw, I believe. So Healbook taking that first game, and in such a, I would say, a decisive manner, especially in that latter half in the game where Milky Way was continuously trying to get back into the zone and Healbook was meeting them with a wall of defense every time. This has got to feel great for Healbook. And like you said, Milky Way in a position that maybe they didn't really anticipate or see themselves in, that they're in for the first time in this tournament, where they're actually on the back foot with the set starting off with at Healbook's pace and not theirs.
And Healbook certainly no slouch either. In fact, all of their wins in ladder, they did not drop a single game and just dropped the one in winners quarterfinals to make it to this point. So with this being a best of five, Milana, you get a little bit more of an expanded view. The mistakes maybe not as critical as in a best of three situation, but still with Rainmaker, we know how hectic of a mode it can be. So they're going to have to be on their toes.
Yeah, they're going to have to play fast and furious. And, you know, as we're getting into this next game, we're going to see how Milky Way decides to change up the strategy, maybe to counteract what exactly happened in that last game. So let's see what we have here.
This is a little bit more of a familiar look, at least on the Milky Way side of things. We're seeing Ice go back over to that Forged Splattershot Pro, and Cater, Prosper going to be selecting the Jet Squelcher as their Ink Vac weapon of choice. And not only are they running some Object Shredder, but plenty of special charge up in order to get that Ink Vac as quickly as possible.
Oh yeah, I feel like we haven't really talked about the specifics of what that Ink Vac offers, though I keep saying that it is so common here. I mean, the idea of being able to just suck away every projectile that is in a certain area is very, very valuable when you have a weapon that is so much almost a sitting duck as the Rainmaker. It's got a weight class of its own, so heavy as it is, and it takes a while to charge up that shot, so being able to just swim forward with no qualms is very, very useful. Though Milky Way is first to pick up the Rainmaker here, Healbook will pop this bubbler and take control over the area around it, though they are being slowly but surely pushed out. Though Adapt on the Stride Slasher gets a great pick on Jared. Ice coming in to secure the splat on them, though, and pulling out the Booyah Bomb. The Vac not quite coming out in time to eat that projectile, but Prosper is still piloting it nonetheless.
Yeah, as many people know, I love the Tri-Slosh Niveau, and it's kind of a mix of playstyles between you're trying to ink as much turf as you possibly can, but at the same time, you have moments where you're trying to shark around, you're trying to be very sneaky. We saw that play there. We see them get a pick as a result, and now Prosper trying to use their range to stay out of the range of some of the shorter weapons that Milky Way has. They're going to use that Ink Vac now, and it will be Healbook picking up the Rainmaker. JJ not quite able to secure the pick as they sort of back up a little bit. They'll hang on to the Rainmaker. They will not quite pick it up yet, and it seems to pay off because Milana, this is not really going Healbook's way.
No, it's not. I think they're waiting for that perfect moment to be able to move the Rainmaker and together with everybody. But sometimes in Rainmaker, we have to consider that it may never be a perfect moment to be able to move that Rainmaker forward, and especially against a team as strong as Milky Way. So, you know, right now with 2 minutes left, or sorry, 2 minutes down from the clock, really the Rainmaker has not left the center of the stage, and it really still could be anybody's game here. But Q making that first jump and not quite making it to the checkpoint, however. So as we know on this stage, it is not a very safe push if you make it to that first checkpoint. So they're going to need to make a little bit more of a strong push here. 3 down on Milky Way. This could be an opportunity for Healbook.
Yeah, would you expect a Tri-Slosh Niveau to typically hang out where the Charger players do? No, but it pays off right there as they shark around, and that allows JJ to push the Rainmaker forward and be the first team to get that pedestal down. And they're not done yet. JJ going to expend the Ultra Stamp with that Splatana Wiper. Will go down shortly after, and Jared has the defense there with the Crab Tank peeking around this cushion, but it's kind of going both ways. Len going to fall as well. Healbook going to pick up the Rainmaker after all, and Jared using these dodges. We've seen how well it works out for them. They kind of play do-si-do, though, with the Rainmaker. Jared goes one way, the Rainmaker another, and Cater, that will be the lead for Healbook as Ice tries to respond.
I think JJ expected that Rainmaker to meet more resistance going through, and that's why they opted to go around the other side, or maybe they thought the Rainmaker was going to go that direction. Either way, that is lead for Healbook by a pretty good margin. We're heading into the last minute 40 right now, and Adapt is making another push, has to back off because of these tri-strikes behind that Vac that Prosper is carrying. Shot goes out and Prosper falls. Meanwhile, Adapt is stuck in this Rainmaker free zone and eventually goes down, leading to a wipeout in favor of Milky Way. This is the opportunity that they've been waiting for, but they have to take the time to carry this Rainmaker all the way, and they haven't broken that first checkpoint yet. Both of those things are going to cause a massive delay in their push. Jared is here on that Crab Tank, calling out a this way for the rest of their team. Prosper pops that Ink Vac, but we do see the cooler coming out. Jared avoiding that Ultra Stamp. That scared me. And the strikes come out in favor of Milky Way. 2 down now for Healbook. That make that 3. The Jet Sculpture the only one left, and this could be a flip of the lead. It is, with Milky Way taking it from Healbook by 2 points. We have just under a minute left, and now the tone has shifted. It is Healbook that has to go on the aggressive.
Definitely a decision that was made there, as far as you could keep attempting to force that lead, and I think multiple members of Milky Way saying, no, it's not worth it. We got what we came for. We're going to back out for now. Brand still pressing a little bit just to make sure that Healbook has to use more resources. They expend the big bubbler as a result, but they still lose 2. So they're going to have to regroup. JJ RJ with the Ultra Stamp trying to take down the Crab Tank does not really get the result that they wanted, and Jared still providing the pressure as well as having the tactical rebuff. So dodges out of the way cannot quite survive against Len, who lives with a spec until the Rainmaker has their way. Brand getting an important pick there, and that is going to be, I believe, them in the Flow Aura state. Ice hanging on to this Rainmaker just to make sure that Healbook can't get through. And although Milana, it's closer than you might think, Milky Way ties up this match at 1.
Yeah, Milky Way was able to get that really choice triple when they were making that push. And, you know, like we mentioned time and time again, it is about the splat. It's not just about the splats. It's about when you get the splats and who you splat. So having that triple, giving that space, and having the Rainmaker already in position to make that push gave Milky Way an advantage to be able to get the lead.
Cater, you made the point when we were looking at Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy about it's important on these somewhat smaller stages, and this one's kind of a maybe medium-sized stage, to really pick your battles and, you know, get those 2 or 3 down situations as opposed to just the one-offs before you push. And in looking at the push that got Milky Way to 33, they waited for that, but then still used a lot of resources, even though they still had to get that checkpoint, but they were still able to hang on to that pressure and keep pushing forward. How are they able to maintain constant momentum despite having that hurdle that they needed to get over?
Well, like you said, it's those resources, having the specials already in or building them up as you're in the push. I mean, sometimes the ink that you get while you're making the first half of the push is enough to fill up your gauge all the way, and you have a perfectly timed special that is popped instead of, or one that, hey, maybe you've been holding on to it for 30 seconds or more, just waiting for the right time to use it. Whichever one it is, those special weapons can really turn the tide of the battle, especially when you have teams that are as well matched as the roster that we have in top 8 here. The timing of those, and it feels really good, especially when you get it at the exact right moment to pop it and say, I am going to use this right now. I mean, they're called special weapons for a reason, but I think that was a huge part in the frankly long uphill battle that Milky Way had to go through to get past that checkpoint. I mean, I think starting from that far off in the corner of the stage, getting past that checkpoint as well, and then just continuing past that, it takes a lot of time and a lot of resources, and that's one of the longer Rainmaker pushes that I've actually seen maintained that whole way through.
So funny because you have things like the Big Bubbler that do not really deal damage but are still considered special weapons, if you will, and it is effectively you're weaponizing the ability to maintain a push or to lock down an area. And Milana, we're completing the sort of mode trifecta, if you will. We most commonly see, I think, Rainmaker and Tower Control and Splat Zones all together, but it is to a stage that we have hardly seen. In fact, this is only the second instance of it being played in top 8 so far, and that's Manta Maria.
Wow,
Ooh.
Manta Maria. You know, I kind of like sailing myself, so I think it's pretty cool that we're going to the boat. So Manta Maria is just such an interesting stage because we have those 2 platforms on either side of the stage that, you know, if you are able to kind of control that area, it gives you that height advantage. And additionally, it gives you, there's a lot of like walls that you can kind of utilize. So we've seen a lot of bucket players, they will probably use that coverage for their advantage. So there's a lot of like a lot of interesting paths that you can take on Manta Maria for sure.
Now, Cater, this is Healbook's stage pick, so we'll have to see what they're cooking up. There's no Stingray, of course, from Splatoon 2.
Oh, man, I missed
so we don't
that.
have to worry about that.
Hey, I was the one on the giving end of the Stingray, not the receiving end. I was that custom jet player that people did not want to fight against. So I have fond memories of it, but I'm sure a lot of other people do not.
Yeah, not as fond for them, as we do see some changes. Prosper going to be on the heavy splat lane. There's that Sorella Brella that was mentioned earlier, and a Blaster coming out from, it looks like, Milky Way to complement the Forge, the Snipe Rider, and the Splat Dually. So Len gonna benefit immediately from the tactical orb, but that does not do anything for your survivability if you fall into a pit. So that's gonna contribute to a 2-down situation for Healbook and Milana. Milky Way making the first push of the tower.
They certainly are. They are holding on to that tower, and like I mentioned, they are standing up top to try to kind of gain a little bit of space. They do break past that first checkpoint, adapt, holding on to a little bit of a height advantage, and not trying to drop down, because when you drop down, I think it makes it very difficult to kind of make a a strong defense. We see Q propping herself up in the center of the stage with that Snipe Rider, and I think this may be the end of the push for Milky Way for now, but you know, Tactic Cooler out from Healbook, they're looking to make a push here now.
It's so interesting, too, with the height discrepancies and the topography that this stage has, where teams opt to orient themselves. Healbook was on that top right. Jared now booking it down mid to try and catch any fleeing members of Healbook, as Milky Way will resume their push, but they're 2 down. They lose their Blaster and their Splat Julies and their Forge, so that's going to be a nice recovery from Healbook. Cater, some nice defense from a team that has not started their push yet, but maybe doesn't need multiple, just needs a really, really strong one push.
I like this positioning from JJ on the Inkjet here as well. Doesn't find anything but puts a lot of pressure and is able to use the Umbrella Canopy to shield from camps on the recall as well. Overall, just really good use of the weapon and the kit. Ooh, but we've got picks going off. That is 2 down for Healbook. Q putting out a this way as Adapt tries to make use of cut, but unfortunately falls there. You can see Jared just riding nicely on this tower, has the crab tank at the ready, a very valuable weapon in advancing the tower as Milky Way makes their way to that first checkpoint. This map being only, I believe, only... Are there 3 checkpoints here? Actually, I feel like I Mandela affected myself. There's only 2, right?
Yeah, and kind of a smaller version or basic version of Crablet Capital that is so reliant on these grates as well. As we see the takedown from Jared, the big bubbler coming out as well. They will use the crab tank. So lots going out here. We passed the halfway mark. Lots expended, but very little gained. As 63, the best push to get to Milana. That's typically not going to be a bread and butter winning push for either team.
Yeah, and since neither team really broke any significant checkpoints here, we know that, you know, we want to be able to at least break that first checkpoint before we call it quits, because, you know, when we break those checkpoints, it will kind of make every sequential push just a little bit easier. And Q getting a nice pick on JJ there, a key member of Healbook. I think with 3 down on Healbook, now a wipeout, Milky Way has an opportunity to move forward, but they're going to have to stay on the tower, so we can't move the tower without somebody riding the tower, so Q having to jump back, ride the tower, and they are finally at that checkpoint.
And Healbook kind of scrambling to figure out where they want to set up. The Dapt, who was the first one back, goes down immediately. JJ using quite a bit of distance to see if they can get a pick with this Ink Vac, or Inkjet rather. I'm not sure that they found what they were looking for. Healbook will go 2 down. The tower still on its way forward. One member of Milky Way just cornering JJ with this crab tank. And there's another to help them out. Jared trying to see if they can find picks as well. And dodges around, JJ able to use, as Cater mentioned, that canopy for a little bit of survivability. But Cater, you know, 2v2, but a minute left now. 5 is the point total to beat. And with 3 down for Healbook, I think Milky Way might not be done yet.
No, that delayed wipe situation is going to make it so much more difficult for Healbook to come back, as Milky Way puts the cooler out on the tower as well. Bran opted to go through. Cut is close to that big bubbler, which could be very valuable here in taking... Oh, okay, that's 3 down. Never mind, no area is going to be taken as Healbook fully... It's almost like they're hearing what I'm saying. It's, no, we're going to prove you wrong. And very quickly, again, things change. Though we are at 30 seconds left, Q still having presence in this portion of the stage, that they opt to jump back for some more survivability, especially as JJ was threatening them. 2 down, though, again on Healbook, as these members are finding it difficult to stay alive in these fights versus Milky Way. We do have the Inkjet coming out here at the very end, does get that 1 pick on ice, but we need a member on that tower, and that is Lent doing. They are going to get the tower and begin overtime, but Q is still here threatening JJ as well, living with the canopy, but I think Adept has other plans coming in to take that tower.
I was wondering if the Inkjet was going to try and maybe swim down and just touch the tower right before they got recalled, but no, it doesn't end up happening. The Sorel Umbrella not able to touch. They do survive a little bit. You called out, Cater, earlier, the canopy. You don't need something like a drop roller when you're running that canopy, because it gives you that extra layer of protection. But, you know, a couple of the members there for Healbook, you know, with shorter to bordering on mid-range, it's not the best when you're scrambling back from spawn, trying to make it back to the tower. And I think, Cater, for a large part, that's why that push from Milky Way that got to 5 and helped to give them the 2-1 match lead left them pretty much unimpeded up until they were about to KO.
Yeah, it is really difficult when you don't have weapons that can very easily take back over that tower. And when you're in that position where you're just respawning, you also don't have the specials that are used for a lot of those things. I mean, things like the Booyah Bomb, like the Tri-Strikes, those are specials that if they are thrown at the tower, you have to immediately respect them and get off. That's why they're saved for moments like overtime or lead swaps or defense, right? Where you can, it's a thing that says get off this tower immediately instead of chipping players, and they can still get on the tower and get a couple extra points before you take them out. And unfortunately, Healbook just didn't have those things in their arsenal at that moment. And so, like you said, I think the acceleration on getting that defense up and running, unfortunately, was just not fast enough.
And Milana, if you're going to go to a game 4 guaranteed, this is kind of the way you want to do it, because your last opportunity as Milky Way to pick the mode comes in game 4, where even if you lose and you go to a game 5, the choice for the mode has already been made. So you get the opportunity to choose the stage, which there's still so many that you get to pick from. So again, you either play Clam Blitz now, Turf War later if you need it, or Turf War now, try to close it out on kind of the mode that nobody really expects it to come out at any given time. And you save if you need one of the ranked modes, Anarchy modes, Clam Blitz, for the very end. So we are going to see Clam Blitz be the selection here, Milana, and the stage, Ship-Shaped Cargo Co., which we have also not seen yet today.
Just such a fun stage and mode, because there are so many avenues to get to this Clams basket. We have the stairs immediately in the front. We have the path that leads into the back door. We have the left path on the grates. So really, there are so many avenues to worry about, but also a lot of avenues for attack. So it really depends on what kind of playstyle you're looking for. And for, Healbook, this is their last opportunity to stay in this winners bracket side, and they're going to have to play maybe in a way that Milky Way doesn't expect, but if anything, this is the stage to do it on.
Cater, with Museum gone, that's by far and away the most popular Clam Blitz stage so far. You did still have Scorch Gorge available, which has been selected 4 times. This is the 4th selection for Clam Blitz for Ship-Shaped Cargo Co. here. So any thoughts on maybe comparing the selection of this stage versus one like Scorch Gorge?
It's very interesting to me. I feel like Clam Ship-Shape is not all that common, and I'm surprised to hear that it's been selected so many times. I do think that I feel like I see Ship-Shape Splat Zones more often, but these teams are throwing me for a loop. I do think that the pick here is very fair. Some of the mid structure and the way that it's kind of like a pit with 2 overlooking left and right sides can lend itself to slightly different play styles, where in some other maps you have it's like a drop down, but it's parallel to the spawns rather than perpendicular. We do actually see the S-Blast going to come out here from Milky Way, interestingly enough, and we have a swap to the Frozen Pro, so that is going to have the missiles, and this being such a long stage, I think that is a good pick there. That's going to allow Milky Way to put a lot of displacement and a lot of movement pressure. You can see right there, Ice Pop in the first set of what is going to be many.
Finds 3 with it and helps to get the barricade broken. Ice getting out of dodge there. Some specials come their way, but they're going to survive as Q has 3 clams at the ready, trying to stay out of the sightlines of JJ, who was spotted once, was able to come back with their life. And that's going to be just 71 as Milky Way gets an early lead here. That will be the power clam given over to Healbook, so they have a little bit of leeway, but Milana, this one is a hot start for Milky Way.
Yeah, and I find that in fact this stage, because there are so many avenues of attack to that Clams basket, it actually tends to be very difficult to make pushes. So sometimes we find that we are on stages where a push of just the power clam is just not enough. But for this one, I'm inclined to kind of disagree and, kind of eat my words a little bit and say, I think any push on Ship-Shaped Cargo Yard is a good push for Clam Blitz.
And Q taking the risk as well of holding that power clam the entire time. It does mark you on the stage there. Now joined by Jared, who also has a power clam, takes down Len. Bran fell shortly before that. And so it's going to be effectively a 3v3. Jared will just kind of play leapfrog with Q over here, just making sure they can stay out of harm's way and waiting for their remaining teammates to carve them a path. A few greats cater on this one that you have to walk through, and it seems like Healbook trying to defend those areas. They seem to have decided to collapse on Adapt if they can find a pick, but the Sorella Brella on the other side for Jared, not allowing them to come through. Finally, we see that pick come out, and that's going to be multiple clams thrown in. Will we see the power clam? Ooh. And there it is, Caters. The lead is extended to 36.
That power claim worth a whole 20 points, like you said, bringing that lead all the way to 36. And there's another one going in, bringing it to 16. Milky Way just does not stop. Bran finally going down and getting one splat on Adept for the road. And that is the end of the push. What a push it is. We were saying that, Milana, you said any push is a good push on Ship Shape. Well, Milky Way said, if we're going to make any push, we better make it a really, really good one. Of course, we still have half the match to go because that was not a knockout, so Healbook has some time to make something happen, but with the way things are going, Q putting out that Tacticooler and already having another power clam, it looks like Milky Way is adapting the idea of the best defense being a good offense, continuing to put the pressure on Healbook and not allowing them any breathing room to make a push of their own.
Yeah, Len on the Blaster was very far forward, and JJ on the Brella adopted a similar idea, but they're going in one at a time. So the rest of Healbook staying back and playing a little safer, and that's kind of resulted in the 3-down situation that we have here as we see Jared with the Flow Aura State. They're going to use it to use this Crab Tank and try and back off the members of Healbook even further. Do they have the follow-up, or will someone jump to them to try and make it work? Q is right behind them, so taking the long walk on this pier with the Greats as well. Ice going to back them up with the 10 missiles, and 21 clams, Milana, at their disposal. 23 now. They could knock out right here.
It's what the kids call stonks these days, Zach. This is clam stonks right here. They do break open that basket, and they are pushing strong. 1 point left. All they need is just a single clam to knock this out of the park, but Healbook says, no way, we are going to get you out of our base. We are not done yet. So this is Healbook is going to have to make this next push count. They're going to have to worry about the clams economy. They are going to have to worry about the timer with only 1 minute left on the clock and being able to clear out some of Milky Way. They do have an uphill battle ahead.
It's going to have to be a dramatic comeback, as they say, and we see the Crab Tank used to take a lot of the canopy away. JJ just going straight into the Inkjet. A pick here would be invaluable for them. Bran kind of caught out alone, and with the force of multiple members of Healbook, they will get it. Now Jared going down, and they have the Tactical at the ready, but they don't really have the clams to follow up. That has to be the next item on their agenda.
Well, they are getting them. Healbook having 11 clams at their disposal. Not enough, but a very, very good start. Prosper defending or trying to aggress on this left side here, but forced to back up because of those missiles. And now Brand taking advantage of that and the chip damage to fully get that slick direct onto Prosper. This almost feels like the beginning of the end, though. Len coming in retaliating with a direct of their own, but that is 3 down with the Slosher only remaining on Healbook. Q having a power clam looking to end this game in style as they have the Tacticooler up as well. It's just slowly coming up on this left side. Bran here as well with that power clam going in. That is going to end overtime.
A slight scare for Milky Way as they drop game 1, but come roaring back in games 2 through 4 to cap off this winter semifinals match against Healbook. Healbook just a little bit of revenge gained. They get that 1-game win, and they will need to go through the losers bracket in order to try and come back to maybe take on Milky Way later on. Milana, your thoughts on how Milky Way was able to turn kind of a surprising game 1 loss into a sweep through those games 2 through 4?
You know, I think what Milky Way realized after they had lost game 1, and so emphatically, might I add, is that maybe we should stick with what we know. And when we saw that comp change back to what they knew, they were on fire. So it was, you know, maybe they were testing something out. Maybe they're like, hey, what if we tried this comp, see if it worked out? And they're like, actually, maybe we shouldn't do that. And then when they switched back to their tried and true weapons, I think it just turned out so much more successfully for them.
Cater will obviously be talking about Milky Way in our next match here, but for Healbook, you know, they go down to the losers portion. Do we expect, with how relatively strong of a ladder portion they had, do we expect them to make it pretty far and potentially even come back to our grand finals?
I think so. I mean, they had a very strong ladder portion, like you said, getting wins on a lot of the other teams that we had here in top 8 when they did interact in the ladder portion. Not only that, but they've had a great start to our bracket portion here. I mean, I believe, was it an upset that they had before with our? I'm not entirely sure.
Yes,
but
they did have an upset. It was 3-1.
Yes, having an upset and then coming in and taking a game off of the first seed has to have them feeling good. It is a great way and momentum to start off brackets. So even though they've been dropped into the losers, I think that they have been. It seems like they're having a really good day, and if they make it all the way through, I would love to see a rematch in our finals.
Well, speaking of bracket, we'll take a look at that coming up here as we have Milky Way versus Healbook done and in the books with a 3-1 victory for Milky Way. Still waiting on our second winner semifinals game. It's a closely contested one between FT Win and Hypernova. We saw earlier Hypernova defeat Duck Motif 3-1. They are now down 2-1 to FT Win. So trying to come back would need a game 5 in order to make it happen, but the winner there will take on Milky Way. So we'll look at that in just a moment, but we have a little package for you here. It is going to be Guess the Stage. That should be a ton of fun. Let's see what the action is all about.
Hi there, everyone. It's K-Bot here, joined with Pico in Power. We're going to get right into a little Guess That Stage competition. Here we go. All right, let's see our first stage. Power, sounded like that was easy for you. What was your selection?
The shopping cart. Come on, it's Mako Mart.
All right, and Pico?
Hey, it's obviously Mako Mart.
The correct answer is, in fact, Mako Mart. That's a point for the both of you. And we're going to get right into stage 2, Power. Ready for this?
Mm-hmm. Come on.
All right, let's see it. Pico, we'll start with you here. What have you got?
I picked good old reliable Surgeon Shipyard.
All right, and Power?
We have the same thought. I picked Sturgeon Shipyard also.
Correct answer is, in fact, Sturgeon Shipyard. That's another point for the both of you there.
Okay.
Very identifiable center of the stage.
Okay.
Landmark there.
Look
All
at
right.
this Power.
I see you.
Pico, ready for the third?
Absolutely. Bring it on, K-Bot. Bring it on.
Let's see it. All right, Power, what was your guess?
Man, my guess was Muscle Forge Fitness.
Muscle Forge Fitness. Okay. Interesting choice there, given by the fact that that's not a stage in Splatoon 3, but all good to each their own. Maybe you think a curveball's coming. Pico, what was your answer?
Listen, I saw a blue truck, and my first thought was Lemuria Hub.
Well, gentlemen, neither one of you are correct this time. It is Mincemeat Metalworks.
Mince.
And
Oh,
I
that is
knew it.
mincemeat.
I knew it.
Oh, that's the corner. Yeah.
Let's see stage 4. All right, Pico, to you here.
So, I saw a phone booth, and then I kind of see like a gray background. So I assume it's Eel Tail Alley.
Okay. Power, do you agree?
Yeah, I recognize those ledges anywhere. It's Eeltail Alley.
Spoken like a true Charger player, it is in fact Eeltail Alley.
See, we're back on track, K-Bot.
All right, let's see it. Stage 5. Power, what was your guess here?
I picked Bluefin Depot. That's my default.
Well, it hasn't been your default so far, but we'll see if that's right. Pico, to you. What do you have?
Well, I'm not gonna lie, K-Bot. I saw a little triangle in the corner. I thought maybe it was a ramp. And so I picked Humpback Pump Track.
Thing about Humpback is that there aren't very many steep edges there, Pico, at all. But lucky for you, your competitor didn't get it right either. It is Inkblot Art Academy for this one.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
So the posters in the gallery.
Ooh, wow.
Oh, man, we're fumbling Power.
Hey, Pico, it's okay.
We
if
know
we both
this.
lose, we both win.
That is true.
Well, at some point, one of you is going to have to come out on top. Let's see now if it's stage 6. Onto it here. Pico, what was your response?
K-Bot, sometimes your head says one thing and your fingers say something else. And I typed the wrong answer, and I now realize I made a crucial mistake, given that this is my stage.
Well, answers are locked, so you've got to say it. What did you pick?
I picked Hammerhead Bridge. I saw the little bridge, I saw the little wheel, and I just assumed it was Hammerhead Bridge.
Power, what do you think?
My heart, my soul, my mind saw this picture, and it's Bluefin Depot.
Well, Power, you are correct.
Yep.
And Pico's
Yep.
instant
I knew it.
regret.
Pico.
My stage!
What
I
happened,
messed my
man?
stage!
On to stage number 7. Power, I'll go to you first here. What's your guess?
I just guessed it's Hammerhead Bridge.
Pico, what do you think?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm in the same boat. I took a wild guess in the dark and I said Undertow Spillway.
Well, Pico, your wild guess in the dark pays off.
What?
It was, in
What?
fact, Undertow Spillway.
Okay.
And you have now tied it up with
All right.
Power.
Okay.
Now onto stage 8.
So I saw the bamboo kind of looking background. So I said Brinewater Springs.
Power, what do you think?
I saw ledges again, and I thought Eeltail Alley. But I don't know, man.
Well, we already did one for Eeltail Alley, so you must really be thinking we're playing all the tricks out here on you, but alas, the tricks are not it. Pico, you are correct here
Oh, boy.
with Brinewater Springs.
Woo!
That's
All
2 in a
right, there
row.
we go.
Okay.
I know.
Bring on stage 9. Power, what was your guess?
Redemption, it's Hammerhead Bridge.
Okay, Pico, you seem to agree.
I also said Hammerhead Bridge. I know that construction had anywhere.
Correct answer is, in fact, Hammerhead Bridge.
Oh, yeah.
So a point for the both of you. Stage 10. Here we are.
What?
Pico, you seemed very confused and perplexed even.
Because so there's a certain stage that has this in the background, and if this is what I think it is, I do believe this is Undertow Spillway.
Okay, again, already had Undertow Spillway in the list. So, and that was one of the ones you got right. You were celebrating.
You know, sometimes I forgot. All right, you know. Like, it
So we'll
happens.
see. Power, what was your guess?
I picked Barnacle and Dime because I thought grass, and that looks like a sprinkler, so water and grass.
Neither one of you are correct this time. It is Marlin Airport.
Oh, I would not have
Why?
gotten that.
Why is that there?
I would
That
not
always
have
gets
gotten
painted.
Let's take a look at stage 11.
that. Ooh.
All right, Pico, what was your response?
So, I picked Robo Ramen because something about the red and then the window, and it looks like a kitchen in the back, so I assume it was that.
Power, what do you think?
Pico saw a kitchen. I saw a guy with a surfer cap, so I picked Mahi Mahi Resort.
Okay, interesting. Well, the astute among you might have seen a ramen bowl in the back. Pico, you are correct. That was Robo Ramen. So
Wait.
you are now up 2 points over
Wait,
Power.
hold on. Where's the ramen bowl?
In the little window.
I
On the
knew
right
that.
side.
K-Bot, I knew that all along. I was misleading you, all right?
Let's take a look at the next stage. Power, what do you think about this one?
This one, you see triangles. Those are pyramids. So that's Umami Ruins, clearly.
Pico, do you think that's correct?
Honestly, I think he's correct, K-Bot, because that looks like Umami Ruins to me.
Well, both of you are incorrect.
What?
That was
What?
Museum de Alfonsino.
No, it
Oh.
wasn't. Oh.
That is not there.
That's not there. When did that get there? What update was this in?
I think it's been there the whole time. Let's see that third to last stage. Pico, what is your guess here?
K-Bot, I am so confident in my answer, and the reason why is because I was studying for this challenge, and I zoomed in on this particular set, on this particular stage, so I am so confident it is Mahi Mahi Resort.
Power, what was your guess?
My guess, I was thinking Splatoon 2, I'll be honest, and I don't think that works here, so I had nothing.
No stage whatsoever. Hard to earn a point without a stage selection.
Man.
But Pico, you are correct. This is
What?
Mahi Mahi Resort.
Okay.
And Pico, you have now pulled ahead of your competition. Let's take a look at our penultimate stage.
What?
This is something.
I don't.
Wow.
My guess is as good as yours, Power.
Power, what do you think this stage is?
Yeah, so if you see all the symbols there, it has to be like Urchin Underpass, obviously.
Pico, what do you think?
So I picked Wahoo World because I'm pretty sure there's like a purple screen somewhere in that stage. But if it's not that, I think I know what the other stage is.
Well, we'll see as I say it. The correct answer was Ship Shape Cargo Co.
I knew it. I knew it.
Why didn't you guess it then?
Because I don't know. Ship Shape has purple banners. I knew that, but for some reason the purple screen, it looked like a digital thing, so I thought it was Wahoo.
Let's see the final stage. Power, what do you think?
So, for my last guess, I saw the floor, and that looks like Humpback Pump Track.
Pico, what do you think?
So I guessed Hagglefish Market just because food window, right? But I do believe that's wrong. I think I know what the other answer is, and I will be very disappointed if my other answer was the correct one again. So
Another
take it away,
one
Kiva.
of these, Pico?
Yeah.
Well, once again, neither of you are correct. The correct answer is Barnacle and Dime.
Really? Why? What are they doing there?
I knew it.
Well, the final score in our little competition here, Pico, you win 8-5 over Power. How do you feel?
I feel great, K-Bot. I feel on top of the world. However, huge shout outs to Power, putting on the competition. However, listen, there's a winner and there's a loser. In this case, Power was the loser and I was the winner. So
Yeah, congrats, Pico. We're all happy for you, man.
Well, we look forward to seeing the both of you continue to spectate the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026. Thank you all so much for joining us.
Thank you, K-Bot. And of course, Volata, I think you were guffawing at Pico and Power having a little bit of banter in that last segment. What did you think?
You know, I have just such love for Pico and Power because they do so much for the community. They do so much for our events. So I just love seeing them get the spotlight on them, you know, for a chance. So it makes me really happy to see these fun games featuring them as well.
Well, while we were away and while K-Bot and the group were at play, we did get a final on our second winner semifinals. It is a 3-1 match victory for FT Win, sending Hypernova down to the loser side of the bracket. So we will have up next for you our winners finals between the #1 seed Milky Way and the #2 seed FT Win. This is going to be a fantastic look at two teams, Cater, that have gone back and forth in the league, and that we know this is going to be a high level tilt.
Back and forth, and also I think maybe the two most well-known teams. Of course, FT Win pretty much being a household North American name, especially after, you know, back in Splatoon 2 winning all of those copies of arms from tournaments before years ago. I think they were, up to 7 before they stopped doing that. And then, of course, Milky Way, like we said earlier, coming out on top in our previous 2 weeks of the season here, and also doing very, very well in the great showing in our previous season of the North American League as well. So both of these teams, like you said, top of the top, best of the best, and they're going to go against each other now. I would say it's anybody's game in this set.
Lana, before we get too far into our teams, we do already have the mode and stage combination. It should be Splat Zones on Museum de Alfonsino. So Museum, the popular choice today, and we've kind of seen it run the gamut of modes so far.
Yeah, but I feel like of the modes, Splat Zones may be one of the less popular ones because we see a lot of Clamblitz, we see a lot of Rainmaker, but maybe less so Splat Zones. And I think what's really interesting about Splat Zones is that there is this like tower in the middle of the rotating like platform in the middle of the stage, and I'm pretty sure that when you turf the top of that rotating platform, it actually doesn't count as part of the zone. So we have to make sure that we are turfing around and focusing on that zone. And I think it gives you a lot of cover to even have that just like giant obstacle in the middle of the stage protecting you as you're working around that zone.
And Cater, you know, we took a look at Milky Way's ladder run earlier. Perfection as far as not dropping a single game. In fact, the only game they've dropped today was in that last match against Healbook. FT Win, they had one 2-1 victory. That one was against Content Cat, who unfortunately didn't make top 8, but had a loss against CS as well. So they have a little bit of a blemish on their record, but still an incredibly tough team to beat. What do they need to do to come out swinging against Milky Way?
I would think that it's just to pull on the previous knowledge they have of how Milky Way operates. I mean, these two teams are not strangers to each other whatsoever. We're going to take a look at our weapon combs heading into here. It's very familiar from both of these teams, with Brian opting to go for the Slosher. Now, that's not a surprise. We see a lot of the verticality here, that rotating platform. The Slosher can really take advantage of that. Unfortunately, actually, we have a Slosher on the side of FT Win as well. Does go down early, though.
Game one of our winners finals here between Milky Way and FT Win. It's going to go first to Milky Way on this one zone stage, and 3 out of the 4 specials between the two teams shared. The only difference is Milana being the triple splashdown versus the 10 missiles, as we see Milky Way trying to extend that lead further.
Yeah, and I think the 10 missiles are really going to do a lot of work here for Milky Way. As you can see, Ice popping them here. And when you have the markers of those 10 missiles on you, you have to be able to move, or else you're going to get caught in the fire of them. So, you know, it is a good special to be able to kind of move people who are a little bit too established in their roles, or especially anchor players primarily. But you know, we did see FT Win grab the zone just for a little bit, cause a little bit of a penalty for Milky Way, but Milky Way still here, still on the zone, still being able to push FT Win out.
Q not staying back on her laurel, staying back over on her side of the stage, either taking up this spinner in mid or over by this pillar on the right-hand side. Does not get out. That's a double with what looked like a splat bomb there. That's going to be a huge boon for an FT Win team that just capped the zone. Ice trying to stay alive, gets spotted by the one indirect shot of the blaster, but Cater able to get out there as Ice survives, and Bran holds on to that triple ink strike.
These triple ink strikes can be really, really valuable. They are going to go out around that zone right now and provide a lot of coverage for the other members of Milky Way, as well as the ink that it puts on the ground. More often than not, I find that special is used almost like a smoke screen as well, because it doesn't put out a huge amount of damage as you step back. But Soldier here on this Slosher going to get the splat onto Jared and move forward and see how much purple ink is being put on the ledges of that plat area. Kyo here as well has the triple splashdown at the ready, waiting for someone to drop. They have the location information, are going to get forced out actually by those Tenta missiles coming out from Ice, again showing the displacement potential of that special. Jared on the highest of the high ground here, targeting Wraith and dropping down all the way onto the zone, getting threatened by Kyo's triple splashdown, having to back off after it, but looks like they are going to be able to put down enough paint to take back the zone for Milky Way.
Yeah, Kyo almost antsy to try and use that triple splashdown, backs off the crab tank enough to where they just have to be in that rolling form, not able to shoot, of course, during that time. It even picks up a pick there, so making good use of this blaster, the custom blaster variant, and both teams with a lot of similarities. They've got, of course, 2 of the best Sniper Rider 5H players, they've got 2 of the best Slosher players, and they've got 2 players using that crab tank, even though they're on different main weapons, as FT Win holding this zone back again, protecting Rafe, who did take a little bit of damage, and saving these ink strikes. It seems like Milana, they're more in favor of layering their specials and or just using them when the individual player seems fit, as opposed to putting 2 or 3 out at a time.
Yeah, and I think that really speaks to how well, you know, they do play as a team and individually as well, that they're able to use those specials. And, you know, when we use specials in succession, it is going to kind of keep the opponents out of the zone, and that's exactly what FT Win is doing, with just 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second left on the clock, and Milky Way is going to have to take this zone right here if they want a chance to stay in this game. And really, it is such a back and forth, and they are able to take control, giving a really hefty penalty to FT Win. But you know, that did take a lot of manpower, 3 down on Milky Way, and that control goes straight back to FT Win.
One of those sentiments where you can't take it with you, particularly with your special, whether that's going down, getting splatted, or just the game ending. You're not going to be able to use it if you lose. So Bursty helping to get the high ground here, waiting for any members of Milky Way to fall down. They will back out, delaying those members of Milky Way just a little bit, as 2 had gone up to the high ground. And that's a roll in and of itself. We talk about the displacement with specials, but how about the displacement with people, as it's going to be the penalty ticking away for FT Win. Can anyone get there in time? It's too late on the triple ink strikes. Either didn't build it up quickly enough or just could not get in range. And as a result, Cater, FT Win picking up a knockout win in game 1.
knockout win, but I don't think that's full score tells the whole story. I mean, Milky Way had a great start to that match as well. The triple ink strikes at the very end, like you said, maybe just not built up quick enough, and I did think FT Win was probably anticipating them as they put out a couple of the ink strikes of their own at the very end there. I think a couple of them almost overlapped onto that zone. The ink strikes are a great method for neutralizing zone, but very often they don't put out enough turf to cap the zone unless it's a single zone that's super small. And so you very often need backup from another player or two to actually get the zone in your favor. And that's really difficult to do when you're all coming back from spawn from being splatted.
And Milana, you look at what it takes to take down a team, even in just one game like Milky Way, and FT Win has a lot of weapons at their disposal. They have Kyo, who can play so many different weapons, was playing a lot of Slosher, has kind of transitioned to, things like the Custom Blaster, has played the Splatana Wiper, even the Luna Blaster Neo, and Rave, who can compete with Q on that sort of anchor / supporting role, Soljo with a dedicated Slosher in their back pocket, and then Bursty giving them both a short-range main weapon and a long range with the Crab Tank with the Splash-O-Matic. So kind of a winning formula, and you really need to be confident in that when you're taking on a juggernaut like Milky Way.
Yeah, I just think it's this is kind of the narrative that I built in my head about FT Win and Milky Way, that they're kind of like, rivals, a little bit like nemesis, I guess would be the right word for that. Where, it's really interesting because, like you mentioned before during the game, Zach, these players are all playing weapons that are pretty much one-to-one with each other, and they're like facing off on the battlefield one-to-one, being like, yo, you know what? I know you play Snipe Rider, but I play a better Snipe Rider. And I love this whole back and forth between both of the teams because both of these teams are monsters in North American Splatoon. So being able to watch that and being able to see that back and forth right away has been just so awesome.
Well, Cater, we're in the winners finals, but we now finally get to take a look at Turf War as a mode. Let's go ahead and take a look at the rules for Turf War.
Turf War, the first mode everybody plays, but not too common here in North American Splatoon. You've got 3 minutes and you have to use ink to expand your own team's territory. The whole objective is to cover more turf than your opponent does to win. And well, that's about it. There's no bells and whistles. There's no overtime. There's no penalty points. It's just at the very end of the match when that whistle blows and the tape rolls across the screen, what do Judd and Lil Judd have to see from that top-down view? And whoever at the end of the game has the most turf on the ground is the winner. Doesn't matter how long you held it for 2.5 minutes. If in those last 30 seconds you have it overtaken by the other team, that is what the cats will see. And so that's why the last 30 seconds of this mode is the most important by far.
And Milana, we talked about the natural transition that can happen from splat zones to turf war and vice versa. We're seeing that here. You take a concentrated area and now you're expanding it to the entire stage, still waiting on what the stage will be. But we've even seen large stages like Urchin Underpass be selected, and that really makes it difficult to cover everything and be cognizant of where your opponent is setting up.
Yeah, totally. And you know what? I think what teams, I find that if you pick a larger stage, it just is like a more fun game because you have more to turf. So, while we might think that, we might go to a large stage like Urchin Underpass, the voice on high has told us that we are going to Hagglefish Market, which I think is a really interesting pick for Turf War overall, just given that it's not particularly the biggest stage, and it definitely has a lot of maneuverability in that there are different avenues for every member of each team to kind of like wiggle through. But what we might expect to see as we enter this game is that both teams will kind of play around the center of the stage on that that raised platform in the middle, along with the avenues on the side. And it might not be even until like the last 30 seconds, like Cater said, that we might see some specials come out, maybe like a tri-strike coming out that will kind of turf even a little bit farther past that.
The jury certainly more split on Turf War as far as which stage it should be paired with. The most common so far has been Scorch Gorge with 4 instances, and then a tie between Crab Lake Capital and Mako Mart with 3. Just the second time, if you include this one, Cater, that we will see Hagglefish, but it's been considered a pretty even beginner friendly, but a very high skill ceiling stage to consider.
For sure. And I think Turf War also changes the way that these stages are played that we know in the ranked modes. That and the weapon compositions as well. I would not be surprised to see bows, specifically that reflux coming out because it's so consistent on the paint. Okay, so yes, I'm a little surprised to see the Snipe Rider on both sides, actually, as well as that reflux, because usually you have the anchor long-range pencil players swap to that reflux. But interestingly enough, both teams have decided to keep that there. It's actually Kyo on the side of FT Win that is going for the reflux, which is not the player that I would expect to pick that up.
And you have this discrepancy between the Reflux 450 with the Tenna missiles as well as the Reflux 450 Milk, which is going to have the Booyah Bomb. So a slight difference in how these teams are allocating themselves as Bursty taking a lot of damage there. Gets into the Crab Tank, but was already so weak. Jared goes down behind him, and so this one's already a trade-off for Milana. We know it's all important, but the last 30 seconds definitely very important to those cats.
It certainly is, and we do see all the specials coming out from FT Win. But remember, this is a game mode that is played throughout the entirety of the timer. So even if these specials come out, even if these players get picks, they are going to need to kind of capitalize a little bit on them as well. But it seems like FT Win is kind of pushed into their side of the stage still. Unfortunate bomb taking out Solja here. Brand moving forward, hoping to get maybe another pick on top of that bomb, getting in a nice assist and keeping an eye on the 3 members of FT1 that are down. They are going to use that strike to kind of make a little bit of space, and Jared keeping a watchful eye on many of the members of FT Win as well, and we see that danger sign coming up from FT Win, which is never a good sign in Turf War.
And one thing we're seeing regardless of mode is that these players are not afraid to get in and then immediately be ready to jump out. They have a teammate or spawn or a beacon ready that they can get back to cater, and this is something that Milky Way did very well up to this point. It looks like Bursty finally got out, but they're being accosted from all sides. FT Win, a lot of room to grow, but at least they are no longer in danger.
Room to grow and 3 specials at the ready, plus that pick on the Slosher on the side of Milky Way. FT Win is sitting on this cooler from Wraith. Kyo is opting to pop the Booyah Bomb here as well. We do have the Crab Tank at the ready. We are just waiting on those. Kyo is just holding this, looking for the best possible place to drop it. Heading into our last 45 seconds here. Every point that can be turfed is turfed, and Wraith is just sitting on this tacticooler. I don't know if I've seen a player hold on to this for so long. They must be waiting. Brand is certainly waiting on a little uninkable portion here, trying to get the jump on a player. Q is looking down that left alleyway in a similar position. We are in this crucial 30 seconds. That is a pick onto Bursty. Q is in a great position. Oh, and we do also see Jared jumping in here, singling out Kyo and trying to get a pick over here. Gets the Crab Tank on, forces the jump back. That is absolutely huge. And so now this Crab Tank and these ink strikes are free to paint as much as they please. All of this purple ink coming out, but Jared is able to put it over. Kyo putting out the Booyah Bomb in the last couple of seconds. 2 seconds, 1 left. A wipeout situation right at the end in favor of FT Win there. Not able to capitalize on it at all, though, and we'll see if that was enough. It was, and so FT Win going to take this second turf match, putting them at our set point.
That's huge. I mean, Milana, a wipeout in maybe the last second of the game, but you have to imagine they were already 2 down before that. The build-up to getting to that point, we saw Kyo with another one of those Booyah Bombs. Cater was talking about how they're waiting for the right opportunity to use it. They kind of choose this one-on-one with Jared in the corner in that alleyway to use it, and the rest of the team really encroaching back into mid at exactly the right time.
Yeah, I think it really is, power in numbers, but especially in Turf War, because if you don't have the numbers, you don't have the turf, and if you don't have the turf, you don't win. So we want to make sure that, as we are entering those 30 seconds, it is imperative that you stay alive, or if you have a tactic cooler, I guess that is like a solid second place, strategy. But we want to make sure that we have the members up, and with, like you mentioned, Zach, 2 down, it just wasn't enough to be able to turf, and I thought it was really interesting at the maybe the last like 10 seconds that Kyo decided to throw that Booyah Bomb at his feet instead of like farther into the enemy territory, because it seemed like, you know, at that point, FT Win kind of had a solid hold of what was happening in mid, and he did not want to let, I believe it was Jared, kind of roam free with that, you know, with that. So he was utilizing it in more of a defensive way instead of offensive, meaning like a turfing way.
So to start us, Milky Way got to choose Splat Zones as the mode, then FT Win wins game 1, they choose Turf War, and now heading into game 3 and a potential sweep for FT Win. This will be, regardless, Cater, their last chance to select the mode. They've got 3 available to them and some pretty common options with things like Tower Control and Rainmaker. Where perhaps do they go?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I feel like they had a gimmick, for lack of a better word, that they wanted to push with the zones and the turf picks, saying like perhaps paint control is our strong suit and we're very confident here. And they had good showings for it, but now we're looking at the more player focused rather than turf focused modes, especially with Rainmaker and Clan Blitz, where the Rainmaker or the Clan Blitz carrier is your main target. Now, I do think that Clan Blitz could be a good pick for them just because turf and area control does play a large part of it because of the ability to go around, get clams, have the flexibility. It is also a lot more of a player-controlled objective as opposed to Rainmaker or Tower Control, where you have either strongly suggested or fully required paths that objective has to travel down and is pretty much confined to. With Clam Blitz, you can push that clam in wherever you want, however you want, as long as it makes it to that endpoint of the basket.
And Milana, if we look at Clam Blitz, we're still waiting, of course, on the mode, but the way that Milky Way played Clam Blitz earlier, they make the swap over to the Splattershot Pro Frozen to get the 10 missiles at their disposal, really works out in their favor. We do instead go over to Tower Control as our next mode. Does feel like kind of a natural choice. You know, Splat Zone's Tower Control, we do typically see in the front 3, if you will, and we're seeing some smiles here, Milana, as Inkblot will once again be the choice for this mode.
Yeah, I just love how popular this is. You know, all the kids love Inkblot, Tower Control, and so do we. So it is just such a fun stage and mode to watch, to spectate, and like, you know, I feel like I'm beating a dead horse, but it is formulaic. It is, you know, these teams know how to play it. They know how to get past that first checkpoint. They know that when you're at the first checkpoint, you want to move up into that corner, up on that ledge. And after that, you want to kind of move forward towards that second checkpoint. And as, you know, and it really is just kind of an algorithmic experience.
Game 3 of our winners finals between FT Win and Milky Way. If Milky Way wants to start a reverse sweep, it would have to happen here. And for FT Win, a huge boost to their confidence if they're able to pull off the sweep. Cater, looking at the compositions, Ice going to be on that Forged Splattershot Pro that they're known for. And on the other side of things, Kyo on the Vanilla Blaster this time, not bringing out the custom blaster that we saw a little bit earlier.
Well, I do think that is a fair pick because the big bubbler on that can be very, very useful to put on the tower when you are still on those checkpoints, especially just because it kind of makes the tower a sitting duck. It's not moving and you are forced to stay there. So having the bubbler on the tower or using it to take lead, those sorts of things, it can really be instrumental in protecting that tower rider. We do also still have the mirror magic, of course, of those snipe riders, 5H, as well as the vanilla sloshers that are on both sides. Kyo on this blaster taking a very aggressive position immediately as soon as FT Win hops in the tower. Does go down for it, but Soldier is not far behind using this block that could be used to go up onto the plat, but that is actually 3 down on Milky Way with Ice looping back around here to grab this tactical cooler and having the Booyah Bomb. Milky Way immediately jumping on this tower, taking this opportunity for themselves.
That'll be the lead as well. In 3, commonly the magic number that you want to look for as far as getting people down. It's a 2v2, however, right now, as it's going to be the Snipe Rider and Ice, who's taking a note from Kyo, holding on to that Booyah Bomb. Soldier, it looked like took a little bit of damage, but timed the jump perfectly and survived just long enough to contest Bran, but Bran will end up winning out on the Slosher duel. And Milana, Milky Way taking a smart approach here, claiming as much of this high ground as they can before FT Win can get set back up.
Yeah, Tactical are out. All the members of Milky Way are ready here. Bran again, kind of circling around and hopefully catching a little bit of FT Win's members off guard, but I think decided against it as most of Milky Way is coming back from spawn. Milky Way does make it to that second checkpoint. They don't quite break it. They are still trying to push that tower a little bit ahead, but unfortunately Bursty there camping that tower, unable to allow Milky Way to make the moves that they have, and all members of FT Win start kind of creeping into the center of the stage. Jared getting a nice double before going down himself, and that with 2 down on the side of Milky Way right here, FT Win is in a good position to kind of move forward.
Yeah, that is collateral damage right there. Bursty using the crab tank gets very low and gets hit by a Booyah Bomb, but is able to survive. That is a weapon, that Splash-O-Matic, where even though it's not a dually with any dodge rolls, you do have to kind of fly by the seat of your pants to be able to roll around and use the burst bombs, get those combos off ice. Once again, Deja Vu backing off to get the buff from the Tacticooler. It is going to be everyone up. The Blaster with their special versus the Slosher from Milky Way. Bran having their special online as Jared tries to get set up, and it looks like if they can stay alive, which they can't, they would have had the crab tank cater. That's a big special loss as we get near the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, not having the crab tank is really unfortunate, but Milky Way does have it thanks to that tactical. It is Bursty now, though, who is popping one of their own. Oh, rolls right over ice, saying, you cannot threaten my crab tank. I will squish you like a bug. Rave here putting up the tactical behind this left stack and waiting out Jared's crab tank in order to take this position of their own. Does get a splat before Jared comes up to threaten them off of it. Gets Bursty instead, actually, but I believe it had the intended effect, as Rafe does go down here as well. This is still great for Milky Way, stopping that push in its tracks. FD Win had got about a quarter of the way through that checkpoint, and Jared is on a roll here in that flow aura, using the box to take this very important flat position. Has the Tacticooler buff. I mean, everything is going correct for Milky Way right now. Has the crab tank. Look at this.
Able to use it on the high ground. Ice was so low, just not able to stay alive. And Bran trying to bring out the triple ink strike as well. Same strategy, trying to take the high ground as quickly as they can. Bran, sensing the danger in the water, gets out just in the nick of time. They're not going to extend their lead of 55, but they will get a pick onto Kyo. Rave in that flow aura state extends it there with a pick onto Bran. So the tide's starting to turn. About 45 seconds left to go. They will finally succumb to that. And now Q with the flow aura state. Milana, these Snipe Riders are trading flow.
I just think the flow aura state flowing from one member of Milky Way into a member of FT Win back to the member of Milky Way has just been so fun to watch, and it really just goes back to that whole like back and forth. I'm just the better Snipe Rider, and I'm going to go into flow aura state without you, with or without you. And we see Kyo here jumping out, kind of meeting their teammates and grabbing that Tacticooler. It is going to be extremely useful to have this Tacticooler buff as they're making it past that first checkpoint, but they are going to have to be careful. I think that is a lot of covering fire coming out from Milky Way here, and all Milky Way needs to do is step on the tower before FT Win gets back on.
That was a tough situation. So close. Somebody had to touch there, was not able to really get on at an opportune time. So they went down with about 5 seconds left to go. So Milky Way getting on the board here. That'll be a game 3 victory. And now, Cater, they get some power as they go into that pivotal game 4 situation, effectively deciding the mode for both game 4 and game 5.
Yeah, it's just a matter of which one comes first. Which one do they want to get out of the way? Because no matter what, they are going to get the mode pick for both of these, like you said. It really does feel like a game of anything you can do, I can do better, with both of these teams just trading off between each other. We'll see a great moment from one, and then the camera will immediately pan over to another, and then another. It's like these teams are really just trading blows in a very spectacular fashion, and I'm not complaining. It means we get a show to watch here, and a show for all of you as well. But yeah, we going into our game 4 here is really, really important. It always is the pivotal game when you're in a position where you're on the back foot game-wise, but you have won the game, and so you have the personal momentum going into this game 4. depending on where this is taken, whether we go to Clam Blitz or to Rainmaker, I do wonder how FT Win will respond with that stage choice. We've already gotten a couple of the more common ones out of the way, so they might decide on a more niche pick that they think they're personally stronger on. But of course, there's still some fan favorites in that pool of stages that we have, so we could still see very common ground here.
Milana, while we're waiting for that, quickly help me understand this. So we've got Inkblot Art Academy, right? Very common stage mode combination with tower control. We've played some large or much larger stages. We've played like an Urchin Underpass. We've played a Manta Maria. We saw Manta Maria, it get down to 1 effectively in the single digits. We only really get to like a 55 here on a very small stage. The tower does not go very far in either direction. What is kind of the loghead that these two teams are doing in mid to just have this constant back and forth tension?
Yeah, I think it really has a lot to do with the picks that both of these teams are getting. That, you know, if the thing about tower control is that it is a measured mode, which means that you can only move as fast as that tower moves with you. And if you are on the checkpoint, say, and you're the Snipe Rider player, and while you're trying to break this checkpoint, 2 of your players goes down, it might not be the best idea to stay as a sitting duck on this tower, so you might have to back up, which then kind of, it is kind of like a game of chicken, right? We have to see who has the numbers advantage, who is up, who is able to push forward, who is able to create space for me on the tower. And I think that kind of back and forthness of tower control really is why this game didn't turn out to be so emphatically, you know, strong in either direction.
Cater, the selection is in for the mode, so Rainmaker will be our mode for Game 4. Still, I believe, awaiting the stage, but if necessary, Game 5 will be on Clam Blitz. How are you feeling about the order of operations here, at least with the modes?
I think it makes a lot of sense. I was talking about how some of these modes are more player determined, whereas some of them are more fixed. And I think Rainmaker really strikes that balance of having checkpoints that you have to go to, but still having a path that you need to go along. Milky Way showing their strength with being able to win on tower control with that predetermined tower speed and path that has already been set for them. I think they might want a sense of familiarity in Rainmaker, which also has guidelines to step on, or they might just be very confident in their Rainmaker abilities. I mean, it's got unlimited ink. It's a very powerful weapon. If you use it right, it can change the tide of the game.
And Milana, with Museum de Alfonsino being taken, it's been consistently the most played stage. We've seen that play out today. It's been in multiple modes. We go to the opposite end of the spectrum once again. So pulling back into the Manta Maria pool, what is it with this stage and showing up today?
I think this is such an interesting pick. It's not a very common one for sure, but it is interesting for the viewers at home to watch. So what we will be looking out for is there are 2 distinct paths into that first checkpoint, 2 distinct first checkpoints, much like Undertow Spillway, where there is a path that is shorter, but definitely much more precarious, and then a path that maybe is a little bit longer and like a semi horseshoe of doom, you know?
It's about a half horseshoe, I would say. It curves over this way, but it doesn't come back around.
Right, exactly. So, you know, and that is a little bit like Undertow Spillway. So I think that maybe they wanted to potentially save that for Clam Blitz. I don't know. I'm not really sure what their strategy is here, but I think maybe bringing something new to the forefront of the battlefield could kind of shake things up a little bit.
I do very much appreciate that we're trying to make Horseshoe of Doom work on multiple stages. We don't have Humpback Pump Track this season, which was the other kind of main Horseshoe of Doom stage that we had available. So with Manta Maria, there's more so a leap of faith. So if you're going over to the right-hand side, and we've seen, not just on this stage, but other stages, some squids unfortunately fall to their demise. We certainly don't want to see that, especially for the Rainmaker carrier, but that is a very concentrated space where you can put multiple players in it and try to block that out. So a pivotal Game 4 coming up here with Rainmaker on Manta Maria. Can FT Win close it out, or will Milky Way force a Game 5 here at our Winners Finals? Cater, what are we seeing from the weapons?
Well, look at the weapon changes that we're seeing out of FT Win here. Actually, Kyo opting to go onto the Wiper there, and then Rafe going onto the Dapple Dualies for the Cooler and Beacon. So we talked about this earlier. Dapple Dualie is a very common switch for Rainmaker specifically, and immediately going to contest directly in Jared's Crab Tank, but will not be able to get enough damage down. Jared getting another splat onto Bursty there. Ice running right up to that checkpoint, getting the paint down, but going down here. Kyo and Solja looking into this bunker area to take it back for FT Win. Kyo especially is probably watching cut like a hawk as well. That's this little area here that can be very quick to pass through. Ice here is actually completely painted in orange for Milky Way should they decide to go this way, but Milky Way a little bit hesitant to pick up the Rainmaker here, especially with these tri-strikes. Ice narrowly avoiding that. Still have not picked up the Rainmaker actually, and perhaps for the best, as Kyo went through the center there with that Ultra Stamp, but did go down. Jared popped the Crab Tank. I mean, it's been a full minute and 5 seconds and still no one has touched that golden fish.
Yeah, nobody feeling content, even with high special usage to pick up the Rainmaker.
Ooh.
And Bursty even expending the ink back does not get hardly any value out of it as they're taken out almost immediately. Kyo ends up trading with Ice there, so some similarly ranged weapons out of the way. Q back up with the Tactical, but we are truly in a holding pattern here. This is a large mid-open area, so neither team, Milana, I think, feeling the desire to really make anything go objective-wise until they are sure that they can push forward with a 3-down, effectively delayed wipe. This is the opportunity for Milky Way.
I think it is, but that bomb, you know, sometimes we have to keep an eye out for those sub weapons because they are going to perhaps, oh man, make it difficult to push that easy way. So Q being forced to move it to the right over there, making the jump, but unfortunately, like you mentioned, it is kind of a bottleneck there, which means that it is very easy for FT Win to camp that jump and to not allow Milky Way to dunk into that first checkpoint. And you know, I think this is I think the most difficult part of this stage in particular, making it past even just the first checkpoint for sure.
That was also a coordinated special usage or attack by Milky Way that maybe they didn't get as much out of as they wanted. They did clear that entire back sort of bridge area, Cater, but they used a triple ink strike and a Booyah Bomb. They do get the Rainmaker to the pedestal, but it looks like FT Win, despite going 2 down, in the better position as of right now.
Yeah, that did cost a lot for them to get through that checkpoint, but they did do it, and the way that this game, the pace that has been playing, that could be very, very, very important because that checkpoint is such an important point of defense. The chokeholds on either one that you decide to go through, honestly. Brand is taking the short way into mid here. Unfortunately gets punished for it by FG Win, who Solja here is putting out the triple strikes and helping to cap the Rainmaker, going right around it, actually not picking that up. Ice having to jump out here. Jared in the Crab Tank, Ice in the Booyah Bomb. The combination of these specials could really get something going, but FG Win, if someone was able to get the jump out, it's right in the nick of time. Kyo is here, Bursty is here in the ink back, does go down. Ice avoiding that Rainmaker shot and does take out Solja with that, making a triple. Finds the quad on all 4 members. That is a solid flow aura state that Ice has found themselves in.
Wow, a beautiful dancing quad that Ice was able to output there. That changes the momentum back in favor of Milky Way. Again, pulling the Kyo, holding on to that Booyah Bomb as long as they possibly can. Smart play, but FT Win doing something similar. They just hadn't used their special yet with the triple ink strike. So down to almost the final minute, Q has basically been camping up top with the Snipe Rider 5H, and there's no Snipe Rider 5H on the opposite side, Milana. They have a much shorter weapon in terms of that tactical user with Wraith.
They do, and you know what? I think it is going to put them at a disadvantage. So we did see Wraith get a double here, but unfortunately they were taken out by Q just with that longer range. So I think having this is going to be advantageous for Milky Way, and as we can see in the scores, which aren't quite different so far yet, the nice pick on that triple splashdown right there. Kyo with the Ultra Stamp, this is going to be an opportunity. They are in a great position to be able to move this Rainmaker just a little bit forward past this checkpoint. They only need to pick it up and move it just a little bit with 20 seconds left on the clock. They do have an ink bag coming out, and they are going to push it to a solid 24.
I mean, that's gigantic. You fall off of that ledge and you get a ton of points there. 24, and what an inopportune spot for that Rainmaker to be for Milky Way, who's now going to have to take it in overtime in order to extend it to a game 5. Bran is the Rainmaker carrier here as both teams are going to trade out. Ice will fall and so will the Slosher for FT Win. They get the pick there onto Kyo, so that's going to help give them a little bit of room, but Jared is really going to have to push forward here. Bran already low, nobody threatening right now as FT Win looks to posture themselves in a good defensive position. Bran setting up on the high ground for now. Jared looking for the right-hand side to see if Bursky will threaten. The other two members of Milky Way moving forward on the left-hand side. Bran threatening to use this leap of faith right-hand side, but not knowing exactly where the members of FT Win are. More than half of their time is passed holding onto the Rainmaker. They will explode if they're too slow. That's going to be Q going down. Jared with the crab tank. They get stomped by the Ultra Stamp. The throw, and they take them out. A wipeout as the Ultra Stamp puts the cap on it. And FT Win with a game 4 victory over Milky Way sends them down to the loser side of the bracket, Cater.
Oh man, I mean, what a way to end the match in style with another end of the game wipeout and the Ultra Stamp throw to boot. I mean, that is the way that you want it. I think it was just like the maybe what 15 seconds that we had of Milky Way looking at that jump and being like, I don't know if I can go over it. And then I saw Kyo start approaching and get onto the wall of the bunker, and I went, yeah, that is going to be a collapse on the Rainmaker. And it's so difficult to be in that position as the Rainmaker, even because once you make the jump, if you're standing there, you have to be really careful to when you take shots, because the knockback can push you off and into that gap. I've seen it happen, and it's very unfortunate.
Milana, these two teams, they're like, well, milk and cereal. It's hard to have one without the other. What happened in this stage as we take a look at the bracket here for FT Win to claim this? We're going to actually go to a replay as well and see how FT Win came out of this one. Milana, I'd love for you to help me break this down.
Yeah, so we see Bran holding on, like Cater said, just kind of trying to time that jump, because like we mentioned, this is the bottleneck of this stage, and Jared trying to get rid of that ink vac by shooting the crab tank straight into it, and unfortunately getting taken out by Kyo with that Ultra Stamp, and the Ultra Stamp taking out that and getting a wipeout at the very end.
Let's take a look at the bracket here, and what a loser's segment it has turned out to be. Forfeit after getting knocked out of the winner side of the bracket by Healbook 3-1, get a victory 3-1 over Lovely, and then upset Hypernova 3-1. So they move on and now get a chance at redemption against Healbook, who after being taken down by Milky Way but taking a game off of them 3-1, they defeat Duck Motif, another team who was very strong in the Splatoon 3 North American League 2025. So our losers semis, Caters, is two teams that are somewhat newer in composition but have really made a name for themselves today.
Yeah, I feel like Forfeit especially has almost come out of nowhere. We were looking into these teams at the top of our block, and I feel like I just couldn't find anything on Forfeit. I looked at, all of my usual player information avenues, and I don't know who these players are, but they are doing very, very well, especially to upset and get the win over Hypernova like that is not something that I expected. So if we do get to see these players on stream, if they redeem themselves against Healbook, we'll have to see how that set goes. I am just so excited to see how they play and how they place today.
Milana, our first look at Forfeit today on stream. Chani with either the Mini Splatling or Zinc variant of the Mini Splatling. Alina with the Snipe Rider 5H. Kind of have to have that on the team from what we've seen today. And then rounding it out with Pincera, who's on the Splatana Wiper. That's something that we've seen multiple times. And not only that, it is so far the second most commonly played behind the Snipe Rider 5H weapon out of all of them in top 8. And then rounded out with a Rumi, who's going to be on the Splat Dualies. We have seen the importance of having a crab tank user, whether that be the Splat Dualies or something like a Splash-O-Matic.
Yeah, I think this team competent is going to be running very hard and very aggressive because we have a lot of short range weapons, and I'm especially looking forward to seeing if this player decides to pull out that Mini Splatling. We have seen a little bit of the Mini Splatling come out from time to time, not as the most popular pick, but definitely something to keep an eye out for. I think it has an ultra stamp, right? So sometimes we can see that come out, and I think that can definitely be a good way for these teams to kind of move forward as an offensive special as well. And, as we mentioned, that Snipe Rider, I'm going to look forward to seeing how they compete against that composition that Healbook is going to bring.
Yeah, we referenced earlier that Q very sparingly, mostly just on maybe Urchin Underpass or something similar, would bring out the regular mini Splatling, would have the Ultra Stamp. We got a few clips of her throwing it over the tree and getting a splat on that stage. That was, of course, really nice. But, Cater, we're going to see a Healbook team with an interesting composition of their own. We go back to this ideology of, okay, there's 3 weapons that are pretty commonly seen. They're likely in our top 10. And then you get that Tenta or Sorella Brella in there, and it just throws everything out the window.
Honestly, I love team compositions like that, where you've been describing them as a wild card, or maybe sometimes they're even the core of the team. Like that Tentabrella can be the core, and you can build everything around enabling the Tentabrella, or maybe you have a Slayer weapon that is a great pair with them. With a Sorella, we've seen them be very self-sufficient, and they, like we've said before, they didn't have to use Drop Roller because they can protect themselves in a lot of their cases where they're recalling or jumping in, able to defend themselves from a lot of situations that other shooter weapons might find themselves going down in, are very disadvantaged just because they have that extra defensive layer. It gives them a lot more time to reposition, to get into a better spot, to have the 1v1 in, or even to just ditch the situation entirely, say, I can't do this, and leave.
Well, we are still awaiting the mode and stage for game number 1. It will be Forfeit as the higher seed. The 4 versus 5 seed matchup redux, as we saw it in winners quarterfinals as well. But Milana, your thoughts on kind of the overall landscape of mode and stage selection today? Because not only have we seen pretty consistent mode selection, but some of the stages have kind of been out of left field.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the Manta Maria picks. Those don't tend to be too popular as far as the second season of the North American League has gone. But, it is always fun for us to get to see different stages that maybe aren't Inkblot tower control. But,
yeah.
still a good stage in mode, but still a little bit of diversity is always nice for us to see, and I'm sure for the viewers at home as well. So I think it's really interesting seeing how these teams pick these kind of black sheep stages and how they kind of like adapt to that. And only I believe the lower seed gets to pick the stage, which means that the higher seed has to adapt to these like kind of off-kilter picks. And so I think it's been really interesting to see these strategies come out from the woodworks as well.
So, Cater, we're in our loser semis. The winner of this is going to take on a rather imposing foe in Milky Way. You look at Healbook, they've already dealt that battle a couple of times today. They went 0-2 in the latter portion, and then were able to take a game off of them in top 8. This would be, I believe, at least in the top 8, it would be a new matchup between Forfeit and Milky Way. I don't want to look too far forward, but whichever team comes out of this, you have to imagine at least the momentum shift is going to be in their favor, whereas Milky Way maybe taking some time to figure out what happened against FT Win.
Yeah, that's definitely fair. I think both of these teams are relatively underdog or new-ish feeling in our bracket here, so seeing them both have great losers runs is really nice. It's very heartening. We've got some newer faces in our top 8 to play, especially since some of the teams that we do see in our overall standing top 8 aren't playing today. So this is an opportunity for them to get more points and get themselves into the overall top 8.
Well, Milana, we've been waiting for this stage all day. We finally get to see Scorched Gorge come out. It's got a pretty common partner in Clam Blitz. That is a 3-way tie, actually, with Rainmaker and Turf War for the most common mode it gets seen on. This helps to break that tie. What do you think about Clam Blitz on Scorched Gorge here?
I think it's like such a nice Clam Blitz stage. It is very straightforward. There pretty much is only one path. There is technically another path, but we don't really see that those greats used too much to be able to make pushes happen. So we basically are expecting teams to kind of, fiddle around with those clams until they feel like it's the time to shine. They will pop their specials, they will try to get the picks, and then they will move forward. And we might see something like a big bubbler plop themselves down right in front of that clams basket, in order to kind of make these pushes more sustained. So I find that this tends to be a pretty measured Clan Blitz stage, and I think that's the kind of gameplay that we're going to be able to see.
To your point, behind the basket, it opens up somewhat dramatically in favor of the spawning team, but you have to actually get back to that point. You have this very thin alleyway that gives you a bit of high ground, but that is often the target for the players that are not busy throwing clams into the basket. You have this entire left-hand side that slopes down and then slopes back up if you're facing the spawn. So Cater, for teams that are on the defense, they're going to have to figure out a way to lock down what in front of the basket is not a ton of real estate.
Yeah, I always find that valley that's in front of the spawn area very interesting when you're on the defensive side, because you can either stand on the higher up platforms, like you said, that are very often a target, or you drop down and have to fight a very literal uphill battle against members that have already stationed themselves in your home base. It gets very difficult without a special to take area, like something like a Booyah Bomb, like those Tri-Strikes. Crab Tank, if you pop it from the high ground, can also be very, very helpful. And once you get that area back, it gets a lot easier to start breaking out into mid because you have more of a high ground. But having to drop down into a pit to defend your own turf is very, very difficult.
And mid on this stage is this somewhat square-shaped, kind of very low elevation area where you can kind of play Ring Around the Rosie with your opponent again.
Yeah.
There's these slightly like off the side box areas or kind of court areas that you can use, and I do sometimes see, because there are walls that are a little bit higher, teams kind of have players that shark around there, wait for their team to be advancing up the ramp, and then start to use a special. I've seen Kraken Royale do well here because there's, once you get into the hallway by the basket, it's not very large, so you can capture the defending team that way. There's obviously things like the triple ink strike with a Booyah Bomb that can allow you entrance in, or to Milana's earlier point, the big bubbler where you can throw it right in front of the basket and set up, and it of course has the beacon in the middle where the teammates can jump to. So Milana, besides those, any other predictions maybe for what specials we might see?
You know what? I think you covered pretty much the gist of what I was thinking as well. You know, same brain cells sharing, you know? So yeah, I really think that there's going to be a lot of offensive specials. We might not see so many, you know, was it proactive versus reactive? So I think we might see more proactive specials to be able to kind of make space, push in, versus reactive specials maybe instead of, you know, something that might be used to defend instead.
Tacticooler obviously also has to be in the mix. That is a given at this point. And both teams have a dedicated Sniper Rider player. That's going to be Alina for Forfeit and Prosper for Healbook. And honestly, admittedly, for Healbook, you know, Prosper is one of the players that I know less about. Len, Adapt, and JJ, you know, they've been, you know, in the scene and doing very well for quite some time. Prosper, it is so important. And with Alina as well, it is so important to have with the Sniper Rider. And that was one of the questions too coming into this season was, is the Sniper Rider going to be in the same powerful place that it's been in as far as kind of cornering the market on the Tacticooler, except maybe for Rainmaker, where we did see the Dapple Dually start to come out, but there were other options starting to emerge. The Tri-Slash Nouveau, not that I'm biased or anything, don't look at the little thing down there that says I'm a panicking Tri-Slash user, don't look at that, but it started to come into play. People were experimenting with the heavy edit again, just seeing what else could maybe work for the Tacticooler, and it seems like with the exceptional range that it has, with the ability to kind of tap shot your opponents, you do, you know, around 60 damage per shot, so getting 2 on one opponent is going to take them down quite quickly. The only downside is if you're going up against something like an E-Leader, which we've seen a little bit of today, was honestly expecting a bit more, to be honest, Milana, but, you know, it does get outranged by that, but the E-Leader just does not typically have the special, you know, usage and the prowess that the Sniper Rider so consistently has.
Yeah, so we talked, you know, I mentioned the proactive versus reactive specials. I tend to find that the Tacticooler is a proactive special, where you don't really see people tossing it out in order to defend your base or to defend the goal or, you know, the zone or the Rainmaker, whatever. You will always probably see somebody tossing it out in order to start a push, because when you have those drinks, you can come back pretty much immediately if you get splatted. So as we, you know, move forward into this next game, you know, it would be kind of a detriment to a team if they don't decide to bring a Tacticooler along.
it's not a panic button special either. You think about something like a triple splashdown, and you can use that in a pinch. And even if you get taken down, there are sort of the two shadow copies or clones of you that are still going to come crashing down in a pretty large radius. And maybe you trade out of that or get a couple if you're well positioned. We saw Kyo sitting on that Museum d'Alfonsino game. Of course, there were many of those, but sitting on it and waiting for the right time to use it. But you look at something like the Tacticooler, it is typically the catalyst for a push, or if you do want to use it defensively, the catalyst for, okay, this is the sign that we're making our final stand. And I might even throw a third category of specials into the mix, which is momentum based specials. The main thing in my mind is something like a Killer Whale 5.1, where the other benefit of using your special weapon is that it completely refills your ink tank. So for something like the 52 gal, where Splash Wall, it's very ink hungry, it consumes a lot of ink if you throw it down. And then the shots themselves with your main weapon, they use a lot of ink already. So maybe if you get a pick or two and say, okay, I want to maybe overheat and keep going, that Killer Whale 5.1, you can sort of tilt your controller and find those targets for the Killer Whale 5.1, but you get, Cater, the added benefit of having that ink tank refilled. So with this theme of kind of three consistent weapons, of which the Killer Whale, the 52 and Sniper Rider are among them, I'm very curious if we see any major deviations to this composition in general or for the mode that we're about to see.
Yeah, I would say we've been seeing pretty consistent specials throughout. Honestly, other than the 52 gal, we haven't really seen any other Killer Whale 5.1 users. There are other specials that could be used for the immediate ink tank refill, like the Wave Breaker or the Ink Storm that we have seen a couple of, but those aren't really super common. They're not on super common weapons, therefore they're not super common specials for us to see. But we will see what is brought out for us here in Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge, our first match of that. That is an Order Heavy Splatling, look at that, and a Vanilla Heavy Splatling coming out from Prosper. Now, I personally play that Order Heavy Splatling specifically because I like the silver color, so I think that this player has good taste.
Heavy v Heavy is shown Channy versus Prosper. The Tri-Slosher Nouveau is back for Adapt. That's going to be the tactical weapon of choice versus the Snipe Rider 5H for forfeit, as we see Channy backing off a little bit, and they're jockeying for position, although Milana, Healbook seems to be on the benefiting end of the first engagement.
Yeah, they do. We see that Healbook had 11 clams. Oh, they have 11 clams again. I'm eating my words. So we see that they are holding on to quite a few clams. They are not really quite in a position to be able to push. As you can see, they are kind of moving back a little bit into their base. Prosper is being forced back as Forfeit continues to move forward, but Forfeit doesn't really have the clams to be able to make this push happen right now. They are kind of fumbling with the clams right here in this corner and still not able to kind of collect enough clams to make a power clam to make a push. And I think they have opted maybe against making a push at all at this point.
Channy gonna go down, and Cater, we kind of postulated as we see Forfeit go 3 down that Forfeit might have the lower range, more aggressive composition alongside the Splatana Stamper that did just go down with their Zipcaster. And as Healbook gets this basket broken, it seems like maybe Healbook has the more aggressive comp and short range comp to boot.
And yeah, here's that big bubble that you were talking about, Milana, allowing so many clams to get in. Not past that 60 benchmark yet. We might see it happen here if these... Yes, we do. All the way down to 56 for now. That 60 benchmark being very important because that is what 2 power clams thrown at the same time will get you. And so now we are down to 50, which is a great place for Healbook. A very prolonged push and could go even farther. Oh, Prosper facing the wrong direction, though. And even if they were, I think they might not have gotten it in as the basket closed just as they touched the ground. So no drop to 30 for them, but 50 is still a great place to be for that first push.
Pressure being applied as well, so Forfeit not feeling as though they have to have the highest number of clams possible to move forward, as Pincera going to use the Zipcaster looking for one. It looked like Lead was their target, went for Adapt instead and got taken down. Of course, the Tri-Slosh Nouveau very good at close range, and they get the Tacticooler down as well. Getting close to the halfway point here. Milana 50, a pretty good starting engagement on Clam Blitz for the first half of the game.
Yeah, and with 3 down on Forfeit again, Rumi is forced back into their base, and this may give Healbook yet another opportunity to move forward. Rumi still getting pushed farther back, and Healbook is moving forward into Forfeit's base. The Killer Whale coming out. Rumi hoping to get a pick here to be able to support their teammates a little bit more. All members of Forfeit back up, and they are all scrapping it out in the center of this stage here.
JJ, went with the inkjet variant of this Brella. We'll see, when they opt to use it. It is kind of, again, a tough area when you're going against a heavy splatling. That thing can really pick you off if you're not being careful, as we see Healbook sitting on 16 clams, and there's that inkjet we were talking about. Gets a couple about half HP, but that's not going to be enough. Being accosted as well by that Splatana Stamper, and they're just going to move forward as much as they can. Does their team have anything to support them with no specials currently online? And JJ says we're going to go anyway. Gets it down. That's going to be the penalty down to 2. One clam will get that penalty fully away here, Cater, and Adabs looking to run away and seeing if they can find the last clam to build up a power.
They do have the power, but unfortunately a little too late. They did get that penalty down and get one more in the form of 49. Prosper putting out the wave breaker for some more ink there. And meanwhile, we do have Forfeit finally getting in their first clam, but the other members, okay, now they are here and able to get, I was going to say not quite able to reach the basket, but now they are putting in everything to get it down to 71, which isn't quite enough. Jenny is going to come back in here, and that is all the way to 51 with that power clam going in. Just one more clam would do the trick. Does Forfeit have it in them? Len getting that nice direct to prevent it from happening. And so in our final minute, our scores are just one clam apart, but it is Forfeit with the greater penalty to work with. That is a power clam and 2 small clams that they are going to have to get in.
Forfeit setting themselves up. The stage control looks strong here, and they are not afraid of spotting themselves out with that power clam. Channy on the hero version, or the order version of the Splatling, going to be the one that holds it down. Pincera trying to move forward and seeing if they can find anybody from Healbook. Smartly backs off. Cannot really do much against the inkjet there unless they get close enough. Gets the power clam carrier half HP as well, so Channy surviving, and Healbook even using the big bubbler here with 15 seconds left to go. So Milana really applying the pressure in the later stages of this one.
Yeah, but they need to hold on to that power clam in order for that overtime timer to proc. And they do have 2 power clams under the belt. If they are able to get both of these power clams into that basket, this will be Forfeit's game. Healbook is going to have to divert all of their resources into preventing those power clams from making it into the basket. Prosper placing themselves well in a great defensive position. That heavy Splatling really doing some work here. 2 down on the side of Forfeit. Alina jumping in. Unfortunately, that is a wipeout for Forfeit, and that does give the win to Healbook.
Healbook picking up where they left off from their 3-1 match victory in round 1, our winners quarterfinals, and they will take game 1 of the rematch against Forfeit here. And Cater, kind of back and forth there, not a ton of major pushes, just the one really getting them into that 51-49 territory. What do you think about this game 1 engagement?
I think it's very telling the differing ways that these two teams are approaching the game. With Healbook, you kind of just have this very consistent pressure that they're applying in waves. With Forfeit, it more feels like what we've seen a little bit earlier, where they're holding off until the right opportunity. But in this case, the opportunity, though they took it, they weren't able to put enough force, oomph even, into that one push that they had, and they weren't able to find another one. I think it's also very punishing in clams to do something like that, because you get a large penalty from doing a large push like that, and if you only get it down by a few points, or if you don't get it down by a lot, by a huge margin, that larger penalty can be more punishing even than the actual push itself.
And Milana, to revise our notes here a little bit, we did not get to see Channy on the mini or Zimmy Splatling. Instead, going with the heavy Splatling, kind of the mirror match there with Healbook. Maybe even, although we didn't get to see it, taking a page out of their matchup earlier in the winners portion of the bracket. What adjustments maybe do we need to see from Forfeit to keep this one close?
Maybe they need to bring out the mini Splatling, So it seemed like Cater mentioned, they were trying to play in a very measured way. They were trying to find the right opportunities to push, but maybe they just needed somebody to, get their foot in the door. And that's like a perfect job for a mini Splatling, right? Somebody who's just right up in front, right, able to get the picks that they need. Maybe even using that ultra stamp to kind of maneuver your way in and give your team an opportunity for a jump in to be able to put those power clams into the basket. So I think maybe that could be something to consider. Maybe even though I know we're not going back into Clam Blitz, but that could be a strategy that would work for other modes as well.
Well, I don't think either team is going to be too unhappy with the stage that was selected here. Crab Lake Capital is where we'll go, and we'll play Splat Zones for game number 2. Cater, I think these heavy Splatlings are going to have a field day with all the greats that are around on this stage.
Oh yeah, as a heavy Splatling player myself, that is my main weapon, and I can tell you firsthand, we love those greats. It is like, it's practically an enrichment activity. You gotta let your heavy Splatling out in an area with greats once a day to make sure that they have the level of enrichment to stay happy and be the most effective backline for your team. That is what it feels like, honestly, because you can just run around up there, and the only other obstacle most of the time is the other heavy Splatling, which is, an issue. But combined with the sprinkler that this weapon kit has, you can go around up top and just put down so much paint. That sprinkler you can put in a couple of different positions that can be very useful on this stage. Everybody else, you can go underneath there and fight it out. I'm just going to be up on top of here, looking at the nice view and occasionally taking out the other heavy Splatling.
Well, let's take a look at whether any changes do happen as we get into game 2. Healbook up 1-0 on forfeit in this rematch. And Cater, I'll throw it to you based on that reaction.
No, my Splatlings! They're robbing me. But we do get to see the E-liter scope, so that is nice. And with Respawn Punisher as well.
And the Splatana Stamper, something that I kind of also expected as well, was to see that Zipcaster come back, because you really can see getting up into those high ground, sort of closer to spawn areas could be very difficult without something like the Zipcaster, which, yes, while you do have a very limited amount of time in which to use it, it is one of the best ways to keep that pressure on. However, Forfeit losing 2 members early, and that'll force Alina, who's on this E-liter, back. And Milana, that's a very interesting pivot. So now you have the N-Zap as your tactical weapon and the E-liter to try and outrange the Snipe Rider.
Yeah, so I think it's gonna be a kind of a difficult, because remember we talked, like Cater mentioned, we talked a lot about range on this stage, and range can be very, very helpful. So having that E-liter, and that E-liter is going to need to do work in order to kind of make up for the loss that a heavy Splatling might have provided, or that NZAP is also going to have to kind of push forward in order to give that the pressure that this team needs to be able to kind of gain a footing in this game.
Rumi kind of winning the battle of protection there over JJ, as JJ was trying to use that canopy to the best of their advantage, but Rumi's splash ball hangs on. They have the Killer Well 5.1 at the ready, as Healbook getting to 46 and forfeit without a penalty to speak of getting through. The Wavebreaker trying to spot anyone that will drop down, and the triple Ing Strike Cater used in front of the zone, maybe just to try and give Healbook an area in which they can advance.
Yeah, using it as a smoke screen more instead of the painting. We similarly have the big bubbler that Len popped there. Healbook able to come back, take this zone back, start making their way through the penalty, though Forfeit has some choice words to say about that. Adapt caught on the zone. Does get that side pick on Channy right in the peripheral for your division. Len here in this Floora state, looking for another pick, opting to drop into the pit on the side instead for a little bit more safety. Oh, we've got somebody going far around the back, but Vincera is called out, goes down to the area of effect by Len. That could have been disastrous if not noticed earlier.
That's exactly what we expected, though, from the Splatana Stamper, is getting back and trying to see who in their spawn they could find. Alina doing some nice work, helping to pick off Prosper there. Nice shot. That's from distance as well, and even setting up some ink mines on the Splat Zone, which, Milana, that is not a sub-weapon we get to see too terribly often.
No, the ink mine is a proximity weapon, so if an enemy is nearby, it will go off and put down some ink for your team. Now, I think what's really interesting about Alina is that they opted for the unscoped version of this weapon, and what this means is that you have a little bit of a shorter range than you would if you were using a scoped weapon, but you also have a much wider field of vision. Oh my gosh, a traffic accident just happened right in front of us right here with the Zipcaster. But I think it is an interesting thing. Forfeit with only 10 counts left. JJ trying to use their specials to take the zone, but it's just JJ. We have a couple of specials coming in. They are able to grab that zone, but immediately neutralizing it and maybe going back into the favor of Forfeit right here. Question mark?
I mean, I'm not sure that happens without JJ. Yes, you have the special coming in, but the paint that they were putting out in a timely manner, I think that gave them enough time to really cap that zone back. And they're going to have the triple ink strike again, not using it on the zone this time as they're taking through their penalty and getting some support as well. I think that maybe is where Healbook might have an advantage, is picking off the members of Forfeit that do drop down, because not all of them will. The E-Leader in particular, you will be rare to see them on the side, as we see Alina throwing down that wave breaker. This could be JJ falling as well. That's the penalty fully gone as well from Healbrook, as they try to look for Prosper, at least looking for a pick using that top grade area. But Cater, it's not meant to be. Forfeit mainly getting that zone off pure force of will and saving the Zipcaster to try and get a late pick.
You know, JJ fully living that just because they were Umbrella. They would not have lived that if not for that defensive canopy. Rumi is continuously staying on this zone, putting the paint over it, getting the killer whales out, the splash wall, the whole 9, coming out using the full kit to their advantage. Does go down there. That is 3 down on the side of Forfeit, the E-Leader being the only one left. Len forcing the jump out with the bombs and the area of effect. So now this is exactly what Healbook needs, but they have penalty to work through before they can get these points on the board. You can see JJ on trying to look at the grates there. Meanwhile, Forfeit is getting ready to push back in, going into this bubble here and getting the pick on Adept. That is huge. Has the Zipcaster at the ready. That is going to get popped here, but is it fast enough? The penalty is gone. The points are in the single digits. We are 5 points away. So close. Is Forfeit going to take back this zone? They do, and just, I believe, 3 points away from the win. Healbook is denied it as Forfeit swoops in and retakes the zone.
Tie ball game here, Milana, as we see a close engagement at the end there. You see the decision from the Splatana Stamper to not focus on the zone, trusting their teammates to do that and chasing down and ultimately getting the pick, I believe, on Adapt. That is some high-level thinking.
I was honestly really worried. I'm like, oh my gosh, please go paint the zone, like in my head. And this is why I don't play at this level, because that is too much pressure for my little self. So, you know, it really just speaks to like how good you are at the game. And if you are trusting of your teammates to be able to take the zone, and you're like, okay, my job is to take out the members of the opposing team. My job is, I'm a slayer. That's what I do. And if you can focus on that and you trust the rest of your team to kind of cover your back and cover your bases for whatever else the team needs, I think that really speaks to how well meshed you guys are as a team. And I think if you're going to be playing at this level, it is just a very normal thing, and I think it's just so cool to see every time.
And that's where the comms, the communication comes in as well. We obviously aren't privy to the verbal communication that happens between the teams, but even in-game, using the this way and the ouch, the booyah, really helping to call out where an enemy is. You know, a lot of players, when they go down, they'll spam one of those two to make sure that their teammates know where the enemy that splatted them was generally around that time. And also, to your point, just trusting that your teammates that have a different role from you, in theory, are going to play to that role, especially when it comes to a one-zone stage like this one. In Cater, we go now to Rainmaker. We still await the stage, but that would leave Tower Control, or maybe Turf War, as our 4th mode. But Rainmaker, we go from, you know, a pretty hectic back-and-forth Splat Zones game to a certified hectic mode in and of itself.
Yeah, Rainmaker is always like that. I mean, that's why we have Rainmaker moments in this game, is you see something certifiably crazy happen. You just say, well, it's characteristic of the mode to have an Octobrush user sneak behind you and dunk the Rainmaker when you're not looking, or a game that's 1 point and the only reason it's 1 point different is because one team dunked the Rainmaker on the checkpoint earlier than the other one, right? It's very, very tense, feels very tug of war, I think, more so than any of our other modes here.
And that's why, in keeping with the idea that everyone on your team has a role to play, that's why we see the Rainmaker carrier pretty consistently be your anchor or your support player, is because those other players that are more frontline, we call them either skirmishers or slayers, we want them to be able to do one of those two things. Just send them straight forward, as I like to call it, be the tip of the spear to advance and make sure that your team can gain ground, or pull off one of those flanks. Go around, if you're on the defensive especially, see if you could get behind them, take down the Rainmaker. You typically will have either 0 people behind the Rainmaker or just the anchor backliner, likely holding an ink vac based on what we've seen on recent play, and take them down when they're not facing you, so that alleviates a huge headache for your team. And Milana, we go back to Urchin Underpass, this time for Rainmaker.
Sorry, I gave you just a weird look because I'm like, wait, did I like hear that correctly?
Yeah.
That is not a popular pick, I will say. And I think what makes this especially difficult is that there is literally a wall in front of you and the checkpoint, and you have to kind of like jump through the wall, and you lose a lot of momentum when you do that. It is sometimes not so smooth for you to get through that wall, and I think it's definitely an interesting pick overall for sure.
This is the stage and mode combination where we saw that sneaky pickup of the Rainmaker getting right to the knockout. And I'm wondering if we'll see that here. Just the second time in the top 8s this season that we've seen this stage and mode combination put together. Cater, I'm noticing the return of a certain Jet Squelcher.
I am as well for that ink vac, and I am also noticing no ink vac weapons on the side of Forfeit. So they don't have that tool that's become so common in pushes. They're going to rely on the old-fashioned way of, getting information around that Rainmaker player and taking out anyone who's trying to get there instead of using the special. But Prosper opting to pop the vac early actually does still go down, but definitely the vac saved them from at least one of those vertical swings. Adept also falling here to Forfeit. Rumi is running forward, pushing on the gas pedal, does fall to JJ's hammer, who has then going down, who is also going down. It is a back and forth for both of these teams here. That does result in Forfeit breaking our first checkpoint.
Yeah, Forfeit looking strong. It looks like Healbook will be able to come back, but Forfeit does use the Tactical, so maybe thinking that they want to try and play still in mid here, see if they can stop Healbook and get another push going past this pedestal, this checkpoint that they will not have to deal with for the rest of the game. Now, they will, of course, have to play defense on their own pedestal, and then Pincera getting out with the idea that they want to lock down mid as quickly as they can. There's the Rainmaker shot coming through. Rumi going to be expending the Killer Whale 5.1. They've also got the Tactical and the Beacon set up here, Milana, just in case they need to get back to mid as quickly as they can.
Yeah, Beacon's unfortunate toss of the Ultra Stamp there, not really getting much value out of that one, and that is going to be big for Healbook. 2 down, and Forfeit is still in a pretty good position to be able to push forward. The Ultra Stamp coming out now from Forfeit, trying to get a pick, but unfortunately unable to, and that is a great defense coming out from Healbook. Forfeit picking up that Rainmaker, Len going into the Florida State, cornering the Rainmaker player, and this is going to be the opportunity that Healbook has been looking for.
That's a quad.
Fantastic showing from Len there. That's a quad, and indeed, I can't really think of a worse place to be for a Rainmaker than that corner right there as we see the Rainmaker pedestal go down. Tie does go to the runner, of course, the first team that gets the Rainmaker on that pedestal, but Healbook wasting no time in getting the lead, if only by a point. They'll sit back a little bit and unfortunately lose the Rainmaker. That will be Adapt on the Tri-Slosher Nevo. And Cater, a lot of back and forth here. Forfeit now gets up to them, and they're not wasting any time.
They are not. The lead swaps to them, and Adept on that Tri-Slosher falling down. There's the wall that we were talking about. Gets squid rolled through very quickly. Honestly, that's pretty little fuss for that wall, but then you are trapped in what is pretty much a pit. It's a box. It's got tall walls, and now Healbook uses that to their advantage to stop the Rainmaker here in this defensive position. The Tactical comes out in the little box as well, actually. Prosper has this ink vac at the ready, waiting for a good time to use it. Will drop back and get that cooler, but still has to contend with the members of Forfeit that are up in this area. Slowly but surely, Healbook drives them out. That Rainmaker resets, and we are able to play in the center of the stage again.
That, to me, is the million-dollar question. When do you use your ink vac? It looks like Healbook, they're of the opinion that they want to save it until the Rainmaker's push. That, again, is a block on the Ultra Stamp by the Splash Ball. Prosper going to be surviving just barely and only for a second longer as they go down. So despite holding it, not really the force they would have wanted. It's now just Len holding on to, I believe, the big bubbler there is the only special available for Healbook, and they'll need it for defense as they lose one to the Ultra Stamp throw there. Pincera trying to dance around and we'll get the trade, but Milana, that is a wipeout forced against Healbook.
And it is a wipeout, but remember, this stage is quite big, so, the members of Forfeit do have like a mile and a half to travel before they can even make it into that box of doom. I'm just gonna add of doom to things. I think that's like the strategy, right? The box of doom over there, but it's looking that maybe they're not trying to move the Rainmaker, but put it on top of the vending machine instead.
Could see that flank from JJ as well, coming from a mile away. Uses the Ultra Stamp. Worth it, though, as they get traded, but they take out the Rainmaker. Any momentum that they can take away from them at this point is going to be worth it. JJ seeing if they can get another pick to advance Healbook, who has a pretty sizable amount of points to gather with just 36 seconds left to go. Channy, who we haven't really gotten to talk about much here, helping to pop the Rainmaker barrier. And Cater, they're kind of the backbone of this team. The Jet Squelcher on the opposite side for Healbrook, but I think they're more so concerned with that ink back, whereas for Chaney, they're just trying to get as much ink out as possible.
Love that sprinkler placement from them, by the way. JJ coming out here with the Ultra Stamp. Does find one. Gonna go for the throw for the second. Finds it. Goes into that Flow Aura state. Redeeming themselves for the Ultra Stamp throws that we saw earlier. It's finally going their way. Gets another pick on Alita to further that Flow Aura. But is Healbook going to be able to take advantage of this? They do have the Rainmaker, so we will see overtime. But it's so difficult for Adapt to get into that terrible, terrible box with all the members of Forfeit alive here. We do have the Ultra Stamp up yet again, losing lit on the blaster. That is so unfortunate. Adept having to contend with the Wavebreaker. Finally, the Vac coming out. Oh, but the Killer Whale, that is an awful place for Adept because there's just so much. The Vac expires and Adept is left pretty much back at square one. The timer is so close to running out at 23 ticks remaining. Somehow still alive. Prosper providing as much covering fire, and I think trying to get another Vac as quickly as is possible. Adept does not want to roll into there because they're going to have to do another pick. That is a trade there, but they are getting their health chipped away slowly but surely. 8, 7. Oh, they get the Vac out, but the wall stops them. Oh, man. And
the wall
so
giveth,
close.
and the wall taketh away. As you could see, the members of Forfeit, just at least the Dapples and one more hanging around in what you, Cater, called the box. Holding down that area, not feeling any need to press the advantage, go past that grate, and make anything forceful. They really just knew that they were in a great position, and it was not just
a
as
great
simple
position.
As a great position. Yeah, what a pun. We're missing 9 grades today with these puns, but it was not as simple as dropping down past the grate. You had to basically get under or next to where the ramp was in order to take the lead, or on top of the ramp even to take the lead. And Milana, that was just not the case. We have another close battle in what's been a very close loser semifinals.
Yeah, it's been so good to see both of these teams, and like Cater mentioned before, we don't really know too much about the players on Forfeit, but obviously they are proving themselves to be quite a formidable foe if they can hold their own and even go one up over a team like Healbook, who we have seen time and time again, and who we know have players who are incredibly strategic and incredibly mechanical with their skills. So, you know, to be able to stand toe-to-toe with a team like Healbook really just speaks loads to their skill level as well.
And already a better showing than what was seen in the winners quarterfinals from Forfeit, where they lost 3-1 to Healbook. So that, I think, is already off of their back a little bit. As Cater, we come down to now either tower control or turf war for a potentially deciding game 4. Quite the juxtaposition between those two modes.
Interestingly enough, I find that in this position, sometimes turf war is chosen as that game 4. I mean, we saw that earlier. We've seen it earlier. I think we even saw it in the finale set for last season between Milky Way and Moonlight, where I believe Moonlight opted to pick turf war for their 4th game. If I'm incorrect, unfortunately, I misremember. But sometimes players want to take the stress off of turf war being their last game off of their backs, just because if you have a game 5 turf war, then the last 30 seconds really, really, really matter, and the stress can be a lot for players. And I think hearing our next stage and mode, I may have been correct in that.
Yeah, Cater, that was a commentator's boon rather than a commentator's curse. As you correctly called that we will be paying the turf war tax, if you will, in game number 4. And Milana, surprisingly, I can't believe I'm saying this, we're just now getting to see Mako Mart after all this time today.
Yeah, Mako Mart has generally historically been a very popular pick as far as competitive Splatooners go. So it is a little bit unusual that it wasn't until now that we see Mako Mart for the first time. And And for a mode like Turf War also, I would expect maybe a Splat Zones, maybe a tower control, every once in a while the Rainmaker. But, you know, it is kind of interesting that they decided to bring Mekomar out now. But you know what? It might be a move for strategy, right? Because if Heelbook comes out on top here, Mekomart's now out of the picture, so we could think about something else as far as tower control goes. So maybe this is a strategic pick, if anything else.
Cater, this stage was tied for the second most commonly selected Turf War stage behind Scorch Gorge with 4. Why do you think that is?
I think it's just because this stage offers something for everyone. It's a very well-rounded one. It does tend to favor sloshers and rollers, with the stacks in the middle having lower ledges, and so when longer range weapons want to set up there, they're not that safe. Every part of it is accessible, but even then, there are still places for them to set up. There's alleyways, there's a large mid, there's verticality, but there's also a little bit of flatness. There's something here for everyone. Hey, that's orange zap. Whoa, make a wish, everybody, because that's not something you see every day. JJ is bringing out the NZAP 89 for the Autobomb and the Super Chups, which we talked about before. Very, very important special here in Turf War.
We're seeing that Incline Tri-Stringer again, I believe, as well, although it did just go down. So Sprinkler and Super Chump, very interesting. We see Channy kind of doing the typical job of the Reflux, making sure the entirety of Spawn is as painted as it can be and adapt. So proud of them unflagging in their dedication to the Tri-Slosher Nouveau. Has the buff from the Tacticooler as well. And of course, Milana, we're just in these sort of feeling each other out, kind of figuring out how this is going to go and how aggressive these teams are going to be during Turf War.
You know, I just wanted to bring it back to that NZAP 89. I am an 89 believer. I know that there's not very many of us out there, but I truly believe in the strength of the NZAP 89. So seeing it in a competitive match as high profile as this one is just really just tickles my fancy. So you know, with a minute gone off of the clock, both teams still kind of trying to feel each other out in the center of this stage. The Super Chumps coming out, creating a little bit of space when it comes to both teams trying to make room for each other here, but it looks like Heelbook is a little bit in danger.
I mean, how many times can you say that you've seen a double Super Chump composition? It's very rare, as Prosper trying to watch out from the shots that are coming in from, I believe, Pincera over there on the left-hand side. You don't really have an avenue up there, but the walls, as Cater pointed out, are low enough to where you can have an impact on this rather long sort of charger perch. The Zipcaster not going to have as much of an effect as they wanted, Cater, as Prosper has the freedom to move up with Heelbook.
We've all got our weapons, and so Milana, I'm glad that you were able to see your NZAP 89 here. This Incline Tri-Stringer is also an interesting pick here. I'm sure someone in the audience is cheering for that as well. Ooh, Prosper getting a smooth pick with that. Yeah, show us how it is done. We are heading into our last minute here. Heelbook has clawed their way out of the danger zone, but still, I think, on the back foot, all things considered, as Forfeit has a lot of the control over mid, and that left side is getting inked green as well. Yeah, there is the danger flag coming back for them, but we still have that all-important last 30 seconds. The Tacticooler was out, so Forfeit has those benefits, but Heelbook has broken out and is removed their danger flag with the Super Chumps coming out. This is a great start.
30 seconds left to go officially. Pincera helping to get rid of some of the Super Chumps and using the Killer Whale 5.1 to try and track some of the members of Heelbook that might be hanging around mid. It's going to be a 3v3 as the Reflux Milk will go down for Forfeit, but will be back just as quickly as they left. No specials at the ready currently for Heelbook. 1 or 2 available for Forfeits. They have the advantage, and Pincera's going to go down, so that's going to be the Zipcaster gone and out of the way. Len looking for a pick. They're not going to find it. 5 seconds left to go. The Booyah Bomb comes out, and it's looking like all Forfeit, though JJ is getting behind them. They'll have the Super Jumps maybe at the last second. I may not have come out fast enough, and this is looking relatively in favor of Forfeit, and it will be a 54-42 victory for Forfeit, and they are able to avenge that earlier loss to Heelbook with a great performance in our loser semifinals, Milana.
Yeah, they certainly are. And you know what? It's kind of interesting because they literally just flipped the score on Heelbook there. But, you know, they do knock Heelbook out of this tournament for today, which means that they get to move up and have the honor of facing up against Milky Way, which is definitely going to be an uphill battle, but it seems like they're up for the challenge.
Well, if we have the bracket ready, of course, we will take a look at that as soon as we can. We are going to have the replay as well coming through from that game 4 and from this earlier match. It's been very close. This is the game 3 that we saw on Urchin Underpass. Len moving forward here, getting some indirects off on a dodging Alina, who was spotted out by the torpedo, I believe. And then this was the unfortunate situation. I just cannot imagine how it felt to be in Channy's shoes there, just being backed into a literal corner, has the wherewithal and time to take down this squid beacon, and then caps off the quad right there to continue that flow aura state. So as mentioned, that was the loser semifinals forfeit, flipping the script on Healbook and winning 3-1. They have gone 3-1 or 1-3 the entire way through in our top 8, and as a result, they are the team, Cater, that will take on Milky Way in our losers finals. This one is going to be close. Your quick thoughts before we go to a break.
I mean, it is going to be intense. Forfeit has shown themselves to be formidable opponents, despite the little that we know about them. And of course, Milky Way, very, very well known and the champions of the entire last season. So they are here to defend their crown and try and get that rematch against FTU, and we will see how that goes.
Well, I had the opportunity to play some story mode in Splatoon 3 with EE. I hope you're all as excited as I was to see the journey that EE takes through Splatoon 3's story. Let's take a look. What's up, guys? Shiny Enter Zach here with EE, and correct me if I'm wrong, EE, but you've never played the single player in Splatoon 3, right?
I have not had the pleasure, which is why I'm very excited for what we're going to be getting into today. I know it's going to be a blast.
Well, that's exactly what we're here for. You're going to play through the Return of the Mammalians single player story, which I have to say is so fun.
Well, by your recommendation, that's good enough for me. Let's jump into it. I'm excited. Okay, I have no idea who this is, Zach, but he seems like we're about to be in some peril.
He's a little wobbly. I'm not sure how he's made it this far. His knees are kind of shaking, and we're in a bit of a barren, desolate wasteland here.
Okay. Well, it's Cuttlefish, senior advisor, so at least I know I can take him seriously.
So there's this weird, fuzzy ooze on the ground. That's not something you see every day.
Yeah, this right here, right?
It doesn't look very pleasant, I'll say that. There is a way to attack it. You do have a little buddy with you, you may have noticed, up on the D-pad. He might be able to do something to help you out there.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there he goes. He sees something.
Oh, okay. Oh, you know what? I understand. He's like a guide.
Yes,
Or like a
he
companion,
wants
if
to help you
will.
out.
Moving through. Oh, who is that over there? Friend or foe?
Oh, well, they kind of look like
Trooper.
that same fuzzy ooze that we saw earlier, and that fuzzy ooze was not very pleasant, so I would assume foe for now.
All right. I'll try and make short work of them.
Yeah,
Oh, they're
and
actually.
they're shooting at you. All right, nice splat there. There you go. You throw
Wait.
that on there.
Am I not throwing? Uh-oh.
You gotta hit
Okay,
that
there we go.
R. There you go.
Reading's fundamental, kids. Can I get over this? Oh, no.
Oh, we found out the hard way what happens when you step into fuzzy ooze.
Oh, come on. Really? I just got cooked. Okay.
So yeah,
Let me
those
renavigate
200 power eggs may prove useful to clearing out some additional area.
I need the people to know for season 2, I'm coming a little different now. I'm coming confident and correct. The
We are
two
building-
C's. Oh, what is this? Is this something to interact with? Oh, it is.
A nice little collectible there, so you can add that decoration to your locker in your terminal.
Oh, okay. I like that. Sweet.
And those are spread all throughout the single player. There's tons of things to collect in Alternative.
All right. And then just line it up. Don't miss. I missed.
Whoa.
Okay. Let's try again.
Your little buddy's resilient, though. He can get thrown and come right back. Maybe a
no.
little bit further there. You've got some more room in front of you.
You're right. I'm just a little scared. Because I always remember, oh, there it is. That's perfect.
Ah, that's all
money.
you needed.
Dude, I just want to throw it out there. This is mad random, but this game is so aesthetically pleasing.
It's beautiful, right? I mean, even they must have like color theory down pat, because they always do these wonderful matching colors for which one you're using and which one the enemy has. I love that, even in multiplayer. That might be an old nemesis that some folks who play the earlier Splatoon games could be familiar with.
Well, I finally found you, Cuttlefish. What are you blaming us for?
Oh,
I know you're behind it.
Who is that? DJ Octavio, welcome back.
Oh,
Whoa.
Smart stuff. It stalls them and then sends it right back.
Okay, now that one you may just want to get out of the way for.
You know what's funny? It even said, it literally said dodge, and I was just like, it'll be fine. Oh, nice. Oh, what the? Hey, what's up?
Bang! Once again, range problem solved. He gets demeched. Is there anything you can throw into that ink vac?
Could I throw small fry? Get him!
There he goes. Look at him. Oh, he's gumming up the system. We know this one. We know the drill. We know what to do here.
Boom.
Bang, and then big damage.
Boom.
Yeah.
Cook.
Oh, man, right back. Oh, there he is.
Oh, my
Kablam!
boy. Had to do it to him.
Puts the cherry on top and puts him upside down in his machinery.
Boom.
Bang! So maybe DJ Octavio's not the big baddie in this one after all.
He may not be. Which I think is actually kind of the perfect way to set the tone. Oh, okay. That's how it goes to the open.
Now
like
we
it.
have entered
like it.
the true Splatoon 3 single player. What a landscape it's brought you to.
Yeah, that was pretty sick.
Title screen, absolute cinema. Well, thank you, me. It was such a fun time seeing EE play through it. I love getting to see people play Splatoon for the first time, whether that is in multiplayer or in single player, and there's so much to do in the game. But we have a losers finals match to take a look at here, Cater. It's kind of the battle of the 3-1s. Lots of teams 3-1ing each other. Milky Way sent down to losers as a result of losing 3-1 to FT Win, and Forfeit avenging a previous 3-1 loss to Healbook, now winning 3-1 in loser semis to set up what in top 8 is our first look at Forfeit versus Milky Way all day.
Yeah, and might I say, like, Healbook also got a 3-1, or lost 3-1 earlier. That's what pushed them down to losers bracket. So it's been 3-1s all around for everyone, except, I think, for just a couple of our first matches in our first round of the winners bracket there. So mostly that just goes to show that all of these teams are just as capable as the rest of them of taking games off of each other. And it is so close, just neck and neck for all of the points up for grabs in this bracket here. All of these teams, of course, already getting a sizable sum of points from being in the top 8 and participating here, but it is that extra point that will determine their placement overall at the end of this season. So, very excited to see what our losers finals?
Yes.
Is that my finals?
Losers finals has
I'm
to
losing the
offer.
plot. Losers finals has to offer. Thank you. Look, we've been on here for a couple of hours. Okay,
yes.
the Splatoon is getting to me. I'm feeling my brain cells getting replaced with squid cells, if you know what I mean.
Well, we'll hopefully be in the game somewhat soon. Mulata, we already have the mode and stage combination as we get our first look at Milky Way versus Forfeit. It's going to be Splat Zones on Museum de Alfonsino. It's really cropped up a bunch today. Museum has been one of the more preferable stages to start off and use early.
Yeah, you know, if we use up Museum for Splat Zones, we might not be able to see it for Clan Blitz later on. And for what it's worth, you know, Milky Way really enjoys a good Clan Blitz museum, and they're quite good at it. So maybe if we get it out of the way first, we don't have to worry too much about it. And given that I believe Milky Way gets to pick the mode, whereas the you know, lower seed gets to pick the stage, Forfeit probably like, yeah, I know Milky Way. I've kind of seen them play Splatoon a couple of times, and I know that they're kind of good at it. Just a couple of times. And I know they're kind of good at Clan Blitz Museum, so let's try to get rid of that first, so that if we ever have to handle that, we don't have to handle that specific stage and mode later down the road.
I think for Milky Way and a plethora of these high-level teams, it is not a good idea if you're the underdog to try and specifically play against their playstyle, try and find a counter composition, if you will, because Milky Way and FT Win and these teams are so set in the weapons that they play, no matter how large or small their weapon pool is, that they're just going to steamroll you with their, if nothing else, experience at the high level. And so Cater, you know, Forfeit, we didn't really get to see or know much about them before, but we're going to see them for the second time now as we get into our losers finals. It's Milky Way versus Forfeit. Shout out again to Czar on the spec cam, starting this one with Splat Zones on Museum de Alfonsino. Cater, what are you seeing weapon wise?
Well, I'm seeing Chani come out here on that Zinc mini Splatling. So we've been talking about the original mini Splatling before, but this Zinc one has the combination of Toxic Mist and Big Bubbler. Very area control heavy, that Toxic Mist especially. And I'm interested to see it come out here in Splat Zones, actually. I would expect it more maybe on Rainmaker or something where you really want to control the flow of players. But with how large this stage is, I can definitely see it working. Already, we've got a Big Bubbler and Tacticaler out for Forfeit as they are first to take control of the zone. The Stamper having the Zipcaster at the ready as well, waiting for a good time to use that special.
And with some of the lowest range of any Splatling, like you kind of just want to set up shop with it on the zone, it looks like, as a one zone stage, and just make sure you can paint as much as possible. And while Forfeit does get the lead here, Milky Way, who has the zone now, is not a stranger to playing from behind. They do claim the lead now, and they kind of, Milana, are familiar with that and aren't afraid of really, giving up some ground in order to ultimately get the better option.
Yeah, we talk constantly about the diligence, the level-headedness, the being able to play with a calm mind, and that's something that I think Milky Way and other top teams like FT Win, they are immaculate at that. They are so good at being able to keep a level mind. And as you can see here, what they are holding off that zone for until 36. Right now it is neutralized. It does go in the favor of Forfeit right now. They do have a tiny bit of a penalty to tick down, but Bran is still kind of wandering around the zone and hoping to kind of create a little bit of space for their teammates. And Ice getting a nice pick, trying for that double, unable to get the double. Ooh, and does get the double. Yeah, sorry, we were like, ooh, I didn't want to commentator's curse that one at all. So we can see that, Milky Way grabbing on and holding onto that zone again, taking down their penalty, and they are in a good position to kind of hopefully make some points happen.
And the Slosher is such a devious weapon. You kind of think, as we see Rumi get into the float aura state, that it's aiming one way and then it can hit a flick, as we see Bran kind of do. Bran almost facing the wall, but the shot, it arcs and goes around and is able to get the pick. So it's no wonder why that is one of the most commonly seen weapons so far, as we see Alina now getting rid of the penalty for Forfeit, sending them forward. And Milky Way, I think, Cater so good at preventing or instilling maybe this false sense of confidence that they can squash later. But Forfeit right now, they're not pressing the advantage too hard, with the exception of one member who does go down to Jared.
How much of this is a false sense of confidence, and how much of this is confidence that Forfeit can actually put their stock in? They are 2 down, though, and Milky Way swooping in to finally take back control of the zone. But for a moment there, I feel like I was lulled into maybe the sense of security that Milky Way wants me to have. Maybe the commentators were the opponents after all. No, we're just here to put on a show for you guys. Bran having those triple ink strikes at the ready again, going to use them on the plat area to prevent Forfeit from setting up shop here. And you can see Chani taking the full brunt of one of them, has the whales at their back from a teammate, as well as the big bubbler for themselves that they're put on, going to ink about half the zone here. But the zone is just so large. Even with all of that, they only neutralize it and do not take it, and are forced to jump back, especially after losing the support of 2 of their teammates, unfortunately. Milky Way no longer has any penalty to work towards, and Q and Ice are just sitting nicely on the top of the zone. We are in our single digits right now, and unless Forfeit can find any way to get back into here, they're trying as hard as they can, but unfortunately not able to stop that relentless march of the countdown towards 0.
And this is the Milky Way that we know, right? And for Chani, we saw in the early portion of that game them be able to be very aggressive with the big bubbler and the way they set that up. We're talking about, why do you bring a big bubbler into splat zones, especially with a lower range weapon? You really have to be right in the midst of where the firefight is going to happen. Now, out of necessity, they use the big bubbler on top of sort of this charger overlook, and yes, they stay alive, and yes, they maybe even give a beacon for their team to jump to if they need. But Cater, to your point, they only reach half of the zone, and half is not good enough, especially when you're facing counter firefight from Milky Way to take it fully over. So with nobody else in the general vicinity or able to have an impact on the zone, Milana, they weren't really able to follow up on the kind of all-in dedication that Chani was willing to have, and Q setting up very nicely on the top of that spinner, making sure that everything was painted to retain the zone until the knockout.
Yeah, I also kind of wanted to point out that it seemed like some of the members of Forfeit were kind of faced with a little bit of indecision. So we were spectating Rumi for a while, and it seemed like they Forfeit had the zone. They were able to get their points ticking down, and Rumi was sharking around that platform. But it seemed like Rumi was unsure of whether to kind of push Q out of her position to be able to take down that anchor player, or to kind of go back and help the rest of their teammates to be able to take the zone. Because even as the zone control flipped into Milky Way's control, they were still kind of like left on that platform in a kind of a precarious situation. So I think sometimes that indecision kind of will come to bite you a little bit when you are faced off against teams that make decisions just like that.
Yeah, hard when you have to make these decisions quite literally on the fly. Not all of them you're able to communicate either through the in-game pings or through a voice channel. This will be the second game in a low, Cater, where Milky Way has the honor of picking the mode, and they have gone with tower control. We are still awaiting this stage, but with the exception of Museum, everything is available and at their disposal.
Everything is available, and why do I feel like we're going back to Inkblot? No, please prove me wrong. I would love to see something that's not Inkblot, but given just how commonplace that it has been today, honestly, that's probably where I'm putting my bets.
It is with the exception of Clamblitz, I think it is the highest discrepancy between the most picked stage on a mode and the least picked. So we have 8 choices for Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy heading in to this week. And as far as where we're going to go, it will be the most common choice. So we will return to Inkblot Art Academy. We're not rewriting anything here. I know, Milana, that we've gone a couple times to Manta Maria, and that might have gotten your hopes up, but Inkblot is home for Tower Control, and that's for now where it'll stay.
See, would you call this a commentator's curse or a commentator's boon? So I'm not really sure about that one. So
I think I would call it a commentator. Maybe. I would call it a commentator who can follow a pattern.
Analytical. I like that. So, so yeah, we're going to go back to Tower Control Inkblot. And it really is just, like I mentioned time and time again, it is vanilla. So we will see, we expect to see this. And because we expect to see this, and we have seen Milky Way play on this time and time again, what we haven't seen on stream is perhaps having Forfeit play this on stream. So I wonder what kind of things they might bring into the fray as they enter the battlefield against a team as strong as Milky Way.
And Cater, for Channy, who was the main focal point weapon-wise, being the largest deviation from the meta, I would think, with Zinc Mini. That has the big bubbler. We mentioned maybe much more, akin to a tower control than it would be a Splat Zone. Do we see the return there, or do we see them break out maybe something more long-range like a Heavy Splatling so that they can stay on top of that overlook that's near mid?
I find actually that the Heavy Splatling can feel pretty weak in comparison to other weapons on tower control. It can be just a matter of personal preference, but I personally feel like I personally deviate to Heavy Edit because that's what works well with my team. Now, we haven't seen them on that, so I would expect them to go maybe to more of the Mini. Maybe even that Inkzuka Mini if they're feeling funky with it. No, we're going to see the regular Mini Splatling there. But yeah, sometimes the painting prowess of that Heavy Splatling is not the strength that you want to focus on here in Tower Control. But we will be seeing those Ultra Stamps.
Double burst bomb as well, as you have the mini Splatling and the Splatana Stamper.
Oh,
so
yeah.
they will be, as we see Jared get a nice pick, going to be either inking the ground at their feet or using it maybe for some combo damage. Jared already accosted by Alina and not taking any time away as they're trading out. And despite that, Jared able to survive. Milana, that was a pincer maneuver gone wrong, and Milky Way hits the first checkpoint.
Yeah, we expect that pincer tactics gives you that numbers advantage, but who needs numbers when you have skill like Jared? Being able to survive through all of that. And because of that, they were able to kind of push Forfeit back towards their base, and Milky Way was able to break that first checkpoint and make it even to that second checkpoint. Channy with the Ultra Stamp unable to get a little bit of mileage out of it. Q is going to have to get on that tower in order to break it, but still all members of Milky Way in a great position to be able to make this push happen. The triple ink strikes coming out, and then the Zipcaster trying to get the pick, does get the pick on Bran, and this is going to be an opportunity if they can clear, I believe that's ice up there, out from that platform.
Luckily for Alina, they do get the tactical off because they go down shortly after. And here goes Channy flanking around, throws the Ultra Stamp, waited for a second, and that gave Q, I think, enough of an opportunity to see the writing on the wall and get out of the way before it happened. Here comes the triple Ink Strike. Nobody currently threatening the tower, but Q directly behind it. Q and Ice kind of trading off. Ice saying maybe, okay, do you have it? You've got it. Okay, I can move forward, because they are doing a lot of work here, Cater, and even entering that floor Aura state.
Yeah, you love to see the synergy of trading off that tower, tapping. Q goes down, but you know that Ice is not far behind to take that tower, and Bran is there as well to take over when Ice goes down. If Bran goes down, what happens? But they will not, and actually take down Alina instead, bringing that to a dominant knockout for Milky Way.
It feels like sometimes there's double armor on some of the players of Milky Way. Like Bran and Jared are able to dip into this extra health pool that nobody else has. Even Ice, when Ice was kind of hanging out under the drop down of Spawn, where they were trying to come out, Forfeit was trying to get back to the tower. Ice was just surviving everything thrown his way, and Q able to hang on the tower, and Bran picking up the slack, the pace there right at the end, surviving at least 2 members of Forfeit and getting through. So Milana, this is definitely another echelon, another gear that Forfeit needs to find a way to reach at least close to that level.
Okay,
might I say quickly, it's actually, we used to have ink armor. We don't have that anymore. Now it's plot armor.
See, I was going to say, I don't know what version of this game you're playing, that they brought ink armor back, but, you know.
I miss my Tri-Slosher from S2, you know?
That
ink armor's beautiful, you know?
I do not miss it.
I know many people don't.
You know what? You can miss your ink armor if I get to miss my Stingray. How's that for a deal?
What? Everybody has their poison, if you will. But Milana, you know, it's a tough scene for Forfeit. They're 2 down now. The 2 games have been emphatic, to say the least, and Rainmaker is where we go. Scorch Gorge, the venue. So it's another sensical pairing of the mode and the stage, but it's high octane. It's going to be fast paced, and this is another one where it could get very easily out of hand for Forfeit if they don't lock in here.
Yeah, after that first checkpoint, really the points kind of tick down as soon as you enter this little valley. I think we were talking about earlier, a little valley right out of spawn. As you kind of move your way up to the path towards that goal pedestal, those points tick down so fast that, you know, if you blink, you could probably, you know, lose sight of the game to begin with. So it really is something to keep an eye out for. So what Forfeit is going to have to do is really think about how they can stop Milky Way from even hitting that first checkpoint, because once they hit that first checkpoint, you know that the momentum is going to go crazy for Milky Way.
In keeping with that, Cater, you know, the first checkpoint kind of near where the basket would be on Clam Blitz. And for Clams, don't really have to worry about the area behind it unless you want to, or you're pressing the advantage very aggressively. You are required, if you want to knock out at least, to use that valley, as you put it, to get to the second checkpoint. Does your methodology or composition change based on that thought, or do you generally bring a lot of the same things that you would for Clams?
I would say it changes as it would change for Rainmaker in general, right? Bringing out the Dapples, bringing out the Vac. It is very interesting because after that first checkpoint and you get a little ways into that valley, it is kind of just a straight shot up that ramp. And if both of the teams make it there, then it is just who can get farther up the ramp. That's the game. Now, looking at the weapons that we've got here, we do see Alina opting to switch to the regular Splat Charger, which is a weapon with the Ink Vac, and then we'll have Forfeit opting to have the end zap. That's shiny on the end zap, actually, so a little bit of a shorter range weapon for the Tacticooler.
No splatling, as you pointed out, for either side. It is going to be the end zap and the splatter scope for the Ink Vac, as well as, you know, I'm very surprised in a way that we haven't seen the 96 gal. That's been a weapon that's cropped up quite a bit, and is another popular choice for Ink Vac. Just has not come up on stream today. Pincera hanging on with this Splatana class of weapons, and I think got some invincibility there with the dodge, kind of waiting for the right opportunity, Milana, to use that Zipcaster, but it will not come through, and that's 2 down for Forfeit.
It is 2 down for Forfeit. Q to grabbing that Rainmaker, and this is the precarious situation that I was talking about. Once Milky Way hits this checkpoint, notice that all members of Milky Way are propped up in a way that you can kind of move this Rainmaker just a little bit forward. Jared opting not to do that exactly because they know that if you hit that first checkpoint first, even if Forfeit was to hit the first checkpoint on their end, that Milky Way would still have the lead. All specials coming out here, Zipcaster, Triple Ink Strike, all coming out trying to clear out Milky Way from this territory from their side of the base, and Rumi finally getting that pick on Jared. This is going to be their Forfeit is going to have to focus on turfing up and moving that Rainmaker.
That's what we call a perceived threat. They saw the crab tank and they said, okay, we're hitting the emergency button. They hit the ink back button to allow Forfeit to move forward and get that checkpoint, so neither team having to deal with it. We'll see if Forfeit takes the alternate path of immediately picking up the Rainmaker and getting the lead. Alina being very patient. As the Booyah Bomb comes out, the patience pays off, and that's 2 down for Milky Way. The Zipcaster comes out, but that is a huge stoppage. Although Forfeit does get the lead, Cater, it could have been a lot worse.
Oh, yeah, I thought for sure. I was going to say the exact same thing, that patience waiting for the Booyah Bomb. Now is the time, but it unfortunately was not the time because Milky Way had another trick up their sleeve. Now they are really pestering Forfeit here, especially with the crab tank pop on the snipe. The Vac, though, is going to say absolutely not and pretty much just eat the crab tank for breakfast. Rumi now in this Flow Aura state after getting a couple of picks, opting to dive right into Milky Way, and unfortunately getting punished for that. Q is the one holding the Rainmaker for Milky Way right now, biding their time, just sending out those Rainmaker shots and waiting probably for the affirmative comms from the rest of Milky Way to say, okay, the way is clear. You saw somebody actually go down on the grates behind there, and they do have to wait for Pincera, but Bran right on it. Unfortunately, not able to use those tri-strikes, and Chani is able to assist here in getting that wipeout situation in favor of Forfeit. Huge opportunity for them.
You talk about patience. Maybe when is in too much patience coming through there for Milky Way, as they had a couple opportunities to move forward. Pincera will go down with the Rainmaker, so it'll stop just on top of that platformed area. Neither team really feeling content to pick it up as the triple ink strikes come out. Both teams with 1 minute and 45 seconds left, not passing the 60 mark. Q just missing the second shot on Alina that would have been the anchor on Anchor Crime, as Jared once again in this crab tank and once again facing a battalion of specials. Milana getting some support from the Rainmaker and eventually staying alive.
That was some like insane movement, just being able to stay up on that platform while also dodging that triple ink strike was just so like chef's kiss. I just thought that was awesome. But as we can see here, Forfeit kind of being backed up back into their base. But you know, Milky Way is still seems like they're trying to wait for the perfect moment to make a push. They're trying to make a push happen significantly, but maybe in this case it's just not going to be there's not going to be a perfect time. And with only 1 minute left on the clock, Milky Way is going to have to be considerate of this when they are, because in the end, all that matters is a lead at the very end of this clock. And you know, Milky Way right now just does not have it.
It's a 1-point lead, but a lead nonetheless, and they were trying to use that ink back shot. I think it did take out the crab tank of Jared, but not Jared themselves. As Rumi not able to get into another flow or a state, that's going to be 2 down for Forfeit, and they just need 2 points to get the lead. They're going to use the triple ink strike with Brand to try and prop this Rainmaker shield, and that is a lead as Brand dodges around, is able to dodge out of the way of Pincera. What movement as they take a tough situation, and Pincera getting another pick, maybe in frustration out of not being able to get that one on the Rainmaker. Jared with a couple as well. 10 seconds left to go. It's effectively a 2v2. Forfeit would have to take it a long ways forward. Someone is going to have to pick it up, as Alina will not be that entity. And Cater, we enter now an overtime period.
It will be Chani picking that up, and you could see how full their special gauge was. This means no tacticaler for Forfeit in overtime here. They're going to have to deal with Ice, who has made their way around and somehow ends up behind Chani there to pick off the Rainmaker. Well, we said maybe a little bit too much patience, but it worked out in the end. Milky Way charged up their energy and found their explosive last push with, like we said, the incredible movement around and underneath the stamper there to take this set 3-0.
The most sound match I think we've seen today, as Milky Way hungry to get back to the winner's portion of the bracket, and they will get their wish as they defeat Forfeit 3-0 to set up a rematch against FT Win in grand finals. This one, Milana, is going to be intense, but we have to give our flowers to Forfeit, who comes away with the third place team despite how much we've said today that we don't really know what they're about.
Yeah, no, they are just playing incredibly. And for a team that, many of us maybe a little not that familiar with, coming out with a third place finish is honestly nothing to scoff at.
Before we get into that grand final scenario, we have a replay for you from game 2 of this matchup between Milky Way and Forfeit. This was the Inkblot Art Academy one. Jared doing so well. Brand setting up a nice spot there, getting some ink down with the triple ink strike. This is where Brand took over for Q, and somehow, despite being 2/3 HP, survived long enough to take one out and bump another off the tower in order to get the victory. And as you can see here, one of the only 3 zeros that we've had today. There's been 3 total in top 8, but it sends Milky Way back up to grand finals, where they will take on FT Win and try and force a bracket reset. FT Win trying to replicate that success that they had against Milky Way in winners finals with their 3-1 victory. And Cater, it's always a very interesting discussion to talk about. Was FT Win sitting on their hands this entire time, watching the matches, waiting for something to go through, feeling confident in their gameplay? Or maybe were they jumping into ranked? Were they maybe playing, just to keep their hands warm? What do you do maybe in that situation, especially when you know that most likely, and now confirmed, you have a team like Milky Way coming back at you for another match?
I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to stay warm between these matches. It's when you have such a long period of time of waiting, you can lose the momentum and the groove that you've put yourself together as a team. Of course, having a break is a great thing. It can do wonders for your stamina and your mentality during it's just like a long stretch such as this tournament. I mean, remember, all of these teams played the whole, or probably at least a good portion of the ladder stage before this. They didn't have to play the whole thing, but they played enough to get enough matches to be here in our top 8. So that's no small amount of energy. Now, looking at where we are in the grand finals, I would say this is a pretty common place for these two teams to be. Time and time again, we see FT Win and Milky Way meet up in the winners bracket. FT Win wins over Milky Way. Milky Way goes down to losers, makes it all the way through losers, comes back up to grand finals, where they beat FT Win in usually a game 5, send them to a bracket reset, and then 3-0 them. Like, I can say that this exact scenario down to the match scores has happened at least 2 other times. So it remains to see, will we have it happen again, or has FT Win finally cracked the code to say, okay, you know what, Milky Way, we're done playing games. Well, we'll play the 3 games that we have to, but that's it.
Well, this is where we'll find out if that theme of commentator's curse versus commentator's boon comes into effect. I might even wager the middle option. We've seen so many 3-1s today. It could just be a 3-1 situation for either team.
That's true. And
you mentioned the latter portion. Milky Way playing a whopping 12 best of 3s, and FT Win not far behind them at 10. FT Win going 9-1 in the latter portion. They only drop a match to CS, who did not end up playing, and we have Milky Way, who went a perfect 12-0, did not drop a single game in the ladder portion. And you have, Milana, those 3 hours of constant playing in ladder. Then you get into a 1-hour break, and then you set up matches where they may be easier at the start. They get harder and harder and harder as time goes on. So it's a very much so, we talk about this idea of a marathon versus a sprint. We are nearing the completion of this marathon.
Yeah, we certainly are. And, just a thought that just kind of popped into my mind. You ever think that Milky Way does this on purpose to kind of like, like a mind game that they're playing with FT Win? I wouldn't put it past them to be able to be like, you know what, we'll let you have this one. And we'll let you, enjoy the win, but we'll be back. And, I think this is like me putting my tinfoil cap on. It's probably not like that. But what if? You hear me?
I will be the first one to come out and say there's no match fixing in the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026. This is all the players playing it out. I just want to make that clear. But yes, there is certainly a theme of these two teams always, or almost always, ending up at the top. And they were our 1 and 2 seed coming out of ladder for a reason. They were some of the highest ranked teams coming out of last season for a reason. And now it's time to see in each game what are the little changes or mistakes or decisions, because we've also mentioned how those timely decisions that you can't communicate make such a big impact even in a best of 5 as compared to a best of 3. Cater, we've already got our first mode and stage combination, starting out with Rainmaker on Manta Maria. So we've run once again both ends of the gamut. We've started with Museum, now we're back on the other end starting with Manta Maria.
Yeah, and we were here once before too, so I'm getting a little bit of deja vu. Now, it was a pretty stalematy match the last time that we saw it with, you know, that big explosive push at the end with the drop. So I feel like we didn't get to talk about how important that drop is enough. The way it works is that you have the Rainmaker on a high vertical space and then the drop into the pit, which is down here. When you are dropping, if you get splatted mid-drop, the Rainmaker resets back to this point, but if you land the drop all the way down, the Rainmaker stays there, and you get so many points, like it's 25 or 30 or something like that, just for barely any horizontal distance, but there's so much vertical distance involved in that. So when you have games that are super close and both of those teams have gotten past that first checkpoint, getting that drop is the first step. Getting close to the pedestal after that drop is the second step.
And you're dodging, you know, they say the fastest way somewhere is just a straight line. You're dodging where you have to bank on that first pedestal, the 90-degree angle that you would have to take to go up the ramp, turn right, likely face some opposition, and then jump down. If you can go from mid, take the leap of faith successfully, and then you're basically right in front of where that drop down is going to happen. So if that is what these teams do, that is going to be sort of the pivotal moments that we would look for, especially if we get into a situation where we would have to see an overtime push from one of our teams. It is grand finals time between Milky Way and FT Win. Shout out to Czar as always on the spec cam. Let's get into this one. And Milana, what are we seeing in terms of our weapons today?
Yippee! We see a little bit of a 96 gal right here. So we see Bursty pulling out that 96 gal. We mentioned that we haven't seen too many of those as we have played out today's event. So having that as an ink back weapon is going to be invaluable, especially for a mode like Rainmaker. And on the other side, we do see a heavy spotling coming out from, I believe that is .Q right there.
Yay, heavy.
Yes, so we see that heavy splatling, and instead of a Snipe Rider, which I think is an interesting pick, and a Dapple Duelist to provide the Tacticooler instead.
Leap of Faith does look to be happening. They're backed up by the Inkback, and Soldier, without much resistance from Milky Way, is going to allow them the pedestal to go through. So we'll see if they opt to pick up the Rainmaker. They are breaking it between Bursty and Soldier. They are just barely, and they jumped out, maybe being a little scared, but that was the Booyah Bomb and the triple Ink Strike coming through. But Cater, it doesn't look like FT Win is going away anytime soon.
I wouldn't blame them. I would be a lot scared of that Booyah Bomb almost clipping me off of the cut there. The Rainmaker does reset back to mid. Kyo is still very much with the presence here on this Ultra Stamp, somehow not stamping straight off the edge there, and has the Vac behind him as well. So a lot of this is happening, and the Rainmaker does catch up, makes that all-important drop down into the pit there. That is the end of the push for FE Win, as it looks like Milky Way is going to opt to let this reset. Q has that Wave Breaker. Oh, but 2 going down on Milky Way means that 3 going down with .Q being the only one left means that FD Win is going to continue their presence here. It looks like actually she has opted to take the Rainmaker and jump it off the side of the stage, which resets it back to mid, and I think that was a pretty good choice there. It's not something that you do very often because it does result in one of the players going down as well, but in that case it was a 3-down situation, and the Rainmaker was so far back that if FD Win had been able to go and grab it, it would have been disastrous. disastrous.
Yeah, to your point, you're already retreating anyway, and the rest of your team is respawning anyway. So
Yep.
really, one of the main logical choices you can make there to not give FT Win the opportunity. Brand jumping out maybe into the midst of these triple ink strikes is Rafe able to get the trade there onto Ice. Q looking for the Rainmaker, who's able to get away from them. Soldier swimming forward, does not quite get to 27, but puts the Rainmaker Milana in a pretty precarious position if anyone from FT Win can get to them. If not, worst comes to worst, Milky Way still has to either manually swim it out or jump off the side again.
Yeah, that's such an interesting place for the Rainmaker to even drop. I don't think I see that very often. So, you know, I think what Milky Way has to be aware of is just in case we have that sneaky member of FT Win kind of moving back there, that could be also disastrous. So having the Rainmaker being stable in somebody's base, something that you really want to be careful of just in case somebody ends up sneaking or sharking into your base. Rainmaker does make it back to the center of the stage. Booyah Bomb and Wavebreaker both coming out in tandem, which means that this may be what Milky Way is going to use to bust through that first checkpoint, which they do, and it looks like they might still be in an okay position to be able to move it farther past this first checkpoint as well.
Milky Way using a lot. They do get the pedestal. It's effectively a 2v1 for FT Win coming out of this one, so we will see a retreat from Milky Way, but still some time. A little over a minute and a half left, and Jared trying to make sure that they can get back in a timely fashion with those beacons going down. They have the Tactical right next to the Rainmaker as well, as FT Win looks to be regrouping, and they're not wasting any time. Brand, basically as soon as they get it, getting these triple ink strikes out, looking for any picks they can find on the Kyo, who does take some damage. Their teammate cleans up another one. They get out the Ultra Stamp, and it's going to be a trade as surprisingly FT Win with Rafe.
I knew it.
Rainmaker.
I
Can
saw
they
that.
move it forward? That's an extension of the lead to 20, Cater.
You were on a roll, and I didn't want to interrupt you, but I saw Rafe go all the way around, and I wanted to say, hey, what is going on? What is happening? The long game playing off, and we have a sneaky Rainmaker moment there. Not, you know, as hugely game-altering or dramatic as the other ones, but still very, very important because that makes Milky Way basically stop, and all of the momentum grinds to a halt as they go, wait, what? Ice, they're looking over the cut, unfortunately not able to get the pick that they were looking for, and FT Win has picked up this Rainmaker Kyo, actually, the one, and it looks like they're just going to hold onto it on the left-hand side here because this is honestly a good stalling spot for FT Win. Either the members of Milky Way have to come down from this left-hand side, which is fully painted purple right now, or they have to go in through mid, which all of FT Win is guarding. Now, someone has made their way through. It is Ice, and so the stalling will not happen. Has the Booyah Bomb at the ready, is going to, looks like they pop it before, just so that they can pick it up, looking on where to pop that, forcing Rafe all in between a rock and a hard place and going down. We do have Ice. Can they pick up the Rainmaker? They do, but not in time. I could see you could see their model faded out at the very end, was holding the Rainmaker as I saw it going from side to side, but that was legitimately probably frames too late for the game to count it. And even if they had picked it up and the game had counted it, they were cornered by multiple members of FG Win. They would have gone down.
And that's the only person alive for Milky Way as well. So you kind of have to play around the fact that, okay, you have this Booyah Bomb. You're trying to think about whether you want to use it for the Rainmaker shield or whether you want to use it to try and cordon off any members of FT Win. But Milana, this comes down to the very simple principle of playing the objective. And you can have the sort of TDM, the sort of 1v1s and 2v1s as much as you want. But at the end of the day, if you're not paying attention to the objective, something like that can happen where that lead gets extended right under your nose.
And it's funny because, we talk about how professional, how experienced, how seasoned these players are, and still, we can still succumb to things like this. So having Rafe kind of grab that Rainmaker from under, Milky Way's nose and move it all the way to 20, extending the lead far a couple points past where they had left it before, like Cater mentioned, it really just did stop the momentum of those pushes so that it didn't give Milky Way any opportunity to kind of move forward. And in fact, they had to take a step back.
And Cater, I know you know this, they were one frame. Ice was one frame away from picking up the Rainmaker. So we talked kind of very generally at the beginning of this about how the little times and decisions can make an impact. That is, with a single frame of difference, about as good of an example as I think we can get.
One singular frame is just such a crazy margin to have the game decided by, I feel. And of course, it wasn't the only deciding factor, but the fact that overtime could have triggered and there could have been some chance to come back, that has really got to be heartbreaking to feel. It is just... It's such a small margin. The decisions are so important. And, we had someone at the community say all the way back in Splatoon 2 that in every game of Splatoon, everything is constantly going wrong. And you kind of just have to learn to manage the everything going wrong. That's how you get at the top levels. You decide, because you're never going to have an ideal game of Splatoon with all of the factors that you have working for and against you. You just have to figure out how to wade through all of it and make your decisions quickly.
Well, Milana, we will have a set 3 minutes for these teams to determine what is going right or wrong, as we have Turf War for our second game mode here, and it's going to be a return to Hagglefish Market. So we've already seen this mode and stage combination once before. Hagglefish, you can kind of play it to just about anything, but Turf War seems to be the popular choice today.
Yeah, I think Hagglefish Market is a great choice for stage as far as Turf War goes. It is going to be played in a measured way that, like we mentioned, and like we saw earlier in this event, that when the teams are approaching Turf War on Hagglefish Market, that they are basically going to kind of establish themselves in the center of the stage. And, when they have that establishment, then they might consider, maybe I'll use a special to be able to kind of push farther past that. Or maybe then I can take a friend of mine and kind of mosey into the enemy base.
So as we get set with game 2, it's going to be Ice on the Reflux versus Kyo on the Reflux Milk. So again, that discrepancy. We also see, I believe from Bursty, the Splash-O-Matic coming out. So we will have that Crab Tank v Crab Tank duel as Ice getting, of course, that 10 missiles very early. It's going to be early and often for that special because they will just be getting so much ing throughout these 3 minutes. And Kyo doing a similar thing, just staying back, making sure Spawn is as painted as possible. But already trading out here, neither team really getting an edge here, Cater.
Yeah, Bursty on that Crab Tank, and we do lose Kyo on the Reflux there, unfortunately, somehow. Jared on a Crab Tank of their own from the low ground here does get the pick on Bursty, actually, so that is a great place for Milky Way to be, putting that danger tag on FT Win relatively early on, but hey, Kyo is still painting a lot of Spawn here, so there's still a lot of points to go. Bran has those triple ink strikes, trying to go from behind and get a pick, but goes down to Soldier, who goes down to Q, who goes down to Bursty, who goes down to Ice. Okay, let's trade those picks, everybody. Ice having another set of those Tenta missiles at the ready, just barely missing that bomb. I do want to say the difference between these kits is pretty interesting because Ice can pop those missiles and use them effectively from anywhere on the map, whereas Kyo will have to actually position more up front with that Booyah Bomb, and we do have FT Win in danger again.
Well, the Tenta missiles are doing their job as they displace 2 members of FT Win off of that uninkable tent as Q goes down. Soldier unperturbed by that, getting a second shot off, trying to find, could not find the final splat there, but will do a great job at helping FT Win get back control of mid. More than half of the time gone by here, Milana, as Jared does have the Crab Tank. Both teams, in fact, have a Crab Tank on their roster, and it's about where do you set up when there's not a ton of high ground that you can use.
And also to mention that, unfortunately, that's not the place you want to set up, right inside the middle of a Booyah Bomb. But, the thing about the Crab Tank is that we also have to consider it really doesn't turf that much. It is good for building space. It is good for lobbing shots, those explosive shots. But is it really meant for turfing? Probably not. So you want to kind of position yourself in a high altitudinous place and to be able to kind of grab picks. And I think that is the purpose of having that. Now, Ice here with the Tenta missiles at the ready. 30 seconds left on the clock. This is do or die for Milky Way right now.
Cater, this is the important point here. FT Win with multiple specials, as does Milky Way. We'll see them start to come out here as both teams jockey for position.
Missiles, Booyah Bomb, Crab Tank, everything is coming out right now. 15 seconds left. Bursty almost going down there, but not quite. Somehow eating that crab shot before finally going down to another soldier. Finally popping, but that is a wipeout for FT1 in the end, and it is Brand's Ink Strikes who go fully out in the last 3 seconds. We do see one pick go out, but so much of that blue ink is swallowed up by Milky Way in those final few seconds. This looks like a decisive win for Milky Way, and the cats are going to back me up on that one.
60-34. The last time we were here, I think we saw a wipeout with around a second remaining. We had a few more seconds to spare this time around, but Milana, that will be Milky Way evening up the match at 1. We had a 3-1 last time. Any semblance of which way this one's going, if we'll see another 3-1 or if this one might go the distance?
You know, I couldn't even tell you. I'm like looking at my paper and I'm like, you know, yeah, a 3-1 sounds pretty reasonable, but it would be funny if Milky Way ended up getting the 3 and the 1, because then we would have to play another set and then maybe we could get another 3-1 from there.
We're just accumulating 3-1s like the Infinity Stones, if you will, as we see Turf War and Rainmaker gone by. So the rare case where we have Splat Zones and Tower Control left in our final 3 modes. We have Clam Blitz as well. And now, Cater, it's going to be Milky Way picking the mode, and it's going to be FT1 picking the stage. So this is not necessarily as maybe impactful in the sense that you're picking 2 as you would in game 4, but it still kind of sets the trajectory for how this deciding or a lead generating game 3 will go.
It really does, and honestly, with the variety that we've seen, and with Turf War getting picked as the second mode, that's thrown me for a loop. I don't know if I can make any more confident predictions like I have been earlier in the stream. I feel like all of these, or both of these teams, are confident and have performed well on all of these modes. And with the stages remaining, I don't think that there's a bias or a lean towards any specific one of these modes either.
Well, the lean has lent itself, I guess, to Tower Control for game number 3. So we save for game 4 either Splat Zones or Clam Blitz, and for game 5, whichever one is not chosen. Milana, your thought on seeing Tower Control kind of in the middle portion of this match?
Oh God, I was like, it's gonna be Inkblot again. But the voice on high has told us that, very interestingly, we are going to Urchin Underpass, which is something that we don't see too often. So I think seeing Tower Control kind of makes sense a lot for Milky Way, as you know, Milky Way tends to pride themselves on being good at Tower Control. So, you know, I think that, you know, having it at Urchin Underpass, again, not such a usual pick as we might see in competitive Splatoon, but I think there is just so much turf to work with. There's so much, like my favorite word, altitudinal changes on Urchin Underpass, which gives it a lot of viability to a lot of different weapons, and especially the weapons that both of these teams use, things like buckets, things like the Snipe Rider. These are things that we are going to probably look out for.
2 instances of Urchin Underpass TC before today, and Cater, it kind of makes sense, because even though you would expect it to take these big, you know, sort of winding turns, it does kind of sensically follow the path up to where a lot of the firefights break out anyway, which is by sort of that small ramp, the vending machine that we focused on with Rainmaker last time, and we'll have multiple checkpoints to boot. So we'll have to see how it shakes out as we get into Tower Control. What are you noticing weapon-wise?
Well, I'm noticing Brand bringing out that blaster now. Same for Kyo, and that does not surprise me, of course. Everyone from people who have just started playing this game to the top of the top know how blasters and Tower Control go together hand in hand. That area of effect can wrap around the pole like nothing else.
No duel of sloshers, just one slosher that's gone down early. That's FT1 slosher falling. I believe that soldier there is Bursty trying to wrap around. Bran engaging in a 1v1, does not win it out. So Bursty able to pull off maybe a flank. We'll have to sort of scuttle back over for the tactical that does get, I think, run over by the tower. Of course, the tower is not a impermanent object. It can take down anything that gets put in its path. And despite that, Milana, we will see an early push by Milky Way up to 78, but as usual, they're not pressing the advantage too hard.
Yes, they're not. They're really coming at this with that measured gameplay that we know and love them for. That they're not really like pushing for a strong lead yet, because there is a lot of time left on the clock, and they want to be able to make sure that they have a solid footing before they move forward any farther. But with one down on Milky Way, Kyo in a great position to be able to maybe get rid of Q here, but getting spotted out, and unfortunately, fortunately, the rest of FT Win joining Kyo, giving Kyo an opportunity to push even farther forward, but getting taken out before getting any picks there.
I mean, if you can afford to and you can get in the range, that is what really helps your team out, is accosting that long-ranged weapon so that it cannot use its special or build up its special. It cannot load up that charge, as we see Soldier just trying to survive over here on the side as Milky Way extending their lead and getting past the first checkpoint out of 2. Soldier hoping to get the splat onto Ice as well, and that's 2 down against Milky Way, so maybe the push finally stops here, but FT Win Cater with 2 minutes already off the board, still looking for their first push of the day.
Still looking for an Ice, does not want it to happen, still getting those picks and still pushing this tower forward, even possibly extending the lead that they have here past 60. 2 crab tanks online right now, Bursty getting that pick on Bran, but Jared kind of just running away with the other one. Finally, the crab tank expiring here, and now FG Win has fully played cleanup. Finally has their own side of the map under control, but like you said, that took a long time already. We're in the latter half of our match, and FU Win is just now getting that tower back to mid. They have specials online, having to reckon with Booyah Bomb from Ice, who actually pretty much perfectly predicts where people are going to end up. Bursting with another great crab tank pick, the strikes coming in as well, and the bubble, all of these specials right as we get to this checkpoint.
Was thinking the same thing as we see FT Win getting their first push of the day, that Soldier was effectively filtered exactly where Ice had hoped they would, into that left-hand side corridor, and just could not be finished off before they were able to jump out. Brand able to survive and get the pick onto Kyo, and that's 3 down against FT Win. The last member, though, hangs on to their Tacticore, so they'll have it back for the respawning members of FT Win, and they are jumping to Q, it looks like, or to Rafe instead, as Brand gets a pick there, enters that Flow War state, looks for Soldier, and Soldier once again slippery, but a great direct and 180 on the first team. The follow-up onto Soldier, looking for more as they're truly overheating, sees the writing on the wall and gets out of dodge. Milana, that is some high-level thinking once again.
Bran is, I think it can't be understated how good of a player Bran is. We don't talk too much about him, but he does get the picks that, Milky Way needs. And but at this point, 3 down from Milky Way, this is going to be maybe one of the last opportunities that FT Win has to be able to push forward.
First, he was in the Flow War state again, as there's a minute remaining before a potential overtime. FT Win still with a good amount of work to do to surmount this lead of 37 from Milky Way. There's going to be the Booyah Bomb that looks like coming out as Soldiers enter the Flow War state and is looking to find Ice, who does not want to retreat and pays for it. Gets Soldier low, but it's not enough. And that's an early pick cater as FT Win gets past the first checkpoint.
Finally, but less than a minute left. We do have Rafe putting out the Tacticooler, but we do lose one member of FT Win. Jared in this crab tank. It does expire very soon here. We have Bursty in a crab tank of their own, taking out Jared from this very interesting angle here, but in that haste to take this angle, they've neglected the tower, and it is reset all the way back to mid right now, so that is so much ground lost, and that is a full wipeout in favor of Milky Way, who is going to take this tower and just fully stake out all of their turf around it, though FT Win will just make it back to the tower with this Booyah Bomb. They have been forced off. No one from Milky Way actually jumping onto the tower, so we still do have overtime, but unfortunately that is members going down, so Milky Way will take this, and now they are up 2-1.
Unintentional maybe padding of their stats there, as we saw sort of some indecision, maybe jumping on, getting off the tower, jumping on, getting off the tower. Milky Way, kind of deciding what they wanted to do with the last few seconds to minimize the chance that an overtime would happen. Turns out that FT Win gets back in time, survives even Milana, a Booyah Bomb coming their way, but just not only in that final push, but just throughout that entire 5+ minute game, didn't really seem to have, what it takes to put together a full-fledged push, except for the one that got through their first checkpoint.
Yeah, so we know we really have to kind of focus on that aspect of it, right? That they were just not able to kind of stand on that tower. And like you mentioned before in the Rainmaker, in one of these Rainmaker games, that it is an objective-based game, right? So what ended up happening at that very end was they weren't really like paying attention to the tower, and Ice kind of diverted around the majority of FT Win and tapped the tower to be able to send it back towards the middle of the stage. And I think that, much like what we saw in that Rainmaker game, kind of where Rafe diverted around to grab the Rainmaker and push a couple of points for FT Win, that kind of stopped the momentum that FT Win really needed to be able to move that tower even farther past that first checkpoint.
Cater one Milky Way win, I should say, away from a bracket reset. FT Win trying to take this one the distance to a game 5, and we have our mode. It is Clamblitz, so the rare instance where if we do see a game 5, Splat Zones is going to be the mode that we have saved. For now, we have to get through Clamblitz, and it will be Inkblot Art Academy that we'll see it on, so no tower control this time around.
Sorry, we're doing Clamblitz on Inkblot.
Yes.
I mean, it's not unheard of. It's just not common. This, wow. I mean,
it's not
leaving
tower control.
It's not tower control. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I mean, first we leave Splat Zones for last. Then we play tower. We play Inkblot, but not on tower, and it's on Clams. I feel like it has been a really long time since I saw Clams Inkblot. Honestly, it's definitely fair. I just. When I hear Clams, I think other maps. I think Scorch Gorge first and foremost. I think Museum. I think Umami. Maybe. I don't think this map. So it'll be very interesting. I do wonder if we'll see any sort of changes from what we've seen on Inkblot from these teams before, just seeing as it is Clamblitz.
And Milana, last time we saw these two teams play on Inkblot Art Academy, granted not this mode, but it was tower control, and I asked you, they didn't even pass the halfway mark. The winning push, I think, was to 55. With how small relatively the space is going to be, do you think it's going to be another sort of featherweight bout, or are they going to spend more time on the objective and really try and go for the knockout here?
I really think it could go like really both ways, but it's not going to be like I expect it's not going to be like I get one power clam in and then you get one power clam in. I feel like it's either going to be like significant or insignificant. You know what I mean? So like, because these clam baskets are so close together, we have to consider that when they're going to make pushes, and all the clams are kind of spawning pretty much in the same area. So it is something to keep an eye out for.
Well, Cater, I saw your eyebrows raised at some of the significant changes that we saw. Q, as we mentioned earlier, I don't think had seen yet, but now is on the mini Splatling, specifically the Zinc mini. And on the opposite side of things, the N-Zap is the tactical weapon of choice alongside a custom blaster.
I think that this Zinc Mini makes a lot of sense. We've seen how important putting these big bubblers up in clams can be, especially if you get it right underneath the basket. That can provide really, really important time for your teammates to come in and throw clams. So I think that might be part of the thought process of getting onto that Zinc Mini. And of course, the miss can also be really valuable thrown on these ramps or these other checkpoints where teams have to go through. Rafe also on here on the heavy Splatling does go down. That's 3 down, though, for Milky Way, so no immediate push here. Kyo is opting to come and take this plat area, going in with a bang and a triple splashdown. Doesn't find anything immediately with it, but does get the pick with a main weapon on Bran and then jumps out. Soldier throwing the clam, unfortunately getting found out there. Jerry putting down a beacon, calling this way for some backup support.
Kyo kind of hit the "Hey, look at me" button. Pay attention to me. Don't
Yeah,
pay
pretty
attention to
much.
what's going on in mid. Even though I think Kyo maybe didn't have the assumption that it would get any picks. I mean, if you're lucky, sure, but that was at least 2, if not 3 sets of eyes looking straight in their direction when that's used. In the meantime,
The
FT
bait
Win,
button.
the bait button. As we see 15, now 19 clams at the disposal of FT Win. Q backing up to try and play more defensive here, but is spotted out immediately by Soldier and Milana. That's a break of the basket.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty rough for, I think, for Milky Way, as most of them are coming back from spawn, and 2 go down again. Really, their FT Win just has to find enough clams to be able to keep this basket open. But, you know, Milky Way is dropping in, and, you know, Q going down again is not going to do Milky Way any favors. A push to 33, pretty strong, but, you know, it is Inkblot Art Academy, and this this stage does have a lot of clams spawning in a very small amount of stage. So, I don't know. This could be Milky Way's return right here.
I think a lot of plays and sentiment can be answered by, well, it is Inkblot Art Academy. You know, it's just the natural state of things. This is looking to be more of a heavyweight bout. The first push is going to 33 with a matching 33-point penalty. The next time FT Win is able to break the basket open. Just after the halfway mark here, Milky Way starting to put together a resistance, but pretty even. 14 to 11 in terms of clams, but Q definitely more so threatening compared to Wraith, who's holding onto the power clam for FT Win. Waiting for the right opportunity to move forward, waits out. The Booyah Bomb gets the pick onto Brand Cater, but despite that, Milky Way will break the basket too.
Interestingly, I've only just realized that this is a double bubble comp coming out from Milky Way with both the Blaster and that Zinc Mini having the big bubblers. So they're really putting their strategy all in that special. And it did work out for a lot of presence there, but unfortunately they weren't able to get anything. And oh, that mid super jump pick is just that. I mean, so important. You think you get away and you don't. Soldier here taking over this left stack, forcing out both Ice and Jared, though doesn't confirm the pick on either of them. Kyo is just surveying right now, has that bait button in the triple splashdown, could opt to use it off of some high ground here, but might just hold on to it. Does it actually to go through the big bubbler and gets the pick on Q for the road before going down. Ice somehow surviving that, has the Booyah Bomb. We have specials. We don't have specials anymore, unfortunately, with those members going down, and Ray finding that pick somehow on Brand. The power of the heavy splatling. FG Win with 20 clams to Milky Way's 3 is gearing up for another push.
Kyo is consistently using this triple splashdown for non-offensive purposes and using it in ways that Milky Way is being attracted to. They're looking at, and in fact, you know, mitigating a special for a special, if you will. You don't always have to get the picks there. Soldier will pick up, whether intentionally or not. That power clam throws it away to make sure they're not spotted. But Milana, 45 seconds left to go. This one's still incredibly close. FT Win, though, trying to hold this lead down.
They are trying to hold this lead down. They really don't need any more power clams at this moment, but you know, no lead is too safe, so we see both members, Bursty and I believe Rafe, holding onto those power clams then. But this is the moment that maybe Milky Way is looking for. But with all of that orange turf right by the clams basket over by FT Win's side, and there it is again, the bait special with that triple splashdown. You know, they're going to have to work together to grab that power clam, because that's going to proc that overtime timer for Milky Way, and it's going to give them one last chance to be able to push forward.
FT Win sitting on multiple power clams, but it's all about defense now, as Milky Way has a substantial amount to go in order to move forward. A 14-point penalty, as well as Q looking for the entry point. They lose their Dapple Doolies early, though, and they don't get the chance to put down the big bubbler either. That's going to take away one avenue through which to jump forward. Bursty even has the tacticaler, and it's barely needed, as Milky Way not able to make a final overtime push happen, and we are going, Cater, to a deciding Game 5.
Game 5 it is, so no 3-1 for us here. We thought we were going to keep collecting those 3-1s. We won't. Depending on the way this Game 5 goes, of course, we do have another chance for a 3-1 if Milky Way wins and sends us to that bracket reset, as the story has gone for these two teams who have found themselves in grand finals so many times before. So the question is, will FT Win break this streak and retell the story, or will Milky Way have it their way again, like like they have before? Will they send us to this bracket reset? And you know what? Having splat zones be saved for our game 5 is just so interesting, because almost every other single time it has been the default first mode pick.
It's exactly what I wanted to carry along with. Milana, I'm so glad, if for nothing else, that we went to game 5, because we get to fully flesh out this storyline of, oh, we get this unconventional start of Rainmakers first, and then Turf War, and then we're saving, splat zones for when it ends up being game 5. Now we get to go to game 5, and 4 of our 12 stages are already taken off the board. So we will not have Manta Maria, Hagglefish, Urchin, or Inkblot Art Academy available. Any prediction of where we might go with the remaining 8?
Robo Ramen. Listen, this is just wishful thinking, but like, we haven't seen Robo Ramen today. It would be kind of cool to go to there. It would be like a nice wild card kind of stage.
I mean, I feel like it's not even that uncommon of a pairing. Like, there was definitely at one point, I would say in one of the peaks of this game's competitive scene for Splatoon 3 at least, that Robo Zones was the most played stage mode combination. It was just so popular, very well known, and now I feel like it's fallen out of favor a little bit.
I think it joins Mahi Mahi Resort as the only 2 stages that we've not seen so far today. So would be very interesting to see either of those. And to your point, I think Mahi Mahi, typically known as a zones stage. Like, that's where you would want to go for zones. So Cater, any chance that might be the pick here?
I don't see it happening. just with the combination of the water dropping mechanic, the fact that we haven't seen it at all before, and that we're in the very, very end game of this tournament, which means now is not the time to be shaking things up for these teams, at least. I would love it if they did. Fortunately, I am not the one who decides that. These teams who are in the finals are.
The decision has been made, and it is not Mahi Mahi Resort, nor, sadly, Milana, is it Robo Ramen. It is instead Undertow Spillway. So, Milana, we go to a 2-zone stage split by that sort of raised platform or barrier in the middle, and these teams will duke it out on a stage where you would much more commonly see something like Rainmaker take place.
Yeah, I think it is definitely an interesting pick. I would have maybe expected like a Mako Mart or something a little bit more vanilla, but I think this definitely is not the least popular for sure. I maybe might expect to see some of the Splatlings come out again, because as you kind of prop yourself onto that overhead like overlook for each of the zones, you might be able to kind of get a lot of mileage there, or even just having a snipe rider or having a charger type weapon as well. So I expect Q to kind of move back into that direction.
This is it. Game 5. An FT win victory ends the event with them as the champions. A Milky Way victory sends us to a bracket reset and another best of 5. Cater, I'm already seeing one pretty interesting change, with that being the Rapid Blaster Pro Deco coming out.
Yeah, and coming out from Kyo as well, who has unfortunately gone down as the first pick of this game, but I feel like that's so different from what we've seen Kyo play this whole time that we've seen him on stream. But I can definitely see the appeal. It's got that poking ability on such a long stage as this one, where you have pretty much alleys and extended fights where your opponent can otherwise just keep backing up and backing up and backing up until they're out of your range and in their territory. FT win in having the upper hand as we go into, they go past 70 and into the 60s right now. Kyo showing why that blaster pick is a good idea, being able to poke at Q from far away, although does eventually go down. Q gets the pick on Soldier, and it's just meandering their way through this mid at a very chill manner. Now it is Milky Way that is in a good position.
And Milana, as we see the members of Milky Way jumping to Q, angle shooter isn't something that gets played a ton, but with the prevalence of Wave Breaker, I'm not surprised to see how nice it can be to spot out your opponents.
Yeah, and the thing I think that makes angle shooter really difficult is that you have to have good aim in order to be able to hit your shots. And I know that's like really simple to say because, always hit your shots, right? But for some reason, the mechanics for an angle shooter feel a little bit more specific. Oh no, Ice getting taken down by that errant bomb. And you know, this is FT Win holding on to the zone. Bursty and Jared going head to head, and unfortunately both going down. Bran watching closely over that zone, but this stage is looking noticeably purple.
Trade of the crab tank users there as we see Milky Way setting up behind that package cooler for a push that will hopefully lead for them to getting both zones back. But FT Win putting up a strong fight and retains it. The triple ink strike helping with that. Soldier getting marked by the wave breaker that we mentioned before, and now getting well past the halfway mark. No penalty points at their disposal to work with. Milky Way kind of in a rough position here as they break out the crab tank here, Cheddar.
How did Soldier live that long? Just staying in the corner. The combined pressure from Jared's crab tank and everything else finally taking them down. But I think they lived maybe a full 15 to 20 seconds longer than they should have, just chilling there. Bursty also in that crab tank. Unfortunately, 2 members of FT Win do go down, so they're forced to back up, especially with the added pressure from Q. Will opt to jump back out. Ice has the heavy splatling, and the wave breaker will go out from that kit. Milky Way running through their penalty points now. Real timer ticks are going down. Soldier with the ink strikes going out, and that is getting 2 with that. Absolutely huge. The verticality, I think, coming in clutch. The members probably, I think Q was up on that glass and didn't see it coming. Jared's crab tank getting completely targeted. Ice going down there as well. Bursty winning the crab versus crab, and it is FT Win solidly in control of these zones. Jared trying to find a way back in, does neutralize that zone very quickly, though is forced out by the combination of all of this area of effect. Yo, really putting in work on that rapid.
Yeah, Jared's crab, unfortunately, there, I think, acting as a honeypot, kind of leading the members of Milky Way to jump there, and FT Win kind of knowing exactly where they are, getting the picks that they want. Jared backed into a corner and still survives and has another crab tank already at their disposal as Milana, they try to work through these penalty points.
They certainly do. They don't have that many, but they do have to hold on to that zone in order to work past it. Ice getting a nice pick on a member of FT Win here, and now it looks like Milky Way is in a great position to be able to hold FT Win back at least just a little bit. Not sure if they're going to be able to break into the lead, but with no penalty points on the board, they are going to have to kind of focus on controlling both of those zones. Bran getting a nice pick, and maybe yet another on 2 members of FT Win. This is looking good for Milky Way.
That forces a 3-down situation, and the wave breaker not finding many because many members of FT Win are scrambling to get back. That's going to be the lead for Milky Way, and a double with 1 shot from Bran. Looks for the triple and helps a teammate to get it and gets a wipeout against FT Win. I don't think anybody from FT Win has time to get back to either of these zones. Some desperation triple ink strikes come out, but with around 20 seconds remaining, Milky Way with a knockout victory, and they, Milana, will set up a bracket reset against FT Win.
You know, I really do love a good game 5, so, you know, this... This will what a bracket reset means is that Milky Way has to win 1 more set in order to come out victorious. Since this is a double elimination bracket, you have to lose twice to be out of the tournament. So FT Win came into this grand finals with an advantage that they had not lost yet in this tournament, but now they are on even footing.
Cater, a lot of emotions running through your head, I'm sure. I just want to very generally and very gently ask you your thoughts on that grand finals.
Why does this keep happening? This I don't want to say should not be happening, but how do we see such different teams from the winners bracket in that decisive 3-1 where FT Win feels so dominant over Milky Way, and then they come back and somehow Milky Way has undergone this incredible metamorphosis through losers bracket, and then they come and FT Win wins the first game, and then Milky Way says, you know what, no, we're heading this to a bracket reset, and then they do. Am I gonna have to start calling this Cater's curse? Like, this is... I don't want to, but I feel like this has happened when I'm commentating. Like, this is the 3rd time or something like that. So, FD Win, if you're watching this, I am so sorry. I don't mean to do anything. It just keeps happening.
Well, and with how different the winners finals and grand finals matches were, Milana, I think it's anyone's guess as to what exactly will happen. The only thing we know so far is that, like the grand finals, we will once again be starting this one off with Rainmaker as our mode.
Interesting. You know, I wonder if history is going to repeat itself, as we saw FT Win kind of come out victorious with Rainmaker as well. I think it would be really funny if, you know, we saw the same stages played in the same order, in the same... But, you know, because I have seen that before. I remember once I was commentating in the last season, this did happen. They just repeated all of the stages. So, I don't know. I feel like I'm just kind of stuck in this, like, you know, this wormhole where I just, like, I can't get out. It's going to be Rainmaker, Manta Maria again, and it's going to be FT Win.
we can all collaborate. If you guys are watching the stream, players, we can team up to make the funniest thing possible happen. Let's run it back.
We can break the cycle. This is Groundhog Day or 8 Endless Days, whatever you want to call it. We are back to Rainmaker, and not only that, Cater, we're back on the same stage as well. The salty run back appears to be real as we return to Manta Maria.
Yes.
These teams, I say teams know how to put on a show. I feel like this is taking it to the next level. Like, this is the maximum amount of drama that I could possibly see coming out of this. Taking it to a game 5, having it be a bracket reset, and then doing it on the same stage. Like, guys, there's only so much 3 commentators can take when you're playing the Squid Game that we all know and love. But I've said everything that I have to say about Rainmaker, Manta. You guys have seen, I don't want to say all there is to see because this could go very differently, but you guys have seen a lot of the intricacies of this stage and mode.
Well, what did we learn from the last time that this happened? We'll have to see how it plays out as our bracket reset commences between FT Win and Milky Way. Now on even footing, the winner of this match wins our event number 5 regular season week 3. Milana, what are you spotting from a weapons perspective?
You know, what we didn't see before was Ice on that 96 gal. I believe he was playing the heavy splatling before. But in this case, we didn't see Milky Way kind of adapt with that ink back weapon right there. FT Win with a quick early lead, and I know that as we go into this stage and mode, as we move forward, I know that Milky Way is going to keep a watchful eye on that Rainmaker so that they don't let what happened last time happen again.
Brave as well going to be on this Dapple Doolies once again. Nice direct from Bran, I believe, is now it's Milky Way's turn to try and set up a run. They are going to also try the Leap of Faith kill, already weakened and Bursty behind them, waiting for them to peek out or maybe invest some specials. The only thing they have at the ready is Bursty's Inkback, which is out now. They make the leap. Are they able to get the dunk? And they will. So that will be Q helping to advance the bracket there from Milky Way. But Cater, we're still kind of in that middle point stalemate.
We really are. Milky Way is in a nice looking position where they have the Rainmaker, but with Q having to back off, not having the support of their teammates, there a ton of yellow paint came out of somewhere that I couldn't see. It looks like Ice actually on the other side won the fight. Bran really getting close to falling off the map there, but not doing so. Gets a nice direct there. Kyo throwing out that Ultra Stamp in a bit of a mimicry of what we saw last time, not getting the pick this time though. And with this blaster is a formidable weapon. No match for the Ink Vac from Bursty though, who is also no match for coming from behind. Kyo, who also goes down there to Ice's Ink Vac. Hello? Whoa! Okay. God, I wish you guys had face cams right now because the expressions on our faces through all of that chaos. Milky Way takes the Rainmaker and slingshots it all the way up to the pedestal. 1 remaining, still having a little bit of presence from Bran on the side here, opting to jump out and go down there. But I mean, who is this Milky Way? Why didn't we see them earlier?
We talked earlier about one frame being the difference on this exact stage and mode, and it looked like one frame was the difference in that explosion taking down the Rainmaker, stopping an early knockout from Milky Way. Despite that, FT Win would still need a knockout of their own in order to take this game one, as we see Q advancing forward. And Brand's positioning has been so good, only seems to peak out at the exact right moment and is able to tailor their aim right for that shot, knows when they're beaten as well, and is able to get out. Jared gets the pick there onto Kyo. That's 2 down. Milana, Milky Way putting themselves in a strong position once again.
I'm convinced they need fuel. Like they need like revenge or something to fuel them in order to play just like on the top of their game, because this is a Milky Way that we didn't really see the first time around when we played this, when we played Rainmaker on Manta Maria, right? Bran is just getting pick after pick after pick, and Jared coming up and cleaning the mess. If Bran missing, it's just, this is such a strong Milky Way that we just didn't see before, and I'm not sure if it was the composition change, but it seems like, you know, Q still propping herself up on the center of the stage here. The triple ink strike is coming out, and, you know, Ice is moving that Rainmaker towards and trying to kind of get it closer to the Rainmaker pedestal. But, you know, now this is literally FT Win's game to lose.
That exemplified what Kater was talking about earlier, where they did not land, Ice did not land at the very bottom, so the Rainmaker stays up top. It would not have extended any points because they're already down to 1, but that allows FT Win to get the Rainmaker in a bit of a better position. Nice jump out, I believe that was from Q, as Kyo trying to track someone down with the Ultra Stamp. Bran, once again, with how flashy Bran's plays have been, the janitorial duties of the rest of Milky Way, particularly Ice and Jared, doing very well, as we see a nice splash there to put Kater into this Flower Estate. Bran, who is just absolutely going crazy.
And continues to do so, gets the big bubbler at the right moment, and is just holding this set of the stage hostage, trying to go up around the pedestal there. I mean, this is somehow extending without overextending just perfectly. Finally, I mean, getting the pincer there, but still finding one for the road. Meanwhile, we've ticked our time down all the way to 5 seconds left. Soldier with the strikes and picking up the Rainmaker is going to trigger overtime. It is an uphill battle for FT Win, especially losing 2 members right off the bat and forcing Soldier to retreat all the way over onto this right-hand side. The combination of the VAC and the pressure from Q is no match. And I think, Milana, your theory about revenge might be correct, because these plays, I mean, I want to know Brand's kill count after that match. That is, I think every time we had them focused, they were going on 3, 4, 5 splat streaks.
Yeah, I couldn't even like describe it. It's like watching like Van Gogh paint his first painting. You know what I mean? Or I guess in this case, watching Bran splat, I don't know, like 15 splats in a row. It was incredible to see the difference, the vast difference between how Milky Way played in this game and how they played in the last game when we saw Rainmaker Manta Maria. And, you know, if they continue to play like that, maybe the Kater curse is real. Maybe they are going to sweep 3-0. So
that is what I said at the beginning. I predicted it out, and I believe I did end by saying that Milky Way usually sweeps FT Win 3-0. So if that is correct, I will be the greatest commentator predictor of all time.
Well, and Milana, as you know, I'm a sports guy, and you have to sort of think of the mentality of, it doesn't matter how badly you lose, it still only amounts to one individual game loss. You don't get an additional penalty for losing so badly, or losing a certain percentage badly, or getting knocked out. If one loss is equivalent to any other loss. And so I think that's the mindset that FT Win will have to take into this game too. And looking to see, I'm interested to see if we will continue to repeat the grand finals that we had. It would be Turf War on Hagglefish Market if we did end up repeating it. But Milana, are you of the opinion that you want them to repeat basically word for word everything that they did, or do you want to see a little shakeup?
You know, I'm all about the shakeup. I really am. But if I know anything about these teams, is that they have an ego, and I'm not saying ego in a bad way. I'm saying ego as in I have pride in the way that I play, and if I did not play well in that round, I'm going to prove to you that I can play better. And that's exactly what Milky Way did in this last Rainmaker game. So, you know, while I'm always vying for the shakeup, I always like when people pick the things that are a little bit not so popular. I always, you know, we all love a good underdog story, and sometimes we can think of the stages as being underdogs as well. You know, I think I wouldn't put it past them to repeat history again.
Now, the difference is Milky Way wins game 1 this time around, so they depict and pick off what mode it is going to be. So they have opted for Clam Blitz this time around. So we will see a shakeup. We did not see Clam Blitz until game 4 of our grand finals. We are still awaiting the stage, but Cater, you know, we saw the swap over of Ice to the 96 Gal. Clearly, whether in part or in full, that paid off in spades for them. Do you expect them to return back to sort of their more traditional composition, or do you expect any of game 1 to sort of linger over with what they bring and their mentality into this game 2?
I think if anything will linger, it might be enabling Brand on the crazy kill streaks. When you have a player that is totally in the groove like that, it is really nice to be able to let them continue doing their thing. I don't think that we'll continue to see the 96 just because we've only been seeing it on those Rainmakers, specifically for the VAC itself. I would not be surprised if we continue to see a Gal variant, maybe the 52 Gal coming out, because we have seen that weapon see some success previously in our other streamed games.
Ice typically not the one to play the Gal variants either.
Yeah.
You would maybe see just the 96 Gal for Rainmakers you mentioned, and then it's Forge or nothing, which fills a not dissimilar void, or any Splattershot Pro variant really, to the 96 with somewhat similar ranges. You do have the difference in TTK, so you need 3 shots as compared to 2, but still you have a lot of flexibility there when you're getting this sort of mid to maybe slightly longer ranged weapon. And to Milana's point, I think enabling Bran on the blaster, if it is something they bring out, you know, Clam Blitz, we've seen strategies around, okay, maybe you put a big bubbler in front of where the basket is going to be. Maybe some teams like to throw 2 different inking specials, maybe a Booyah Bomb and a triple ink strike down. Maybe you lend something there. And Kyo, I'll be watching him at this game, of course, regardless of where we go stage-wise, because on Clam Blitz, those triple splashdowns were very critical into, you know, giving FT Win an edge, taking a lot of the focus away from the rest of FT Win from Milky Way, and having at least, you know, 2-3 members of Milky Way focus directly on Kyo, who's kind of out of the way. They're on that ramp off to the right-hand side. It's an uninkable ramp. It's not very easy to escape, so maybe Milky Way thinks, oh, nice, you know, a free splat that we can get an advantage. In reality, it's giving FT Win an advantage with the rest of their team. And Milana, the stage has been decided. Mako Mart returns this time for Clam Blitz.
Wow, that's an interesting pick, and I feel like honestly it does give a lot of Inkblot vibes, and I think it's because of the short distance between the Clams basket, and also the ability to kind of like maneuver yourself behind the Clams baskets to call in the jumps from your teammates. I think that together strategically feels very similar to Inkblot. And while it is no Inkblot and nothing can compare to Inkblot Art Academy, Mako Mart is definitely a close second. And I think, again, in the same way, these clams are going to be spawning pretty frequently, even just along the path from one basket to the other. So between each basket, you could probably build a power clam just from swimming through. So something to keep an eye out for from both of these teams.
And Cater, your last mention of this stage talked about the sort of low walls that you can shark on, and the boxes in mid that are going to play a pivotal role, as it's kind of a straight shot from one basket to the other. Do you think that influences the decisions on the weapons here and where these teams opt to allocate themselves?
I do think so. It is also sometimes the more aggressive weapons will opt to go up on the upper left-hand side to threaten anchor weapons that might be hanging out there. Oh, hello, Luna Blaster Neo. We mentioned it earlier that Kyo had played it before, and it will come out here. And I think that makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of little corners that Luna can really thrive on going around. Now, we'll have to see how Kyo makes the switch here. I believe we did see him on Blaster earlier today, so it's not too big of a switch, unfortunately going down a little bit early there, but Soldier is there to pick up the pace and get the splat on Bran.
It's 2v2 now, not 2v1, but the Luna Blaster Neo, it just has a rocket of a kit. You have the Fizzy Bomb and you have the Ultra Stamp. It is just meant for all-out aggression, as we see Rafe, who's donning, I believe, that power armor and wearing the, wearing it to run the the heavy Splatling, staying back a little bit and trying to make sure that they can survive as the rest of their team gets entirely cleaned up by Milky Way. Milana, the only trouble is Milky Way didn't have time to pick up any clams, so they'll scramble back to see if they can put together a power clam in time.
Yeah, unfortunately, there just wasn't any clams on that path all the way to the enemy basket, but by the time they found enough clams, it was a little bit too late. All the members of FT Win are back and up. And one member of Milky Way going down, two members now, just a delayed pick right there is going to kind of delay this push that they are hoping to make. But if Bran continues to get the picks that he does, I think he can probably bide enough time for his teammates to get back before they make another push.
Yeah, they're going to need their reinforcements as Q is helping to keep mid locked down. There are a few low members of FT Win that are trying to get some picks. Bran able to survive does, I thought, get marked. They do get hit eventually and taken down. Q just trying to make sure they don't get targeted, but they will by the Wave Breaker. And now this is just turning into 1v1, v1, v1. Cater, I think to your point, one of the other matches we saw was just trade after trade after trade, or just players taking each other out left and right. And 2 minutes in, no objective progress for either team.
It almost feels like we're watching Team Deathmatch instead of Clan Blitz here. The way I know that these players are doing what they are doing with the end goal of getting the clam in the basket, but it really does feel like they're just ignoring the clans and decided to go for each other instead. Kyo, just a little bit too little range to get the pick there, unfortunately going down in the side alley. Meanwhile, Rafe will get targeted by the missiles and opts to jump all the way back out of danger, but we do have our first power clam in. Immediately down to 71. Jared over here, though, does get sniffed out and taken down. Bursty playing very, very fast cleanup, and I think that's good because it could have been a lot worse for FD Win if they did not.
Yeah, Bursty had the option to try and force a little bit and try and see if they could get something going, but I like the play that they made as Bran sort of playing the same way that Kyo did, just with a little bit more range, and they did get, I believe, spotted. Kyo jumping right back in as the Wave Breaker is right behind this box in mid. 2 minutes left to go. Neither team with a sizable amount of clams, and Milana, we're kind of back in that jockeying for position era, but for a FT Win team that would really like to even the match up, they have to make their move at some point.
They do, and you know what? They still don't have any points on the board, and 3 down from FT Win. That's going to force that last member to jump back, and you know, we look at the stage and we see that most of it is that like teal color that we associate with Milky Way. Milky Way does have a power clam, so they are able to make a push if they get the right position, if they get the right picks. Unfortunately, Q does go down, and I think having Q go down may give an opportunity to FT Win to move forward, because now they don't particularly have that, you know, backliner that to worry about. So Tactic Cooler's out. FT Win is just trying to find an opportunity to move in, unable to get Bran before Bran is jumping out. Ultra Stamp not able to get anything. They're going to need to make something happen, and something happen fast.
Kyo ends up with the trade. That is kind of the MO of the Luna Blaster as a class of weapons, but you want ideally to get more picks before that, as Rafe going to move forward, has plenty of ink to maneuver around with. They will break it. Do they have the follow-up? There's a couple that come through. That is the lead. They had just enough. An FD Win that was effectively a delayed wipe, but Cater, they got what they came for the moment.
They got it, and with 30 seconds to spare, so now the mood has shifted. It is up to Milky Way to regain the lead, and already they are in position to do so. Q with that power clam and that wave breaker going to go out, put out a lot of that important location information. All of the members are up. Okay, make that 3 of the members are up, but the big bubbler is out, and that is going to be the barrier down. Oh, Bursty goes down. Ice is here, just has to maneuver around, get 1 clam in. There is the lead just by 2 clams, and so, not even overtime as 1 more clam goes in just at the very start as Soldier tries to get the pick to end it off. But that is our second game to Milky Way, bringing us to set point for Milky Way and set point for, I guess, what is now dubbed my... I don't want to say curse. Curse sounds mean. My prediction.
This is the point again about Milky Way, where their patience and their tolerance even for allowing their opponent to get sizable portions of a lead and press the advantage, whether it's late, whether it's early. They are unperturbed and great at regrouping with each other to the point where they can make it happen. And Milana Ice, we saw that kind of hero play after the power clam came in, where he's waiting on the other side of the wall, peeks out right at the perfect opportunity, gets that sort of fadeaway clam throw, and that's enough to help get the lead. They cement it with 1 more, but that allows them in part to go up 2-0 in this bracket reset.
Yeah, seeing that kind of gameplay, I think, is invaluable, because remember, when we watched them play that Rainmaker set in the match before, we saw that they were maybe a little bit indecisive about touching the tower or about picking up the Rainmaker, and it seems they were very much more decisive about playing the objective this time, because all they needed was just a couple of points, a couple of clams in the basket, and even I believe it was Jared getting that last clam in right as the overtime timer started. Yes. Ending the overtime timer immediately, not allowing FT Win to kind of get something started there. So just having that focus on the objective, I think, is even just showing that kind of improvement, that you're like, hey, maybe we were just a little bit indecisive with our last set. We could probably do better with that.
Well, Cater, the script flip started with game 2. We saw a different mode being played. That was, the advent of Milky Way winning game 1 this time around. We're now in as well a different position where this is a 2-0 start for one team. And regardless of how this bracket reset ends, this is going to be the last opportunity for Milky Way to pick a mode, which we've not gotten yet. And we have Zones, TC, and Turf War left, so we could still see Splat Zones left for the end if this one does go to a game 5.
You're saying script flip, but I think I scripted it all out before this even started. This is all going according to my unintentional plan. I mean, didn't I even say that we were going to go to a game 5 in that previous set? I know what I'm talking about when it comes to these teams. But you are right. We could still see Splat Zones left for that possible game 5 if we do end up seeing it. Now that we had Clam Blitz be our second game, I'm not entirely sure where we want to go from here. Ideally, I think I would like to see Turf War. I think it's a pretty good middle ground for both of these teams, and it gives FT Win a chance maybe even to have the idea of the last 30 seconds being all that truly matters, instead of getting one really good push early in the game and then having to defend that push for the next 4 minutes, because Milky Way is not letting that turn into a knockout if it is a good push. So maybe in some sort of strange way, more pressure means less pressure.
With the exception of Turf War, if we see that in Game 3, it almost feels like we're aging up and maturing more as we get through this match with the game modes. And we will, in fact, see Turf War for our Game 3. So you have the kind of more temperamental game modes played earlier, your Rainmakers and Clam Blitzes and Turf Wars, and then you mature into the more slow and paced zones and tower control. Now, granted, Milana, zones can be quite fast because the knockout percentage is quite high. You have 5 minutes, and whether it's one zone or two, it can fly by in a flash. But tower control, you have so many different ways it can go. The checkpoint has to be cleared as well. But for turf war, we have the exact 3 minutes down on the board. This could be anyone's game.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe what Milky Way wants to do. They want to be like, hey, maybe we can wrap this up quicker with just 3 minutes left on the clock. I think we are at the prime of our skill right now, right? We've seen Bran get splat after splat after splat. We've seen Jared come up from behind, and what Bran could not do, Jared will do for sure. So just having that kind of, that if you're feeling like good with how you're playing, let's go to a mode where maybe it is a little bit lawless, but we can handle it because we are playing really well right now.
And that will have to extend to turf wars. We do get our stage, and this is where Museum de Alfonsino slots in. It's become a mainstay today and in previous events, and it will come in for turf war. That means it will not be available for either TC or zones, which you wouldn't likely see. Zones especially, we've seen an inordinate amount of it today as compared to usual. And we also continue the trend of stages starting with M. So we go Manta Maria, Mako Mart, and Museum de Alfonsino. That's the straws that I'm grasping at this point in the event.
You know what? I didn't even notice that. So there's that is an interesting catch there. I feel like we do have a lot of stages in general that start with M. We've also got Marlin. But that's not possible here. We've got Mincemeat as well, also is not here, but still in the game. There's a lot of things out there. It took me a long time to realize that all of the stage names are fish or other aquatic creatures. Yeah, it was, I think, maybe like 5 years into my time of playing the game where K-Bot and I were talking on stream, and K-Bot made some offhand remark about all the stages being fish, and I went, wait, really? And he went, you didn't realize? And then I just kind of had to sit there with my mind being blown. But we are going into set point of our bracket reset with Milky Way up 2-0 against FT Win here. This could decide the tournament, and it could be on turf war. The next 3 minutes will tell our story.
Well, we'll see if this is a mind-blowing turf war game as we check out once again Ice and Kyo having the difference in opinion on the best kit for the Reflux for turf war. The first pick goes out against the Splat Dualies as Milana once again. We see that tango between the Splash-O-Matic and the Splat Dualies, the Crab Tank remaining important on this stage.
Yeah, having that Crab Tank is gonna, like we mentioned, create a lot of space for you and your teammates. And if you can prop yourself up on that, a little bit of height advantage, then you can be able to kind of get a better view, and you can use those lob shots to be able to hit your opponents from super far. Oh my god, that was like a 180, like, excuse me, sir, don't bother me, I'm busy right now. That was a wild shot that Soldier took and was able to escape safely out of, so that was pretty cool to see. But with 2 down on the side of Milky Way, this stage is looking particularly pink.
Yeah, the ability of these players to flee has been phenomenal. As Cater, we see, both teams with just one special on the board right now. It's in favor of FT Win, and I'm looking to see if they can carry this momentum onward. They certainly are as they get down a triple ink strike.
Yes, indeed. Now, interestingly enough, I would say this is not how our previous matches with Turf War and FT Win have been, where in the last one that we saw, Milky Way was pretty dominant the whole time, putting FT Win in danger a little bit, and then FT Win had to make a sort of last hurrah at the very end of the match here. Now, it does look like Milky Way is making their way, staking their claim back into mid here, especially with that string of picks that they did get onto FT Win. Jared just getting a lot of the extra points down there. Kyo, with all of the missiles on him, has to back off just a little bit, but that's okay. The Reef Slider is generally in the back lines anyway. We do have the strikes at the ready for Soldier that is going to be put right onto Ice on the left-hand side of the map. Gets him with the main weapon anyway. Still someone here. Bran unable to actually get the jump out as Bursty is able to land this. Has the Crab Tank. Could use that for a lot of pressure. We are in our last 45 seconds here as FT Win right now, I believe, seems to be dominant.
close one as we have 40 seconds left to go. Multiple specials online here for Milky Way and for FT Win as they're sitting on 3 out of their 4. The Tactical is going to be the first one to go out as Jared looks to posture themselves in a way that can get a cheeky pick, but has to dodge out of the way of that Splat Bomb. Under 30 seconds left to go. The Crab Tank available, waiting for the right time to use it, and it will likely be later on if they can survive. They do get the buff of the Tactical, but get taken down pretty immediately. That's the Crab Tank out for FT Win as well, and that's going to be the Snipe Rider gone for Milky Way 2. Jared desperately trying to get back in with 10 seconds left to go and has the Crab Tank available. That's the pick onto the Splash-O-Matic. 5 seconds left, trying to get anything there. They get help from a teammate. Is it enough to take over as much of the stage as they can? A Milky Way victory would cement the event in their favor, and this one's looking pretty closely contested. What do the judges have to say? It's a victory by 10 percentage points for FT Win, and Milana, we will carry on in this bracket reset.
The curse is broken. FT Win coming out on top with this game. This is bringing our match to 2-1 Milky Way to FT Win, which means that FT Win is still narrowly hanging on to their opportunity to win this event, which would be a complete boon for them as this is their first event of the regular season weeks, and starting off strong, starting off with a first place finish, I'm sure no one can complain with that.
Cater, 40 additional points on the line. First place would be able to get that for Milky Way, you know, finishing first in the ladder. That would mean 100 points. That would be massive, especially as from season to season, the number of events that count in the regular season has dropped from 5 to 4. But FT Win, as Milana mentioned in their first event, they beat them already in winners finals. They're very hungry for this one.
Absolutely, they do really want that. Milky Way, of course, wanting to continue their streak of being the victors of the event, having done that in our past 2 weeks. So it is really, I mean, I'm sure both of these teams really, really want it. It's just a matter of who can mechanically pull it off. I'm glad that I was proven wrong, and I'm glad that FT Win has another shot at getting it here. We're still in the ballpark to collect another 3-1 if we do so desire to add to the very many that we've experienced today. It is all down to these teams as we are in the final home stretch of this absolute marathon that is this tournament.
Milana, the part of history that will certainly repeat itself is that if we get to a game 5, it will be Splat Zones to decide it. But before then, we must go to Tower Control. So Tower Control is the pick. We swap Tower Control from game 3 in our grand finals to now being game 4. How do you feel about this one being a potential decider once again for both of these teams?
Yeah, so you mentioned before earlier, Zach, that Tower Control is our mature kind of mode that we are going to be playing it very measuredly. Measuredly, is that even a word? Now it's a word. And, you know, I'm just saying Inkblot's still on the table, so so it could potentially go to a game 4 on Tower Control Inkblot Academy, and in that case, again, this is going to be as formulaic as it could be.
Well, and Cater, FT Win hoping that the formula has something in store that will allow them to take it to a game 5. The stage we are going to is Crab Leg Capital, and especially last season we did see this as one of the other preferred modes for this stage. What do you make of this one, especially as a Splatling user that has admitted to loving the greats that this one offers?
Hey, running around on the greats is awesome. Now, we have seen a good amount of heavy Splatling play from this set and the last one that we saw for our grand finals. I would not be surprised to see that, but also seeing as that we are on Tower Control, that the mode itself, I feel, doesn't exactly favor heavy Splatling, where it really wants to be in control of the turf and the area, and Tower Control has a very defined path and area that you want to keep control of, and it's not always that wide. So migrating to that Snipe Rider 5H for the consistent tactical output that also frees up your other players to play something else that doesn't have tactical, so that they don't have to be necessarily confined, but on that NZAP or those Dapple dualies.
And there will certainly be some migration from the low ground to the high ground when following the tower path. You, of course, have those checkpoints that you have to worry about. Previously, when we saw this stage, we saw the Zipcaster and how it tried to be disruptive in the back line. And we've seen several other weapons. You know, Bran comes to mind, of course, with that blaster. But we'll have to see if FT Win gets it. It's a best of one deciding game 5. If Milky Way takes it, that is the event in their favor. And Cater taking a look here, it is a blaster, mirror everything else pretty much the same as we've seen.
Yeah, we've got those mirror matches again in the Crab Tank users, in the blasters, in the Snipe Rider 5Hs. The blaster on Milky Way actually going to be the first to go down here. We do have the Tacticooler coming out. Ice has taken that and is looking at the benefits, eyeing Soldier, who is in this pit area here. Oh, the going right underneath that ledge here. A little bit dangerous, a little bit aggressive, but hey, we know that these teams are aggressive when they need to be. Soldier does put out those ink strikes before challenging Bran here does go down.
Bran not afraid to be kind of pushed nearly into a corner and is going to trade out with Kyo there. Bursty looking to back off and try and make use of this Crab Tank. They will get just a modicum of high ground there. That sort of lower box gets some indirect damage there on Ice, who will slink away to avoid any further damage. But mostly a zoning special here, Milana, as Kyo gets set up with this big bubbler, gets the pick onto Bran, and puts FT Win in a good position to carry on.
They do, but that big bubbler does not last as long as maybe Kyo hopes. The triple ink strike coming out to displace Q. Now they're finally at the checkpoint, but they are kind of going to be sitting ducks for a Snipe Rider player like Q, as we see here. Q getting a nice pick on that member of FT Win, and they are not able to break the checkpoint, but this is going to be the first hurdle of any team who comes to tower control on this stage.
And Cater, importantly, this is a 3 checkpoint stage. So you can see that FT Win is kind of tapping the tower, getting a pick or two, going back on, going back off. So they are really being cautious and careful with how they actually advance the objective, which is why they're only just now getting to 67 points on the board.
They did break that checkpoint, though, and that means it's not a worry for future. Bursty has the Crab Tank at a great time, forcing Jared all the way down into that pit and just rolling around on the tower to bring it to checkpoint 2. Unfortunately, they did get bumped off into the pit, and so that means they will go down there. Bran traversing the entire horizontal length of the stage, only to be met with an immediate direct from Kyo, who has, I think, that blaster mirror match might be getting to him, avoiding the laser of that Snipe Rider around here. Ice, meanwhile, on the high ground, has that Booyah Bomb, going over here to pick up the Tacticooler, and hearing a this way from a teammate who is on the tower, but not able to follow up as they go down.
And that's 2 specials on the board. ISO coming back as Bursty and Soldier go down. That's Q with the Flow Aura State, and maybe a bit of an overextension as we see someone flying from FT Win to get a pick on the tower. We've already seen a further push as Ice goes down than the last time in Grand Finals when tower control was played. Bursty advancing forward, helping to stop that push at 81. Milana, and 2 minutes left for Milky Way to avoid a Game 5 situation.
So Milky Way is going to really have to focus on breaking this checkpoint. They almost made it past that checkpoint, but as they return back to that checkpoint, they do have to start that counter all over again. They are able to break the checkpoint finally, and all they need to do is make it to the second checkpoint and start ticking down that counter just a little bit to be able to take the lead. Jared holding onto that Crab Tank, utilizing it to create space. They just need a couple of ticks, 1 tick right here. Milky Way taking the lead, triple ink strike coming out. Ooh. Q getting caught by the very peripherals of that triple ink strike, but they do take the lead with only 1 minute and about 15 seconds left. FT Win is going to have to make a push happen.
Some carnage going on in the top right or bottom left for FT Win as they look to push forward. Bursty staying alive and waiting for the right opportunity to use the Crab Tank. You can sometimes trade out your Anchor or your Snipe Rider player by having the Crab Tank on top of the tower. They would prefer, I'm sure, to use that with a checkpoint. And 3 specials will come out at the same time for FT Win. Not a huge bounty or harvest for them, though, Cater, as they lose 2 members and this tower will retreat back to mid.
Indeed, we had some crab on crab carnage there in the middle of the push as well. Kyo coming out on top in that specific interaction, looking to chip out Ice, who immediately jumps out. Again, these players are just so good at recognizing when they are beat and need to leave the situation. That tactic cooler helps a lot. Kyo getting the indirect picks on Brand, getting another pick on Ice as well. This blaster is such a strong weapon, and it is now FT Win that is reaping what they have sowed with it. Q all the way up on this upper left-hand corner here. This getting the pick. This is a great position for an anchor to be. Soldier trying to strike them out. FT Win, this is their push for the ages, but the Booyah Bomb comes out and gets 3 down. That is a wipeout for Milky Way again with 1 second remaining. These teams know how to tell a story and repeat the themes as Milky Way takes this set and the entire thing in our bracket reset.
Repetition, I think, is the phrase for today. The word that has really cemented what we've seen throughout this event, Milana. We saw repeated 3-1 match scores across our top 8. We saw repeats with the modes and stages picked. We even saw repeats in the more unusual stages that were picked, and we'll have our bracket up soon as well to show off that FT Win was not able to take down Milky Way. I believe it needs to be flipped, where Milky Way came back and won in a close Game 5 in Grand Finals to then finish off how a lot of these teams started today with a 3-1 match score, getting the victory in our Grand Finals reset. Milana, your thoughts on the whole thing as we take a look at our schedule?
Yeah, it's been so interesting. It's almost full circle coming back to the whole 3-1 match point distribution. I think it is kind of almost a little bit cathartic to have to be back exactly where we started.
Well, it will show off our schedule here as we conclude another regular season event. That was event number 5 overall, regular season week 3. Tomorrow for the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 Sunday Scrim. That will start at noon Pacific time. We hope you will play that. Again, you can play as a solo, duo, trio, or a full squad of 4. We'll have our next episode of the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 show on May 8th. That's Friday at 10 a.m. Pacific. And then, of course, the next event, event 6, regular season week 4, will take place on May 9th, with the event starting at noon Pacific time and the top 8 live stream happening at 4 p.m. Pacific. And of course, it all leads up to the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 playoffs, live streamed both June 20th and 21st, starting at noon Pacific time. Milana, I know you gave us some final thoughts there. Anything else you want to add as we cap this one off?
I love seeing Splatoon played at the highest level and seeing Milky Way and FT Win and a lot of, some underdogs come in, like, Forfeit coming in, and even from last week, Content Cat. So seeing all these teams kind of perform at their very best, I think has been just so rewarding for me to see as a commentator. I'm sure for you guys as well. So I hope to see some more good old Splatoon action moving forward.
Cater, some curses upheld, some curses broken. Your thoughts on this event and what we have for the future of the league?
In the end, I was right, and that was how things played out. In the future, I would absolutely love to be proven wrong. I put my predictions out there just so that you guys in the audience might have an idea of how I think that things are going to go down. But of course, my word, though it might seem like it, is not the law of the land. But in all serious terms, I had a wonderful time today. These teams, again, with a beautiful showing of what is possible in this game that we all know and love.
Well, that's going to do it for event number 5, week 3 of the regular season for the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026. I want to give a huge thanks to my fellow casters here today, our wonderful production crew, Czar on the spec cam, and of course, all of the teams and players that participated, and you for watching at home. Thank you so much. We hope to see you back for our next event, but until next time, we'll see you later.